suffer no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night you don't be cheap. It's once again. Everybody be prayer. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chopper. National airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother, I be the master. Oh, man, I go chop your dollar. I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love, I be the master. The refinery. The contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring ya. You will be move, I be the master. When you go play one, they will say that you style. What countryman do we go? They know the shots. Kill it, whatever you go back the street, I say, I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my terrace, I will show them fire. National airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Tinubu, I be the master. The refinery.
All right, enough of all that. President, his sister's brother. So all that, enough of all that, but never enough of all this. Good day to you, good to be in your company of that. I hope you're hearing me okay, by the way. Indicate in the comment section if you are hearing me okay. Good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. The protocol, click on like. This is going to be a very, very snappy sort of a stream. May last about 30-40 minutes, unless of course another host comes in to take it over. So it's going to be fairly snappy. Click on like if you haven't already. Click on subscribe if you're not already subscribed. If you want to come and join me, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links just as widely as you can. Super task towards the stream. Say hello in the comment section. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. Super chat towards the stream. Say hello in the comment section. So do all those things. So do all those things. So now this is a long time coming. I was actually meant to do this particular stream on the 2nd, 3rd of this month. So this is out of skew. This is just how much out of skew this particular stream is. But nevertheless, it was promised. Now it's been delivered latterly. So now we're going to Arise TV, and the excesses of the presenters, hosts on that panel, on that particular platform, their excesses. We all, of course, are aware of the excesses of Rufai Oseni, but quite a lot of them on that panel are excessive. The girl from Zimbabwe, she's extremely excessive and somewhat she's out of line somewhat in some of the excesses that she expresses on that platform. Her being a foreigner in her country and not showing the due deference to the host country, just talking out of turn, out of skew. So that's a Zimbabwean woman, very much an excessive sort of a character. So that there's that one. And then there's also Ayo Mario, who's we all know Rufai Oseni, of course. There's also Ayo Mario, who is very extremely rude. So it is actually Ayo Mario that we're going to be interrogating, investigating, analyzing in this particular stream. And we're going to go to an engagement she had with Daniel Bwala, and then we'll see how that plays out. So we pick it up from here. Like I said, like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, super chat towards the stream, say hello in the comment section. So do all those things as we interact with this I've just dropped it now. As we interact with this particular session on Arise TV. Let's pick it up from here.
The government of President Bwala Tinubu has faced numerous challenges in 2025. We've witnessed a series of abductions in Nigeria, prompting the U.S. government to designate Nigeria a country of particular concern, with President Donald Trump warning the Nigerian government to act swiftly or risk U.S. military intervention to fish out those responsible for unrest in the country. Joining us on this show to discuss the various issues that the government of President Tinubu has had to deal with is Daniel Bwala, Special Advisor to President Tinubu on Policy Communication. He will also share his thoughts on the latest ambassadorial nominees by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Good morning, Daniel Bwala.
Good morning.
Very nice
Thank
to
you.
see you in our brand new studio.
Yes, the studio looks great.
What happened to your studio?
You know, there's an expression called to the victor. There's an English idiom. So an idiom is an idiomatic expression. So there's an expression that there's an idiom that goes to the victor the spoils, to the victor the spoils. So you see Daniel Bwala, a man from Borno State, and by the way, hopefully a lot of you know, and if you don't know, then know now. This guy right there is a Hausa man from the furthermost northern regions of Nigeria, which is Borno State. But look at the hat on his head, and Abeti Aja. And if you cast your mind back to the era of Goodluck Jonathan, you could tell who was the president then by the sort of hat that people were wearing then. So to the victor, the spoils. To the victor, the spoils.
By President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Good morning, Daniel Bwala.
Good morning.
Very nice
Thank
to
you.
see you in our brand new studio.
Yes, the studio looks great.
What happened to your suits? You have abandoned the suits.
I feel like applying to work here. The studio is just something else. But thank you for having me, and it's a pleasure to be here this morning.
Good to see you. Well, very quickly,
Thank you.
State of the Nation issues. Maybe I should start from the rear about this ambassadorial.
And by the way, the reason why you are not seeing Rufai Hussein on this particular stream is because he's been suspended. He put out a tweet that is on leave, but he has actually been suspended just because of the excesses that he indulges on that platform.
Nominees. Now, a lot of reactions to the list from people saying, oh, it's a list of political jobbers. Some people should not be on that list. In fact, I've seen some stories saying that certain persons should not even be cleared by state security because in the past they used to abuse the president and call him all kinds of names. And, now they say the president is the best thing since Jesus Christ. So what's the reaction to all the, responses to the ambassadorial list?
Right. I wonder if you're aware of a phrase called an acerbic remark. An acerbic remark is like you can also call it a broadside. So that is an acerbic broadside to Daniel Bwala right there, who is a guest on their studio, by the way, in their studio. So when Ruben Abati is saying, oh, there are some people that have slaughtered the president for years on end, and then suddenly for reasons of political relevance, they've now voiced into now being a champion of the president. He was using that in reference to the people on the ambassadorial nomination list. But that remark also frontally pokes at his guest, Daniel Bwala.
Actually, our posture from the presidency is to maintain a bit of silence until when the National Assembly are able to run through the confirmation process, because we feel that if we throw energy behind that, it will amount to prejudicing the decision of the National Assembly, because subjecting them to confirmation is also part of the processes in my belief that will lead up to them being now sworn in as ambassadors. If it is because of the political decision of the president, I mean, those who understand politics, they know that political environment is toxic. Is up to individuals who occupy a privileged position to exercise discretion, that they will decide, okay, this one, I will appoint him even though he worked against me in the past, or I will not work with people who worked against me in the past. But looking at the history and trajectory of President Bola Tinubu, I think I can say more than 70% of people who are with him here have worked against him at some point in the past. So he's not one that
including present company.
The individual,
including present company.
well, I don't know.
You see, because Daniel Bwala did not rise to the bait, to the hook that he threw in the opening remark, he's now put it on him frontally that, oh boy, even you now, my brother, you were hammering this guy barely to even as early as 2 years ago, he was hammering Tinubu now, calling him a failed guy, that he did not do anything in Lagos, that he's a criminal and all that. And look at him now, the champion of the criminal.
But I know that as a fact, because when I first met him the 10th of January last year, as soon as I walked in, I was trying to apologize for the fact that when I left him after the primaries, he was trying to get in touch with me, and I was avoiding that. I couldn't tell an elder no, but my mind was made up. He said, no, you don't even have to go to that extent. My only pain is that if you had listened to me, you would have known that what you thought was your fear is not one that is associated or identified with me, the Muslim ticket. And then we went beyond that. But in terms of people who worked against him, I mean, he made it clear to me, narrating individuals who in the past have worked with him, and he said his mother influenced him in that area. That she said, if as the head of the women in the market, if you are going to be angry with people just because they offended you, you will wake up one morning and see that there are no people for you to lead. So that is his own idea. But I think that whether somebody is confirmed or not has nothing to do with whether the person says something against the president, but whether the person poses a threat to national security and national interest. And these are the things that I believe that the Senate will look into. That's why we don't want to throw a weight, whether for or against, until after their confirmation.
Okay, I understand that position. However, I mean, the truth and the question is around...
You see, as loathsome as Rufai Oseni is, I contend that the most detestable presenter on Arise TV is actually this Ayo Mario. She's like a little venomous snake that slithers up to you quietly and bites you on the ankle. And she's unashamedly partisan, and her partisanship leans towards the Peter Obi space. And any and every guest that comes there, she tries to use an obedient hammer to hammer them. And you will see her do that in the course of this interaction with Daniel Bwala.
Even the decision-making process of the executive,
Right.
especially with appointments. I don't think it should just be left to the Senate alone. Yes, the Senate has their responsibility, but even the process of nominated. For instance, the nomination of the Minister of Defense, largely across many,
And by the way, can people please, if any single person is not already subscribed, any single person listening to us now, if you are not already subscribed, then please do. And everybody listening to us now should please make sure they've clicked on the like button. So like and subscribe.
areas, sectors, have praised that move. And so when he went before the Senate did their job and scrutinized him rigorously.
Right.
There are names on that list. I'm sure you've heard what public opinion, you've heard from experts, you've heard from analysts around not just whether or not they abuse the president, even questioning their qualification or bona fide to be on that list. Right. There's some people on there who have been judged as not having even the temperament for work in diplomacy. There are people through maybe their outbursts on social media, what they have said, their community.
That's a valid comment. Actually, there are because of course there are about countless numbers of, I can't even remember the number. They in the hundreds, the amounts of ambassadorial nominees that the Tinubu administration has sent to the Senate. They're in their hundreds. But if you look at the marquee names, you have to say that some of their temperaments are questionable, and especially if you beam your searchlight, your beam light, if you beam your light on people like Femi Fani-Kayode, then you went to question if Femi Fani-Kayode, in terms of his public persona, if his temperament is suited to the diplomatic corps.
Their language, their integrity has been questioned. There are people who worked in the INEC in the last election, almost immediately getting an appointment by this presidency. That's what we're asking about, not whether or not they abuse. I mean, beyond.
Yeah, but what's the query on that, though? If somebody worked in INEC immediately and they did a stellar job, because of course, Mahmoud Yakubu, the former INEC chairman, he's on the ambassadorial list as well. He did, he stands alone and as a towering figure, cascading over everyone else as the best yet INEC chairman that we've ever had. He redeemed himself in the last elections. He superintended Mahmoud Yakubu that we've yet had in the history of that country, Nigeria. The 2023 election is the closest we've ever yet gotten in Nigeria exactly who they voted for. Because, of course, the popular will of the people was Tinubu in 2023. And that reflected in the figures, and that reflected in the returns of Mahmoud Yakubu. So he did a stellar job as an INEC chairman, which then adds to his pedigree as a performer, which then recommends him then to be nominated to be an ambassador. So I'm not quite sure then what this lady from the South is talking about.
Right. There are names on that list. I'm sure you've heard what public opinion, you've heard from experts, you've heard from analysts around not just whether or not they abuse the president, even questioning their qualification or bona fide to be on that list. Right. There's some people on there who have been judged as not having even the temperament for work in diplomacy. There are people through maybe their outbursts on social media, what they have said, their communication, their language, their integrity has been questioned. There are people who worked in the INEC in the last election, almost immediately getting an appointment by this presidency. That's what we're asking about, not whether or not they abuse. I mean, beyond, of course, that's a point, but also because you're saying around the Senate, it's even how qualified are they to have that? That's on one hand. On insecurity, you said in a recent interview that the federal government does not negotiate or pay ransom. Right. It beggars belief then how a rescue mission was organized in Kebbi State without at least an obvious show of force or any single arrest, at least to the best of our knowledge at this point. I'd like you to answer those two questions.
So with respect to the former...
Well, you will notice that she added the proviso then that to the best of our knowledge. So she cannot speak with any authority to say that any use of force was not used to rescue those children, and necessarily a use of force is not required to rescue those children. Those children could well have been negotiated out of the hands of the bandits by any and several other means, financial inducement, political negotiation, release of their members from custody, etc., etc. So you don't necessarily have to pay money or even the threat of violence. If the bandits had seen that they are surrounded and the authorities are in a position to take overwhelming violence against them, they may well just so she doesn't know sufficient enough to take that position. But then, as I said, she's very, very partisan. Ayo Mario.
Chief of Defense Staff and having a widespread support is because he was in active service before now. He has never participated in politics. That's why I started by saying that the political environment is toxic. Somebody who has not been a politician will easily pass in the minds of the people. But if you have been involved in political activity in Nigeria, you must have stepped on nerves. You must have offended some people. There are people who will not want your progress. But above all, since these people exercise, when they are confirmed, they work at the pleasure of the president. It is up to the president to determine what he has to take.
I'm asking about competence.
Yeah, we see there is no statute or book that talks about a requirement for being appointed as ambassador. That's why you have career ambassadors who are in the embassies. They can advise, they can run diplomatic issues. An ambassador is a political position appointment which a president exercises. He can choose to bring a former diplomat. He can choose to bring a pure politician. It's just like appointing somebody as Minister of Defense. Until Buhari, all of the ministers of defense, they never.
You know, globally, it's a global norm. It's a global practice that ambassadorial positions are used for political patronage. We see that in America. We see that in all of the westernized spaces, especially under the Trump administration, when a good abundance of his ambassadors to whichever country are not career diplomats, they are just jobbers and people he owed a debt that is settling by giving them a government position. So this is it's not uncommon that non-career diplomats are appointed, are nominated to be ambassadors. And like Daniel Bwala said, there's a whole raft of civil service that backs up that position. There's a whole raft of civil service that backs up that position to the point that the actual nominated, the random head of that particular embassy does not necessarily have to be a career diplomat. It could well just be somebody that has succeeded in another field, but then it has the accoutrement of civil service to shore up his shortfalls.
Had any military experience. They are pure civilians. So political appointment is different. Now, in terms of whether the people have participated in a toxic environment, I mean, if you look at where we always look up to as the model of democracy, this Marco Rubio that you're saying, if you see the things he said about Donald Trump, even in the primaries, then you come to J.D. Vance, you see them surrounded. In terms of appointment of INEC chairman, in America, there are justices of the Supreme Court. Donald Trump appointed them only because they gave a judgment favorable to the Republican ideology. That was his consideration.
Right. Because America did it, doesn't make it right.
No, but I am saying the democracy was not handed by God. It came from them. So what we do is we modify where we can, and then where we can't, we then work with what we have.
Okay, I mean, you haven't answered the question, of course. So, like temperament, outbursts, you're saying that there was no qualification around that.
Yes,
didn't matter when the president was appointed.
I think that the basic thing is you must be adjudged fit and proper. Now, that is generic. I mean, the definition as to whether somebody is fit and proper is subjective. Somebody can say, I like the temperament of this one. Another person can say, I don't like the temperament. There are people in government right now. You can also question their temperament. Now, your choice of rights might be different from my own. Maybe you.
A good example being the actual foremost spokesperson of the presidency, Bayo Onanuga, who as early as when Tinubu came into power, suggested that all the Southeasterners should be thrown into the lagoon. See, this is a notorious Igbo hater, Bayo Onanuga, who is now the spokesperson of the presidency. So it's a subjective term, fit and proper. That fit and proper test is very much subjective.
Want fried and I want pure white rice. But I'm trying to suggest to you, the bottom line is the man recruiting them. Whether this, because Section 5 is clear, the executive powers of the federation lies in the president. So he runs the government by himself or through delegation. He makes a choice of who he delegates. If he makes a bad choice, he will see it. But the beauty of democracy is that we don't go about looking for perfect people. We go about looking for people who will have to work. If in the course of work you do anything wrong, you'll be sacked. That's how democracy is built. Even pastors, you appoint somebody, you anoint somebody as a pastor, and you thought that that is heaven on earth. He starts and then he misbehaves. Then you subject him to disciplinary measure. Democracy does not foreclose or close itself from the possibility of error. The government itself is not perfect. In the course of running governance, you take feedback from Nigerians, you adjust and you correct and you move on.
Okay, so we shouldn't expect excellence or perfection from this administration. Now, going on to
no, that's you see. So now you remember that I said this. Ayo Mario, she's a green snake under an obedient green grass. So now, of all of the things, everything that Daniel Bwala said right there, it stands to reason and logic. There's no sane, functioning mind that would disagree with what he said. He said there's subjectivity in governance, and there's adjustments to corrections when errors are made in governance. So that's just very, very rudimentary stuff. This is just basic life stuff. There's subjectivity in all aspects of life, and there's adjustments to corrections when an error has been made. So nobody, but then this silly little girl, she's saying that, so that means we should not expect perfection from the Tinubu administration. On which planet do we have a perfect system? What does that even mean? It's just a snidey little acerbic remark, just to undermine the ethereal, the logic. I was going to say ethereal logic, but people are accusing me of being too worthy. So the logic of what Daniel Bwala said, just to undermine, she had to throw that little jibe in there.
That's a conclusion.
No, based on, it's a summation from what you've said.
No.
Okay, but based on insecurity,
wrong.
just so we can, on insecurity around the students. And
with respect to the security.
You said no ransom.
Yes, the federal government has not paid, will not pay, and does not encourage anybody to pay ransom. In terms of determining whether ransom was paid just because the operation that was carried out was smooth and clear, if you talk to people who are from the intelligence platform, they will tell you there are many considerations in determining how hostage taking and rescue are conducted. It's not in all cases that when people are rescued from hostage operation that they must have paid money. That's why there was no exchange of gun. No, there are many other areas. I will give you one or two in a hurry. One is that if these people who wreak havoc have certain individuals in the society that people...
Nigerians use that phrase a lot, actually, but it's bad grammar. It's wreak havoc, not wreak havoc. And by the way, it's a PhD law, Daniel Bwala, so he should know language.
Believe they listen to. If you engage those individuals, you can have all of the people released without paying a dime. One. Two, if you have surrounded the hostage, even if you don't know the specific place where...
And that's exactly what I suggested earlier on, that the body language of the security forces and the operations, if the bandits realize that the security forces are narrowing in on them and they're encircling them, then they are incentivized to release those hostages. Otherwise, they pay the ultimate price.
They are, but you know the scope. You have the scope of the circumference. And then they know that there is no exit for them unless they release this individual. They could release without paying money. The third consideration is what happened, I think, sometimes back during President Buhari's administration, where a governor in Nigeria paid ransom without the knowledge of the federal government, and the people were rescued. Federal government was not involved, never encouraged, but the people paid ransom.
And the individuals. But so what you're saying is that the federal government know people who know where the bandits are, who can negotiate with the bandits, and that's the channel they use.
But out of all of the things that that Daniel Bwala said now, which one of them indicated what this silly girl is saying now? The guy said, the bandits could be surrounded, so they are de-incentivized, and they are incentivized to carry on with their pursuit, and incentivized to release the hostages for reasons of self-preservation. So that was what he suggested. And he said that third party could also have paid the ransom without the government knowing. So that was the broad scope of his explanation. But this girl now has said, oh, the government was negotiating with... What did the guy say to suggest that? Anyway.
Ayo, let me say something. There is a problem with making a conclusion on someone who has not said something. Inference is good, but only...
that's exactly what I just said.
If the inference is okay. The first time I gave explanation, you concluded, and I never said that.
I'm giving you the opportunity to
but no, don't make conclusion.
No.
If I explain something you're not clear, you can ask, you can do follow-up. But you cannot conclude by saying, so I take it that federal government does that. No, it's wrong.
Okay. Let's make progress.
Yeah. So let's talk about, let's continue on the issue of insecurity as it continues to dominate at the moment. The US Congress continues to meet to deliberate on this, and their current position is that they feel that Nigeria is not doing enough. Number of issues. He's saying that, well, we're not seeing anybody getting arrested. We're not seeing anybody surrendering arms, and we're also not seeing people returning to their homes. So he says, by his own metrics, this means that the Nigerian government is not doing enough. Of course, domestically, we've seen the...
I have to say that broadly, I agree with that. And this is not even about the Tinubu administration. This is going as far back as, if we skip the Obasanjo administration, this is going as far back as the Yar'Adua administration up to the present administration that we have now. So we're looking at a near 30-year backdrop of 30 years. We have not seen anything that looks like a breakthrough. We have not seen any big name being arrested or killed or brought to justice or in any form. We have not seen any indication that any capacity is showing that the government has the capacity, to use that word again, to grapple with the situation. So we're not seeing anything that looks like progress in that insecurity region for over 30 years. And more tellingly, we have not seen one single big name be brought to justice in that space. So that cannot be right.
Jigging, we've seen movement. We've seen there's some strategic changes going on.
Right.
However, ultimately, we're yet to see results. So just to piggyback off of the, your conversation with Ayo as well, to say, well, the concerns are that a lot of this is becoming a bit cosmetic because people are being released. We celebrate their safe return home, but the culprits, and it feels there is impunity. It feels that there are powerful people who are in control here that the government is scared to challenge or deal with. What is holding the government back from just acting decisively, since we seem to know who's responsible for all these crimes?
If you recall, many months ago, we arrested the leaders of Ansaru terrorist organization, which some of them were in the U.S. terror list. The American government lauded us. Months earlier, we had...
It's not lauded, it's lauded. Lauded is not... It's a PhD law. That's why I keep alarming at his poor language. Is lauded, not lauded.
We decimated some bandits, and some also surrendered, which the U.S. Embassy lauded us. So we have one or two results to show. But in terms of saying we are not seeing people being arrested, people are being prosecuted, well, that's an expectation on the part of America. It's also an expectation on the part of the Nigerian people. But dealing with terrorism and intelligence-driven exercise is not one that is subjected to public opinion. It is subjected to the efficacy and efficiency of that work. We also understand the rhetorics associated with Donald Trump's style of governance. I mean, there are people, he will finish meeting with you. Tomorrow he castigate. Barely 6 hours after we met with Hexet, he phoned the Fox News and said he's not happy with Nigeria. But his tactics has been to use the bullish approach and get you to the table. I mean, Saudi Arabia is a country of particular concern, but he gave a red carpet welcome to MBS, and they signed a deal for $600 million US. He was even asking him to go beyond to 1 trillion. So we understand Donald Trump, we understand America.
Well, beyond Donald Trump, what are the, because you said, it's about efficacy and efficiency.
Right.
What are the metrics that you're using to gauge the fact that, all these strategic reshuffles you're doing are actually being successful? What are you...
There's only one metric of measure now. That is the stemming and then abating of our insecurity. You stop it and then you pull it back. So that's the only metric of measure. If we are still hearing all these endless narratives of so that's the measure. There's no other measure other than the insecurity is being grappled with in a way that Nigerians can see that insecurity is being grappled with. So it's not about moving personnel around. You appointed the wrong personnel in the first place, so you get no plaudits for then moving them out of position.
So forget America's metrics. They've said theirs. What are Nigeria's metrics?
So Nigerian metrics is number one. We have all of the abducted people from Kwara rescued. We consider that a success. Some people don't. We have 26 or so from KB that were rescued or recovered. Some people feel it is not enough. On the government side, we feel it's a way to go. We have these other ones from Niger that we're hoping in the coming from
Niger State?
Yes, yes. That we're hoping more will come. We on the government side, we might see a success, or some people will see it differently. We have the president, ordered a security emergency and asked that police recruit 50,000, military recruits over 20,000. Police have, I think, they are deployed, or rather recall 11,000 DSS to help with the forest rangers. And then we are bringing back the Save the School initiative, where we bring students from outskirts under this arrangement of a mega school. Those ones in local government, we bring them back to the unity school. If you know Northern Nigeria is different from South. In Southern Nigeria, one state to the other, the proximity is small. In the Northern Nigeria, from one state to the other might be like from one country to another. We have large expanse of land, we have ungoverned spaces. These are the places they exploit.
But we can't arrest people.
What about those ones who were arrested and were prosecuting them?
What about the ones that are responsible for these rescue and recovery missions?
Do you see that question? We can't arrest people. Just shortly after, the guy the spit had barely landed on the floor from Daniel Bwala giving us a list of people already arrested by the Nigerian government, to the applause of the Americans who are saying these are people on our list as well. And this Zimbabwean woman is saying, but we can't arrest people. Did she not even... So this is the partisan sort of a thing that you get from a Rights TV that stands in the way of proper conversation and being able to hold the government accountable in a proper manner.
If we have them, we arrest them. Okay. And if we arrest them, we prosecute them. The Terrorism Prevention Act is clear. In your monologue earlier, I overheard, I don't know if it was you or somebody who was saying that there is analysis. I'm so sorry. Sorry. I take it back. Where we're talking about amendment of the Terrorism Prevention Act to define bandit. All has been taken care of. In 2022, there was a federal high court decision that the federal government should declare. The federal government did that.
Daniel Bwala, when you are not speaking for government, you are a lawyer. That's your main calling. Now, one of the things that came out of this latest joint congressional hearing in the U.S. was the recommendation that the Nigerian government should declare Sharia law unconstitutional, and that all these Hisbah units in the 12 northern states of Nigeria should be disbanded by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Well, I had commented on this, but you are very familiar with the issue of Sharia law and its constitutionality. Yeah. But can even the United States dictate to Nigeria how to conduct its internal affairs?
They don't have the locus.
Or order that the constitution should be amended.
They don't have the locus.
On their say-so.
In doing that, it will...
But they did not order, they recommended.
Amount to infringing on the territorial integrity and territorial right of a country. Even the threat of possible military invasion is still not consistent with the UN Convention, because there are only 3 conditions upon which another country will invade militarily. Either you're invited by that country, or you're at war with that country, or the United Nations ask you to be in that country. But all of the threats to come, it is still also a threat to us. The Sharia law is not a national law. We also practice federal system of government, although their own is more advanced. But our own also recognizes that the federal government cannot make laws for the states.
Even in the United States, you have regionalized laws, especially around issues like abortion, etc., etc. So I'm not quite sure on what authority that they are making that demand recommendation.
But the state's power to make laws is also subject to the overriding powers of the federal government. Some of these congressmen who come from the Republican Party, they are not very detailed in the way they carry out their congressional duties. And, you know, when you are more powerful than the other, you can afford, even your misbehavior will be seen as a style. That's what is happening. But we differ with them with this idea of asking us to amend the Constitution. Nigeria is a sovereign state, has never been colonized by America anywhere.
And we're not Venezuela.
And we're not Venezuela.
All right, that's enough of that. I think we've got two Niger with us, so we might have somewhat of a conversation. So to Niger, good to have you. This is some sort of old stock sort of a Rice TV session, but I've been meaning to do it, so I'm doing it today, and I'm focusing especially on this Ayo Mario lady. But by her then extending to the wider Arise TV platform, they seem to be like a stick in the mud, like an obstacle to the country being able to engage with the progress or lack thereof of governance in Nigeria. So they're so partisan in their views that they stand in the way of a proper conversation and development. What are you making then of this session with Daniel Bwala by the Arise crew?
Yeah, and thank you for having me, woman. Yeah, personally, from what I can see, somebody needs to question the government a bit more aggressively, because they have not. Nigerian space is not doing that. You know that, and Nigerians don't question things well enough. And the little that they do, you come online and say, "How dare you even try to do that?" Because you're supposed to be non-partisan and all that. There is no party, like there's no opposition in Nigeria anymore. Like there is barely anything. The only opposition you see in Nigeria now are basically the Sahel nations, because there is no alternative out there. Everybody is just speaking from the same hymn sheet, and the few that just, what did she say? She said, "Oh, you are saying that Tinubu's government." The only point she made that was a little bit out of that appears to be biased was saying, Tinubu government doesn't want to they don't aspire to excellence and stuff like that. So okay, then she said, okay, let's move on to the next thing. So that can come across as if, okay, she wasn't being like fair, given that he gave an answer, but he just felt like she just felt like he was, you know, he wasn't a kind of mediocre in the way, in the aspiration. That's what she felt like. And I think the answer he gave was evidence-based, given that, you know, ambassadorial positions are often partisan, and it doesn't necessarily correlate with qualification in any way. I don't know why they were talking about temperament. Who cares about temperament? They put anybody they like in ambassadorial positions. I don't know why people are always talking about those things when they see other countries doing the same thing. You can argue that maybe your country should set a better standard and have ambassadors that are highly competent. But ambassadorial positions in America, they just give whoever they like. Golf, people that own golf courses and all kinds of different things, they give it to them. So Bwala was more on the right there. And I felt like the area that they are trying to pursue wasn't, you know, productive in terms of, if you want to question the government's performance, going after ambassadorial list based on temperament just seems, or whether they insulted the president or not, it's just a little bit pedestrian, like you like to put it, pedestrian. That is the proper pedestrian. This is a question to be asking. But I think it is also good that they challenge the government, and I am sorry that the Nigerian government, the Nigerian media, they are not doing enough of challenging of the government. But one of the stuff that jumped out from your comments was that an appointee of the president said something very negative about the Southeasterners, and he still went on to appoint him anyway. Just like Abigail Dabiri is in office after retweeting something so poisonous about the Southeasterners. And that is not her first foray into creating ethnic tensions. So maybe he is just an agent there trying to weaken the Nigerian state as much as possible. But what he's doing doesn't seem to make sense. How can you go and employ somebody if you call yourself a national leader that called a group of people to be thrown into the lagoon? You know, and for the life of me, I don't understand how people behave. You know that is still wrong. He didn't come out to apologize for it. He didn't come out to make amends for it. This is a nation we're talking about that is actually in a fragile state, to the point whereby a foreign nation is threatening to attack us because of it. And you still go and do this. So I really find that disturbing. And one other thing that I find disturbing in the conversation was Bwala, you know, sitting there talking about how MBS went to Washington to go and sign a $600 billion business with America. Does that not jog their mind? What is wrong with our people? When he said that, I can see, if you rewind back, you can see that his face was a little bit weird when he said that, because the sums seems crazy, outlandish compared to where these people have governed us into. Like $600 billion, that's higher than our entire GDP, like 3 times our GDP right now. That's what one man just went to talk, and that country barely has a water source. They are basically in the desert. Yes, they have a lot of oil. So, for the life of me, these people, they don't have any shame, because I don't understand why they sit there.
But Saudi Arabia is one of the wealthiest countries in the world now, so I'm not quite sure they are in a position to do that. We are not. What a third world country.
Switzerland is wealthier. Singapore is wealthier in GDP per capita. So these people, what I feel like is that, how can you, as an official of a nation, one of the nations that should be quite responsible, quite important in the lives of more than 1.5 billion people around the world, and you're talking about, you use the term 600 billion, and it sounds so foreign to you. It shouldn't be foreign to Nigeria at all. And
how can it not be foreign to us when our national budget is about, I don't think we've ever broken through the last time, $4 billion.
Huh? $28 billion
yes,
the last time we did. So
yeah,
but that's a problem, isn't it? That's why I'm saying that they should be vibrating there with sense of
but that's a problem of lack of economic growth. You know, so that's as a result of endless decades of mismanagement, poor deals. Nigeria being part of OPEC, which they should not be, by the way. Nigeria has no business in OPEC. You know, when they are giving us 2 million barrels for 250 million people, and the Saudis are getting 10 million for about 40 million people. So they should not be in OPEC. So that's a result of bad governance.
Yeah, but they are the ones that did it, and he is at the corridor of power now. My point is that if I was the one sitting there, the way I would be talking to those journalists would be like, let's work, let's do something here. You know, like has to be a sense of urgency. Like, look at us. Saudi Arabia just went and signed it. That's not all they are well to. Just signed one deal with America of $600 billion. We can't even talk in that ballpark at all. If we talk $20 billion, it looks like we're about to kill ourselves. And that is
can the United Kingdom talk in that bracket?
Yeah, the United Kingdom talk in that bracket. Do you know how much the United Kingdom spending?
UK can send a UK can spend sign a $600 billion deal.
Yeah, UK spent 300
economy.
UK spent £300 billion on the year of COVID-19 alone, just to respond to COVID-19. £300 billion, not dollars, maybe up to $500 billion. So you can see the UK, those people are on a different level. And for me, when I hear him talk like that, I feel like, why do they not feel alarmed? Why are they not alarmed about our state?
I can tell you why they don't feel alarmed. There are there's a tier system, TIER system in global in the countries of the world. There are top tier countries for reasons of their strategic importance, their religious importance, their economic importance, or their military might. So there's that tier of countries, and then there's a second tier, there's a third tier, there's a fourth tier, etc., etc. Nigeria is a fourth tier country. It's a country barely 70 years. It's a conglomerate of all sorts. It's a country that's still grappling with the concept of nationhood, or what that actually defines us. So Nigeria is not on the same level of the. If you look at Saudi Arabia that's signing this deal, they've had nearly countless decades of unbroken development that has never been interrupted in any way at all. If you look at Nigeria, Nigeria is just a newly created entity that came off the back of the arrested development of that sub-region. So you are comparing apples and oranges. Saudi Arabia is the largest oil stock in the world. Nigeria is an important oil stock, but not to that level. Nigeria has a so you're not drawing
you see, I think all those terms are just terms to gloss over the fact that we are men and other people are men, and we have governed ourselves into a bad state, and we try to
not all men are equal, though.
All men,
as you well know, not all men are equal.
Okay, you talk about tiers, and in terms of tiers, Nigeria should be at the top tier because we are at the forefront. We are the tip of the spear of a population of about 1.5 billion that is actually growing rapidly right now. And we should be at that point where, if we are talking about 600 billion, it shouldn't be like a groundbreaking terms to use, because we have the capacity, we have the manpower, we have the resources, and we have the influence.
But we don't have any of those now. We don't have the capacity. Or are you counting the population as a capacity of manpower?
Because I count it as part of the capacity. Yes.
No, it's not a capacity. It is only a capacity if that population is capacitated. We have out of the 250. Out of the 250 million people that we have, you have in excess of 210 million of them that are unskilled, probably even an abundance of them unintelligent, a lot of them confused by ethno-religious malaise. And so we don't have, it's not an asset unless it's cultivated to be an asset.
Yeah, but isn't that the problem, though? That's exactly what I'm saying. Isn't that the problem? Like, I just talked about how the president went and chose somebody that railed against another tribe. I remember I have two of them that I know now that are in his cabinet that are bigots. Not to mention the statement that his own wife made against other groups in Nigeria. You see these people. That's my point.
Yeah, like, but that's the backdrop of the country, though.
Yeah, but
who in that country is not an ethnic jingoist? Name one single person in that country. Who in that country is not an ethnic religious jingoist?
I'm not. I know young people that are not.
Yeah, the South Ogogoro drinker.
If my own ethnic jingoism, I practice it in a productive manner. I don't do it. The way I would think about it is, okay, you have to develop this region, but in terms of the national interest, I always ensure the national interest is also protected, because I know if the nation does well, my tribe will do well. But many of us are indoctrinated into thinking the opposite.
Yeah, but is that not the recalibration? Is that not the recalibration that is going on now with the government trying to scale up the population?
What the scaling up right now that they are doing is not necessarily coming through. The only scaled up operation that Nigeria.
No, scale up.
No, I think we are skilled enough. I think as
we're
a
skilled
nation,
enough in Nigeria.
Let me explain what I mean.
People coming to build houses in Lagos are from Benin Republic. What skills do we have?
Let me explain what I mean. If you wanted to scale the people that are on the ground right now, it doesn't take long to scale them, because most of the skills we are talking about are relatively low-level skills. that Nigeria needs to actually industrialize. The high-level skills, we have enough skilled, high-level knowledge to be able to make those things happen. It's
I will
just
contend
that
that we don't. We
we have them all over the
we
world.
have a little sliver, a minuscule, high functioning. I think maybe you are too subsumed by the successes of Nigerians internationally. They are only a tiny little. They're a if you look at the population of Nigeria, the success stories are nowhere near an indication of any skill set. In excess of 250 million people and less than 500,000 doing well globally, internationally, and nationally, inclusively, less than 5 million. So we have no skill base. That's just
500,000 is a lot of skilled people. See, let me put it this way. 500,000 is
in a
500,000
250 million population.
Yeah, because the kind of skill we are talking about to transform
equate that
nations.
to Switzerland.
No,
Sweden.
okay, if you go to Switzerland now, the nation was transformed by the people themselves. I just watched a documentary where they were talking about their underground trains, and yeah, you can be able to navigate the entire nation within 124 hours period with a train. You go through every single cantons in that state, like going through every single state in Nigeria in 24 hours. You can do that. And this is one of the most mountainous countries in the world. The bore train lines, feet upon feet, hundreds of feet under the ground. The trains go up mountains. These are people that can build. And the only reason why we are not able to do that is because our leaders are not in that mindset. They are in the mindset of making sure we remain small. And they sit there. The reason why I find it really strange to watch my fellow human beings sit there, use the words 600 billion, and he doesn't feel the need to say, you know what, we are in trouble here. This is not the way to live. I don't know why we are not alarmed by it, because that is so alarming that other people are living on a totally different level and they keep their people on a totally low base. They don't want
but Nigeria is not on the low base, though. I'm not quite sure why you are selling this fool's gold, these snakes or snake oil. What's that phrase again? Snake oil salesman, something that you're doing. Nigeria is not on a low level. If you look at it, because you have to think in relative terms. You know, this is what really often frustrates a lot of these conversations. You try to draw parallel between Nigeria and a first world country. Nigeria is not anywhere near in the trajectory of its evolution, its history, and its longevity as a nation. There's nothing in Nigeria that indicates, if you want to compare Nigeria to Japan, that has been a civilization for a unitary civilization, has been one entity for well over 1,000 years. So you can't draw those parallels now. So where Nigeria is now, Nigeria is actually a lot more advanced than it should be.
That's not fair. There are younger nations that are done way better than Nigeria, like younger nations that we just
younger nations with the same complexity as Nigeria.
Yeah, it's similar complexity. Not in terms of their population and everything. Like Singapore, it's relatively complex.
What's the ethnic mix of Singapore? What's the ethnic mix of Singapore?
They are different types, Chinese, different groups and different religions. They have different groups, different Buddhists, Christians.
Singapore is 60-70% homogeneous in terms of its ethno-religious backdrop.
Not necessarily. What is the dominant religion? That is 60%. I don't think so.
For that, can we clarify something with one man? Because he said about 500,000 globally are successful and about 5 million in Nigeria. One man, what is your benchmark in terms of just give me a number, like your benchmark for human capacity that you can say if you reach this benchmark as a society, we will get to that level. Can you give us a benchmark, man?
Nigeria needs, if we are going just as a nominal 250 million population, Nigeria needs a high-end, high-skilled 20-30 million population.
So that would be about 10% of the population.
Yeah, yes, the 10% of I'm talking real global high-functioning people. So we need that. And then we need medium-skilled, competent people at least a good 40 million of them. And then we need at least another 30 million of skilled at the lower ends of things. So that's the chain of productivity, the idea, the management, and then the staffing. So there's no skill in Nigeria to address with these grants and everything. This guy here is just saying, oh, look at America and look at Nigeria.
Hold on now. So that would be about 80 million of about 40% of your population will be relatively skilled, right? That would
yes, in the various stratas of skills, yes.
About half of them. So that means education, but we don't put priority to that element. We don't focus on educating.
Well, we seem to be now with the.
No, we're not. One man.
What about all of these stratas of intervention that we're seeing now?
No, but that means primary education has to be top priority, which we don't focus on mainly, because you must build capacity from what you build early, right? But we don't focus on primary and secondary education. You have to build for now technical schools, right? That will be your focus. You want to build capacity, like you mentioned people coming from Benin Republic. They have a very vibrant technical school education in Benin Republic. That's the reason why they are very skilled when it comes to building. So are we really focused on that part? We are not. So you can't get that. Okay, let me give you the high mark.
But they're giving grants and stipends to people going to technical schools now in their millions.
Woman, I'm saying that for the 10%, I get that. For the lower tier, I get that. But the middle one that you said was 40%. We're not doing enough. For the majority of what you want, we're not funding.
We're doing sufficient to our budget. If you look at the education strategy of this government now, they are doing the NEL fund, which captures tertiary education. So that's the high end one that we're talking about. But then it also captures skill acquisitions on a technical level as well. So people going to technical schools, to all of these polytechnic.
They are not rebuilding. One man, I can tell you for a fact, they are not building enough technical schools or bringing back the old ones, not fast enough. I have people on ground. You know, I told you that is the issue with
vocational training. That's the phrase I was looking for.
But they're not building enough or even reviving the old ones.
I think education is not going to be the reason why we don't advance, because many nations, when they transform themselves, the position you start from is you can see that they are actually making a move to transform themselves. Then they start building the capacity as they go along. China was not China like this 30 years ago.
Forefathers, I was only saying that because Walmart broke it down to three tiers, right? It said high skilled, middle, and low level skills. So if you break it down at all levels, government needs to get funds in some areas to scale it up. Now, I don't know how long or how soon we can achieve one man's benchmark of 80 million people. Maybe 10 years, 1 man, 15 years. How soon can we at least get to half of that?
I think we may be able to do that quicker than that, because like I said, there's grants being given to vocational training and then tertiary education and all of that. So the vocational trainings, they usually come within like a year. It's traditionally it's not really more than a year of training. So if they continue to churn them out at that vocational level training, and then the tertiary education ones, I think we're going to see at least 2-3 cycles under the Tinubu 8 years. So that's about what? How many? That's about 10 million people right there that will be skilled at the tertiary level. And those 40 millions can be captured if they really dedicate the funds to the vocational training space as well.
One man, can I come into that with some numbers to that regard?
Only if you speak louder. We can barely hear you.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, carry on.
So I'm looking at some numbers there just of Google roughly. Okay, this is assisted by Google's AI machine. So student enrollment as of 2018-2019 says about 1.8 million undergrads across the somewhat around 274 institutions, which is 2024. So if we make an adjustment for about 10%, we're looking at less than 2 million. So over a 3-year period there, for undergraduates there, you're only looking at tops 6 million. and that is if you have full capacity.
I think,
What
like
about
I
the
said,
vocational training?
we are
Sorry?
going too much into the weeds.
Of that,
We're going too much into the weeds.
The Open University has the largest enrollment as of 2019, which is about
No, technical schools, polytechnics, diploma
Um,
courses.
well, yeah, I do believe those guys do take the largest volume of undergraduate, HMD and whatnot there, and yeah, maybe that's where we should focus. But even at that, I don't think technical schools have more than another maybe 2 million, 3 million students per year. It is grossly inadequate there when you look at the birth rates, well over 5%. So you have
Five
to look at it at the,
children per woman, not 5%.
yeah.
See, we need to be talking on a higher level here, because we have to look at the direction we are going. And like I said, when Bwala uses that term, it shows you that we are not even anywhere close to the direction we should be traveling. And the idea that education is at the core of our problem, we have enough educated people to do what needs to be done for the country to get out of the mess that it's in. It doesn't stop us from manufacturing this relatively low level products. We can do that. We can sell amongst ourselves, even if the Western people don't want to buy from us. Many African countries will require some of those services. So we have the skills. It's just like my real issue is with the people themselves and the leaders. They seem to think this is normal behavior where other people are living 10, 50 steps ahead of you, and we think that is normal. Death, there will be consequences to it. And then he goes on to talk about the security situation in the country, how we are undermined. And based on his description, I think maybe altogether maybe 70,000 police officers may be available by the end of 1 year or so, with training and moving them from VIPs and all the stuff that they want to do. Then in the military, just 20,000. This is something, it means that they are not still serious people. They don't want to do what needs to be done. And I don't know how to tell our people that these people don't have a clue what they are doing. They really don't. And they are governing us to the ground. That's why we're getting poorer and poorer. Nigeria years ago was about $500 billion GDP. Today we are a $250 billion GDP. What kind of country is the way we are being run by this kind of human beings that don't see the bigger picture at all.
What are you doing about it? Because
I'm complaining now. I'm telling you what is going on. And believe me, I'm on the ground too.
Arrow, to for that point, I did some little AI questioning just to see what we have and what we need to build. We have about 150 technical schools right now. And according to what AI is saying, Nigeria needs at least one technical school for each local government. You need one. And you then need to reform their curriculum and bring in private sector. That is what AI is saying.
And I think capacity as well, because I think sometimes we have a lot of space.
So that's the reason why I asked one man, like, what do we have right now and what are we building? Are we building towards having 700 to 800 technical schools? So because the interest is there, people want to learn. That is the bit of the Nigerian. If you give them the opportunity, they will enroll.
How is education going to get you to do what needs to be done if the people don't want to do it? They will just educate you. Do you know what will happen? No, let me tell you what I'm saying. Do you know after you educate people, they will just go overseas and work with you? No. What is the point if your people don't want to build, your leaders don't want to build? You just educate them to go and work for other people.
I'm saying that they should hold on. My point is that they should build those technical schools first. At least let's have something there for them to attend. That skill has to be there for them to even travel first. They must have the skills first, right? So build that.
If you are offered technical schools versus national security, which one would you choose first?
Choose both. You must be
first. If you have to choose,
you can work and chew gum now.
No, if you have to choose one first, that's my point.
No, it's not about choosing. It's about what is the reason. If I can do both, if I can secure myself and also get my people educated, I'm going to do both.
I know you can, but sometimes you have to prioritize one first because after you do that one, then the other one you can scale it up. massively.
is more like ignoring one for another, which is I don't think
It's not ignoring. I'm saying we already have educated people. We don't have zero. It's just that many of them are going overseas.
we don't have
All,
enough. Is
if
the
all the
point?
Nigerians that are overseas come back to Nigeria, Nigeria will become developed.
But
They are
but
going overseas.
so-
We have educated people.
Not everybody that goes
we don't
overseas
have
is
enough.
educated or productive.
To one man's point, we don't have enough people. I know online. This one is this one. We don't have enough Nigerians doing well globally. I'm sorry, maybe 500,000.
Yeah, we
something like
don't. We
that.
don't. When
But
you
Half a
compare,
million is a lot of people.
it's not no for what you need. No, forget
Not compared to the population and the
exactly
need.
for them to
Don't
even
compare to
handle
the
Low-level
population and the
skills,
need.
low-level skills are not that hard to generate. When we talk about high-level
And by the way,
skills,
sorry,
half a million
Tunaja,
of them, that's a lot.
gentlemen, I'm going to drop in about 5 minutes. Tunaja, you can coordinate it. I'll be away for about 20 minutes, but carry on.
All right. Yeah. So if Nigeria has, let's say, 500,000, this is highly skilled people, that is 500,000, like doctors, engineers, scientists, different things, highly educated people. You can transform a nation with far less than that.
so tonight, let's look at it. Okay, okay. So we understand the problem. Okay, we've all defined roughly what the general idea of the problem is. So let's look at some numbers. Okay, so Nigerians, we estimate that we're going to have 7.6 million births in 2025. Also assuming that those births will be births that we believe to term and children that survive past their first year. So that's 7.6 million new individuals that we need to plan for over the next several years. Okay, so we already say that we only have about university capacity about, let's say, about 8 million. Okay, probably less. Okay, but do we take into account that there are individuals that can be productive in the society that might not have a technical education, that might not necessarily have a standardized tertiary education, a bachelor's degree, that who can have a vocational training, become very competent in their vocational training, be very productive, and in fact, some of these individuals will actually be more productive and actually add to the economy of that.
You are walking around inside your house away from the phone.
Sorry,
So
can you
I
hear
said
me?
we couldn't hear you for a while. Yeah.
Really,
We
I don't
couldn't
know
hear you
why.
for a while.
I'm actually using my headset. I don't know why it's not audible. Or you know what?
Tunaja, please check private chat.
All right. Let me
What
check.
about now? What about now? Can you hear me better now?
No, I can hear you loud and clear now.
Oh yeah. I didn't set up my mic now. So I'm saying that we understand there's about 7.6 million new births.
Aro, can you get off Bluetooth? You are like drifting in and out. Man.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just saying. Can you? I think I can be heard better now.
We can hear
So
you
I'm
now.
just,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm saying, do we take into account that there's individuals who are vocationally trained, who don't have a tertiary qualification, who don't have might not have necessarily obtained their vocational training?
No, because it's not standardized in some aspects. Like when it comes to construction, it's not standardized where you have like those from Benin Republic that I've worked for me in my own construction. They actually go to technical schools where they are issued a certificate and they know what they can do when it comes to building. We don't have that in Nigeria where you can say, okay, this is my skill, this is what I've learned, and this is what I do when it comes to construction. It's based on what you learn from somebody, or we don't have that. So you must change your curriculum if you want people to train. Like, okay, for you to have to do A, B, C, and D when it comes to building, you must go to this class for 6 months or for 7 months in technical school. But
Do
you
we
must
even have
expand.
do we have a framework?
But you must expand the capacity, because we only have about 150 technical schools in the whole country. Imagine.
Okay,
You
so
can't get everybody to come in.
can we even
You
look
have
at
the
the
capacity to
education
do that.
ministry? Does the education ministry have a framework for the future? Because that's one thing I look
But
at.
they don't, is my
Serious countries,
point. I
serious
don't see
countries do.
anything. I
When
have
you look at
technical school in front of where I grew up in Abeokuta. I still asked about it. They have not even, it's still abandoned even till now.
yeah, because it has to come from the top.
Why do you guys like to talk on a micro level constantly? It's like you can't discuss stuff on a macro level, because the real issue we have in Nigeria is on the macro level. It's not on this or whether you have technical schools or not. We know our people are intelligent enough to study. I've worked in Nigeria. If you want to train people, you can scale it up very quickly, especially with technology available now. You can train 50,000 people in a week if you wanted to.
I am not saying that, but you must have a place to do the training. Is what I'm saying. Like you said.
To Naija, did you see my message?
Yeah. I'm
So
trying to get it.
it's not me discussing macro level conversation. My point is that if you want to scale it up, there have to be locations where you. So if you already have an existing location where you have like for 35 that has been abandoned, you can revive and expand it, or build on whatever they had before. That's my point. So it's not a micro level discussion. What you were saying,
but then that's a money matter. Then. So we need to look at funding. We look at. I looked at last week. And I noticed I think they committed about 30%.
Arrow, you are drifting too much now. Just make the adjustment so we can hear you.
You come back and say, really? You got to go walking around, yo.
Ben, we see Mike.
I'm using a headset, so I don't know why it's not working right.
You are walking away from your phone. Maybe your phone is using the microphone off the phone, not of your headset.
I'm actually on my laptop. I'm on my laptop, but I'll sort it out.
Fix your on a laptop, change it to default on StreamYard. When you do default, it will just stay there. Maybe don't use change it to default mic. So
okay. So what I'm saying is this. Oh, I actually lost the train of thought. Yeah, let's. I'll
no. You said for funding. It was about funding.
Oh yeah, funding. So Enugu committed about 30% to education. We need to see that across the country, and we need a Ministry of Education that actually has a 20-year plan. Okay, look at China. Okay, China, India, these are countries that actually are where they are right now when it comes to STEM. Okay, because 20 years ago, 15 years ago, 10 years ago, they committed money. They had a plan, so that from the children, from the primary, even from kindergarten. They actually have a plan for how these children are going to come. I was reading somewhere, when you look at the AI, okay, more than 50% of the best AI individuals, when you look at AI and building the models for AI, the engineers, more than 50% of them come from between Taiwan, China, and that area.
Sorry, I have a quick question. Remember back in the day that even when it comes to technical skills, that was even something like that you built in secondary school, the junior high.
Yeah.
Remember that?
All right. So sorry, Aro. To Naija, I've checked your email. I'm going to bail now. I'll still be there, but I'm not active. So it's over to you, to Naija.
Before you leave, what's going on? Why your friend is praising Tinubu what's going on? I wish it's the real.
Who's praising Tinubu?
Pansat is praising Tinubu in the comments.
No. Pansat said Tinubu is inadvertently carrying out a Southeastern agenda. That's what he thinks.
Sorry.
He says he's undoing what Buhari did. That's what.
Sorry.
You know, Pansat now is on medication.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry. All right.
Yeah. So we need to be serious in Nigeria.
So check your email to Naija.
We are not serious in the country. We need to really pick it up. We really need to.
Yeah. So for me, having only 150 technical schools is beyond disappointing, and I don't know what they have. I mean, I read that they are building more technical schools right now. Country. I don't know how many. Maybe Aro. I don't have.
But it's not just building schools. They have to build the schools. They have to build the hostels. So all the supporting facilities as well that go with that. We have to improve on our digital network services. When you look at telecoms, when you look at now I know we are making improvements with fiber optics and delivery of high-speed broadband internet across the country. These are the things we have to improve on our power supply. Okay, as we build these schools, as we build more infrastructure, as we come up there, we need energy. Energy is a serious conversation across the world, and it's a very serious conversation these days because of the prevalence and the increase of data centers across the world. Data centers are located when data centers are being located these days. When you look at New York, for instance, New York has attracted an investment from Micron in the last several years. Micron building a big park. Okay, and that's around energy.
Go back to
We can't even
fundamentals.
transmit energy.
See, I
These are the
don't understand. I
fundamentals.
wasn't from a tech background. I will be seduced by some of all these things you are talking about. I don't know why people are so fascinated, like they get some kind of street cred when they talk about technology. Technology is not everything. It's not even everything. It's not even close. Your people are not operating normally. Did you just hear what Bwala said? First, they go and appoint somebody that is an ethnic bigot into the cabinet, and that's as a spokesman for the president. Then you go on talk about MBS of Saudi Arabia going to sign $600 billion. That is 3 times our Nigerian GDP with Trump, while we are still here like fools. Then he went on to acknowledge that, okay, we want to recruit more people. Then he went on to acknowledge that there are too many ungoverned spaces in Nigeria. Like these people, we are a total joke. And now we want to start talking about power supply to plant at technical schools. What is wrong with us? This is madness. You have to talk about the big stuff first. If you don't deal with this big stuff, the rest is just details. You're going to train those people. They're going to go overseas to go and work. Many Nigerians today, almost 1 million Nigerians are working online right now for people overseas. Make no mistake. They're not working for Nigeria. They're working for people overseas. When are you going to start building your own? You see your leaders, they don't want to secure your country, and they talk as if we are meant to be poor and live in destitute lives. How can you at the same time not like what you are seeing on the street and allowing this type of narrative to carry on? I don't know how we allow it to carry on. I don't subscribe to that. We should be questioning all this and demanding that these things need to change. We seriously need to start doing our own manufacturing. We seriously need to start doing, if we are going to be securing our space, we seriously need to recruit into doing that. If you want to educate people, make sure those people you are educating are actually going to develop your country. And if your country is not secure, you don't have good facilities, you don't have anything for them, what do you think you are doing? You are driving them overseas to go and work overseas.
Sorry, quick question. Those getting loans, do they have a clause where you have to work for government 2-3 years and you cannot leave the country within 5 years?
Of course not. Nothing. They are trading them overseas.
That's dumb now. If I'm going to give you money for education, then you must then serve the country at least for 3 to 5 years before you.
No, there's no clause like that attached.
They don't have anything. The Chinese have it, but our people again, as always, we treat our people to just be like slaves.
To Niger, you know very well that will not flow. You know that if the government,
then you don't get the money. Arrow, I'm sorry. If I need to,
don't let us act obtuse. We know
I'm
that
saying
that has been put in.
You
know what has been come from the opportunity.
I'm saying that not in all fields. Don't get me wrong. Not in all fields, but there are critical areas where you need these people.
But
that's what I'm saying.
BT, 4 years ago or thereabouts, the former Minister of Health under the Buhari government tried to suggest that any medical doctor that graduates from an institution in Nigeria, because medical health, I mean, the degrees is heavily subsidized. When you look at how much it costs for a medical doctor to go through the institution in Nigeria and graduate and become a medical doctor, it's substantially cheaper than anywhere else in the world. And because they wanted to address the outflow of medical doctors who had recently graduated out of Nigeria, they tried to suggest that those individuals would have to work for say a number of years in Nigeria, and nurses as well, before they will be given some kind of certificate for which they can then use to go and work abroad. Okay, I think there's some medical council certificate that
then
but there was an uproar. There was an absolute uproar. There was murder about it. So we like to say these things as a people, but when the government in place tries to do something that's logical or implement something to that effect, we claim that they are wicked.
No,
we claim that
let me clarify my point. Where I'm coming from. We can do what Cuba is doing, where you actually expand the capacity for those medical schools, where you have enough to even send out on your own. You'll be the one sending them out, but you have enough at home. So if the demand for your MDs are that high globally, then expand the capacity where you have enough to train to send out, where retaining enough for your own country. Like Cuba does it now.
I know they're successful for several reasons. They are successful, number one, because there's actually a lot of national pride from those individuals who are invested personally in the idea that they want to repatriate some of their funds, because I believe there's actually an agreement there whereby some
Yeah,
of
you pay
the
some
earnings
of your earnings
is
to back home.
repatriated back home. Now, Nigerians are not like that. Although we repatriate, okay, to our families as a personal decision. Yeah,
No,
and the government might benefit.
No, it is
from it.
based. No, it's based on the agreement you sign with those with those countries when they're bringing your doctors in. So it's not like because they love the country.
See, let's face it. Those people that are going, most of them they are lost, and maybe all their income they make from overseas. If we are lucky, Nigeria will see 10% of it. And this is why you remember Nigeria spend money educating these people. Then they go overseas and starve them there. So as if they are not rich enough, we also help educate our people to go there and work for them. Like with the little money that we have. Everything we do seems to be designed to be poor. And this is what Dangote said about how we export wealth and import poverty. This is the nonsense that we need to change the dynamics.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? You know, they always label Nigeria's education as very poor, low quality. But when they need you, all of a sudden you become highly skilled. In the UK now, because I have friends that teach in the UK. You know, they studied all the life in Nigeria, but they moved to the UK. Then they are highly skilled now. But they finished they graduated in a so-called poor third world country. So how come they're good enough when you need them, but they're not good enough to function within their own system?
Is that not what I told you, that we have enough people? We always see our people as not being good enough. We have enough people. If you give them in a good enough country, Nigeria in so many ways is good, you know. If we give them a good enough environment, they are not going to go overseas. They want to develop the country. I don't. This is a very simple problem. We just have stupid leaders sitting there, just keep doing the wrong things and not see any problem with it at all. It's like I don't understand it. How they can openly, like, do you know our national budget last year equivalent was around $28 billion? Bwala on this video was just out there and said MBS of Saudi Arabia went and signed $600 billion deal. That is not their national budget. $600 billion deal with Trump alone. This is the scale of difference that we are living in here. And I find that really, really troubling that these guys, if I was in that position at Bwala right now, I wouldn't even be arguing with these journalists. I'll say, let's work together. In short, we will be forming a government of national unity. Everybody has to come together. This is an emergency. These people don't show any sense of that.
But to Nigeria, you have to preface this against the history of the country, where we are coming from, history of poor management of our economy, poor management of resources. We have been very poor and very terrible for a long, long time. Now, we now need to look at the bigger picture and say, are we moving in the right direction? Are we moving fast enough in the right direction? Those are the two questions we need to ask ourselves. What else do we have to do? You know, while we move
backward now. That's my point. We've been moving backward.
And you contend that we are still moving backward?
Let me say, a decade ago, Nigeria GDP was more than $500 billion. Today, it's less than a quarter, which is less than 250 billion instead of over 500 billion. How do you
know why that
is? Go backward?
You know why that is?
We know why that is. We know why that is because our people govern us to that position. That's my problem. Why are other people not doing the same thing to their countries? Why is it always us? And we keep accepting it like, oh, we know where that is. Let's live like that. Are you asking me to die?
You have a situation like
you ask me to die or something.
Historically, we've not our growth rate has not matched our population growth. That's one, and that affects GDP. And really, yes, I do agree with you. We've mismanaged this nation already for decades.
They will be smiling. They will be smiling. This is why Fela call it suffering and smiling. Fela saw this long time ago. He used the terms. They smile as if they don't know what is going on. They are dying and they are smiling. They don't see the dangers that they are putting in the next generation. They are going backward. How can President Buhari have a budget of about $48 billion, $49 billion in 2022, and in 2024 we are seeing a budget of $28 billion. It's like you are governing yourself backward. And if you see them when they were presenting the budget, you think
and yet no subsidy was paid.
Exactly, without subsidy, and yet your budget still went down. It's like, what kind of people are this? There's no alarm in them at all.
Okay. Now,
I will be calling for a government of national unity. Everybody in the country will be involved in reviving that nation.
To Nigeria, you
Instead, they are
understand
playing sectional games.
To Nigeria, you understand our budget is drawn. Okay, you understand it. It's really just a balance. Okay, it's a balance. Okay, between revenue generation and expectations on expenditure. Do you expect now? To Nigeria, I know very well that if this government went, because the budget is only going to be a surplus, but it's going to be a deficit. Okay, based on how well they can generate more revenue and how they can manage expenditure. Okay, within reason. Okay, taking into considerations growth and all these things, right?
Do they actually fulfill what's the highest? Like, what
I
is
think
it?
about 85% on the best of days, and I think that's even false. I think maybe 60%.
That was OBJ, right? Was it not
I think
OBJ?
it's not even OBJ. Buhari claimed that they hit 85% one time, but I think maybe realistically maybe 60%. But what I'm trying to say to Nigeria is this: you know for a while for a fact that if we run a deficit, which means that we might have to go and borrow, that is also going to trigger a lot of complaints from the people who would say that we are borrowing too much and that we can't sustain the borrowing. So really, the real issue is we need to grow the revenue. Now, I'm looking forward to what will become of us when we have these new tax laws, and how we can actually then say, okay, are we bringing more money in? Because I think there's a lot of waste in the country. And I think there's a lot of money that's not captured.
The Nigerian people themselves are part of the sabotaging of the nation when they prioritize spending dollars. They basically get Naira, convert it to dollars and keep it, because they feel that dollars will remain stable, but Naira will be shifting left and right. So they bet against their own currency, and then the government ends up even spending more dollars to defend the currency. It's like, and instead of the government to pursue a policy of minimizing the dollar demand and preventing a lot of imports that are not helping develop the country. Like when the Bwala government did the farming program that they did in Nigeria to start growing rice and a few other cereals, grains, that was making a lot of headway. Then this government came in because of their policies that they instituted. They say, oh, the people needed food and everything. They use another excuse again to open the floodgate for foreign goods to flood Nigerian market. Now, the Nigerian farmers are struggling to catch up again. Now, they are destroying the so-called industry that they were meant to protect. How are we going to dig our way out of this if we cannot even do something the right way so that the people actually start doing value-added manufacturing? The only value-added manufacturing we see right now in Nigeria that has really scaled up is Dangote refinery. Thank goodness for that. If Dangote refinery didn't exist and this government did the policy that they are pursuing, we will be seeing an uprising in Nigeria right now. If without that Dangote refinery, that's the only spark of hope that says, okay, it's not impossible for Nigeria to start industrializing, because that's one of the basic industry that you have to have. But we don't see the government looking to create other billionaires in other industries. I don't understand it. If I was President Tinubu, I'll be pushing a lot of the Nigerian rich men and say, if you don't do it, I will kill you myself.
Okay, so
I'll give you the license,
can I ask you?
But you are going to be a billionaire, but you have to build these things.
Hold on. You know, there are incentives for people to do what you want them to do. So what will you put in place if you want them to, like, you know, Dangote was saying that, oh, they stop buying ABC and they invest in Nigeria, but you have to have incentives. So what will you put in place if you were Tinubu to attack their interest? You want to invest the money?
Zero tax on their imports. If you want to, let's say mining, let's say one person wants to do mining of whatever material, lithium or something, I'll say, you Nigerian, you have the skill, you've been overseas, come, you're your family, come, let's talk about this. I'll give you all the license you need. I'll give you all the license. You are not going to pay zero tax on anything you import to Nigeria.
Well, I think they already have that. They already have that.
Hold on, let me finish now. Let me finish. I will provide the land and the facilities for you. Your job is to make sure you get this done. And if you don't do it, I will come for you. I'll cook for you personally, and you're going to pay the price for it. Because what Nigerians do is that when you give them this type of privileges, they abuse it. They will use it to bring imports and start using it to get quick money, turn around. And that is what I will warn against. If you try that, because I will make you a billionaire, I will make you a billionaire. But if you try to betray it, your life will be forfeit. I will do everything to make sure you pay.
And the reason is before any one of them is be given license, a lot of corruptions has take place. So that's why
they don't need corruption. I don't need corruption. Don't
I'm
bribe me.
just telling you the reason. I'm just telling you the reason. And unfortunately, we don't have government who have that mind of bringing himself to the investors, himself, having conversation with them, sitting with them. They always go through agency. And the agency will turn into business. And these people will collect money from the investors and use the money to go and build house they will never live in. This is the problem we have.
Yeah, but then I think the new tax laws can address some of these issues if it's applied correctly.
For me, it's very simple. You look men in the eye, because elites are elites, they know each other. You look your fellow elite in the eye, say, you are my man, and this is the direction we need to go as a nation. I want you to be a billionaire. I want you to be this rich. I want you to be this. This is the direction we have to go. And if you don't want it, fine, get out of the way. We'll find somewhere that's going to need that opportunity. There are a lot of people that are highly educated, highly skilled, strong, and that are willing to do these things. You bring them in on board. And all those old khakis, all those old kakos that refuse to do the right thing, if they stand in the way of the new ones, I will bury them.
Can a president, a democratically elected president, who has a 4-year term, if he's in his first term, is under some kind of pressure, if he has aspirations to rerun a second term, do you think he can actually look at the elites?
I don't care. Even if it's 4 years, by the time I'm done,
because the elites they can sit you out, you know. The elites can sit down and wait you out.
They can sit down. No, you use the elite against the elite. Remember, I didn't say only one elite. You create other elites. You have to create. If the old elites don't want to change, like, to be fair, they didn't want to change with Dangote too.
Why don't you now use people? Use people. Why elites? Use people against them.
The reason why I'm talking about elites here, because you have to scale up. You have to, because ordinary people don't scale. Or to be fair, you could use people to be, because Ethiopia did the same thing with their dam that they built. They used the people to build that dam. So it's not impossible. I don't have anything directly against that. My point is that you can use an elite and say, build in a rail, you are going to dominate it. In fisheries, you are going to be the billionaire, not these Chinese that are coming to take all our fish.
Like you have in South Korea?
Yes, you just appoint families in different areas that are going to just dominate these industries. And anybody that steps in their way, the state will be behind you to build those industries.
You agree with the South Korean model of making?
I don't have any problem with it because it works. I don't have any issues with it. It works.
But
anything that works.
You think it's justifiable in a country like ours where we have the diversity?
I think you can, because if you don't make it tribal, if you start making it tribal, that's where you have a problem.
Yeah, but I will create elites everywhere. It's going to become abuse at some stage.
I will create elites everywhere.
There is a way to have it done. I use the indigenous of the area you want them to develop, so that they will know that they themselves are the one in charge of their life.
Yeah, but why do you use that family and not my family?
No, I don't know why I'm using the term elite. It's billionaires. I mean, I will be creating billionaires.
Yeah. Like the South Korean model. But why do you make that family billionaires? They now have
the reason why you do that is because generally it works. You are fading away like somebody that is flying to another planet.
Why use? Well, I'm kind of making you realize that this is, you are speaking from. Let's do this. But when it comes down to it, and then when it gets to implementation, it's going to cause conflict locally, regionally, even within.
Which conflict is it going to cause? Who is going to cause the conflict?
Conflict between families. You go to somewhere like Anambra. Okay, let's say you go to Anambra. You select someone in Anambra. Anambra is a place where you have several individuals and enterprises. So you select this family and you decide that that's the family. How do you, what metric do you use to select a particular individual or the particular.
Okay, let's put it this way.
No,
Let's
they
not
will
worry
bring,
about
they will bring
family.
their proposal now.
Exactly. Let's not put it from the point of view just family, in individual, because like Dangote now is Dangote family, isn't it? If you select one person, the person will make you have to know that person is worthy. And like I said, I don't care. Anybody that stands in their way, they should just be prepared, they will be destroyed. Like that's it. Because the reason why they will be destroyed is because for the greater good of the millions of people that are in Nigeria. Because you need to
think
create these
American
people
model is
to help
better.
the country to move forward. Pardon?
I think the classical American model, which is what we all say we follow, is what is better, where let everybody compete.
Where did they get that America? Everybody's competing. Everybody's competing in America.
It's not the same anymore. I know it's not the same anymore. But I'm saying the classical the classical capitalist idea is the best person would come.
That is
Carnegie didn't become the best just out of.
Are you following the Netflix deal? Are they really competing fairly?
They're not competing now.
Come on now.
It's whoever pays the king.
Exactly.
These big guys in America and the West, it's one company, like I think the British East Indian company, and Dutch East India company. There was a time it was larger than nations. These are companies, private companies that were larger than nation. Because what I discovered was that capitalist system, there are different ways that they manifest their wealth and power. It's through private enterprise. And you have to, if we claim we are running a capitalist system, it's sometimes we run capitalist system in one way and the next thing we want to be socialist. You can't do both of them. You have to be capitalist to the max. Create those billionaires. I'm even surprised that some European countries that we like to see as socialists, they have per population more billionaires than Americans, which is crazy. You have to create people that can scale things, or people that own Google. It's very hard for them to be controlled by the entire population, at least the way the world is right now. So they create people that can create efficiency for the country.
Sorry, the impact of free trade zones to achieve what you're saying, because I listened to Ogunlesi talking about his renewed interest in Ogun State now that they have all this. Do you think building more free trade zones will encourage these billionaires to not only come but also bring their friends?
Yes, I think maybe Nigeria should even be a free trade area. You see, Nigeria has come to a point whereby, if you look at the resources we are getting coming in, it's useless. It's nothing for us. So why not just bring the industries here, invite the industries here, make Nigeria one large free trade zone? Why not? What are we getting? What else are we getting? Let them come in here, invest, give them security, they will invest, and remember, the staff will still pay tax. The staff will still be paying tax to the state. Compared to what we are getting now, that would be far more profitable for them.
Aro, do you agree with that? That the entire Nigeria should be a free trade zone?
We can compete with Dubai now. Dubai, why do you think Dubai is doing well and many Arab countries are doing good? Because they are free trade areas. What? No. What do you think you are going to lose if you can do it for the next 50 years? Let's say it's not forever. You can say for the next 40, 20, 30 years, the entire Nigerian space is a free trade area. I really think that is a radical change. If you can do that, it's a radical shift. Because Nigeria needs something. We need something to change the dynamics on the continent. Why? No, all the tax we are putting in place, what good have it done us? We are governing ourselves into poverty. Is it not better to say, you know what? Any company that is paying 20%, 15% tax everywhere else, if they come to Nigeria, they can save themselves billions of dollars.
But I have to then say, okay, maybe I won't say for all, but I would say, let's say you have a capacity, you have like 50 workers or 100, then you qualify for that. You must put some qualifiers. You cannot just say everyone. So you must meet.
Yes. I think that is better.
So if you get to, let's say, if you get to 1,000, then you go to 5%. Like the higher you scale up and you expand your network or your capacity, it becomes very cheaper for you to import. So you must put incentive for people to want to grow, to want to expand.
The reason why I will go with free trade, one, to capture attention first, number one, so that it's simple. You don't want to complicate it. You don't want to complicate it. Don't start to give people double this, because that double this you are doing is not saving a lot of money anyway. So just drop everything Anybody that wants to trade, come in and trade. Just put your business in Nigeria. Make sure you employ the locals. Don't bring foreigners to come and take most of the positions.
But
Those are the little things that you can demand.
You have, you should have guardrails, like you're saying, like in terms of hiring people and all that. I'm saying that because you said that you will have people that will still pay taxes. So I want you to come in and hire Nigerians, right? But not foreigners. So you must put that in there. But to have enough of them, you must encourage them to scale up as quick as possible. And how do you do that? Through tax incentives. So Nigeria right now, the tax for is close to 1/3 of your, which is insane. It's too high.
Which tax are we talking about? Corporate tax.
Corporate tax is too high in Nigeria.
That's why I say you drop it to zero.
How can you be paying almost 30%? 1/3 of your money is going to that is ridiculous.
I don't want that. If I was a Nigerian leader, I would say I don't want that. Just bring the businesses to Nigeria.
What's the new recommendation with the new tax law?
They argue, no, don't mind this idiot. They say we're going to do 25%. I'm like, look at these morons. You're not serious. You're not come down to at least 10 or 11%. You cannot be going.
You need to
I'm not going to. If I'm going to tax at all, I'll make it 3%. But I'm not going to tax. The way I look at it is that you heard what Bwala said. 600 billion. Somebody's going to sign a deal versus our $28 billion. So the scale is so far apart. If you bring the companies into Nigeria, they will pay. The employees will pay tax. The employees will go and buy things. There are so many things they're going to do. They are going to get offices. Those offices, they pay tax for building material. They pay VAT. They will pay tax in other ways. But corporate tax, zero.
Let me clarify. Do you know what qualifies you for corporate tax at that level? If you make more than 100 million, that is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. Before they start taxing that 25%, isn't it?
100 million. That's it? No, you can't do that.
They should be taxing people. I don't know why Nigerians like tax. So did you hear about the internal generated revenue that we generate in Nigeria? That is chicken change. Why do you care about that? Don't worry about that. Let the companies come in, because these companies are the ones that transformation. That's how they transform China. That's how you transformation. You have to make Nigeria a tax haven. Let them bring their money. Switzerland is one of the richest countries in the world.
I won't say zero, but on that one, maybe under 5 or 6%.
Oh, look at that. You still want to pick their pocket. No, why are you worried? Make it zero. Make it zero. I don't know. All this half-hearted measure is what gets us into this mess.
I'm saying that from 30 to 5 is significantly, that's significant, but you still earn a little. Then you can scale it, you can come down to your zero thing maybe in 5 or 10 years. My point. Don't do it overnight. Then 20, then 10.
Try to understand what I'm saying here. Okay. Think from the point of view of the investor. They'll be thinking 30%. Okay, let's say they reduce it to 25%. Oh no, let's say they reduce it to 20%. No, 15%. They will still be thinking, even if it's 15%, but there is that continent, the resources, everything is hard to do there. They don't have the connections yet, but if they hear is zero, they'll be thinking, there are not that many places that is this large. That have the population, that have the population to do the job. Maybe I should consider it. They will start thinking, because other places have tax regimes now. Okay. Nigeria needs to attract.
Let me what you just said. Even if you bring it to zero, they also have this concern about Nigeria, where one government will make a law, the next person comes in and just change the whole thing. So how can you convince me, if I have money to put that, if somebody else comes in, they will not change that 0% tax law?
That is a very valid point. It's a very, very valid point. So by doing that, one of the things you also have to tie into that, like I said, you have to be a popular leader. If you are a popular leader in a nation, they will know that it's not going to change anytime soon. That is become part of the nation.
Popularity does not guarantee.
It does. Let me give you the reason why it does. Because it means that if you are popular because of such policies, it means that people have bought into it and they will not change. Just like people bought into different.
It will become an idea, an idea that people want to drive to grow their country.
All right.
So anybody that is coming in.
Was Buhari a popular leader?
It wasn't very popular in so many areas of Nigeria.
But to my question, where we don't have that CMS kind of nonsense again, where I want to put my money in is zero, this, then one person say, cancel the whole thing. But I already have my money in the system already working.
Okay. Was Obasanjo a popular leader?
I mean, he was.
No,
Yes.
a little bit, but was not universally,
But
universally
don't let us
popular.
deceive ourselves. Obasanjo came in 1999. He instigated quite a number of projects, of major ideas that you would have thought would have seen into the future. For instance, he decided to privatize quite a lot of industry. He decided to privatize refineries, for instance, of which Dangote and Petroleum invested in, I think, 2 refineries, at least 1 refinery, and they're proposing to, invest in a second refinery. They paid the money, put the money forward. They had a plan in action. But the next president, who Obasanjo himself installed, using a very poor election, he decided, because of pressure and influence from advisors, to rescind that.
No, I think what I mean by popularity is that, one, the individual needs to be popular, and the policy needs to be seen to be popular.
But the policy was popular. The privatization policy at the time.
Okay, let's say it was popular. Most of the privatization that he did, it wasn't reverse. It was not reverse. If anything, we are going forward in that direction.
But even the privatization, was it very successful? Telecoms? Was telecoms as successful?
Okay. No. Telecoms was successful in many ways, actually. It was successful. We have so many telecoms companies now providing broadband and phone services.
But Obasanjo's privatization of Nitel, for instance.
But you can't see the point here.
Nitel was just stripped of his assets by the people that bought Nitel.
Yes, but by doing that also, he created other private institutions too. Now, if you want to reverse that again to state-owned this thing, you're probably going to have a bit of a problem on your hand, because technically people are happy with the network that they are using. Not like they're happy with the speed most of the time, but they're happy with the fact that they have internet access. They can go to, Twitter and whatever.
But the whole idea of selling Nitel was so that you can then have a competition, because we already had the likes of Glo, Airtel, sorry, not even Glo as much at the time, but MTN, Airtel, I think it was Econet and whatever. But we had a few of those companies there present before the whole presentation of Nitel was completed. But what I'm trying to say is the whole idea of selling Nitel was so that Nitel then will become a major competition, because it already has a lot of facilities. It's been a lot of what would have been government facilities and what government infrastructure that government put money into was being transferred into this private entity, which would then be able to use that advantage to build a very strong competition that would have a lot of domestic concept to it. But that Nitel never became that. Nitel is dead and gone. And the
I think your point you are making is no. You see, what I'm saying is not even debatable. It's just obvious. Like in societies where leaders come in, the policy that they pursue, if it is popular, is often protected. They don't like to remove it. Like in the case of the UK, you have the NHS that was popular when it was introduced, and because of that, even the conservative government that don't like it, that don't believe in it, cannot remove it anymore. It's like your religion. If you believe in a religion,
the NHS has been weakened.
Let me give you an incontrovertible one. Give you an incontrovertible one. If a people are converted into a religion, like some Northerners are and some Southerners are, it's basically an idea, and they bought into it because they think it's beneficial to them. Can you convince them otherwise? You can't convince them otherwise. Before you convince them, it's going to be extremely difficult. That's my point. If a leader comes in, introduces a policy that is popular and people buy into it, that this idea is a good idea, and because they link the idea to the prosperity they've enjoyed, if somebody wants to come and change it, that person is going to have a big problem.
To your earlier point about zero tax, of course, that will attract foreign investors. So are you going to go with the China model where you must have a local partner, or is it free for all?
Oh, you have to have a local partner. That would be the only condition. Well, you will not even talk about that. That one is just going to be in the fine print. But it's free tax haven. It's basically a tax haven. I don't care. Let the money come. Let the money. We need the money, and we need the attention, and we need the investment. But you don't do that and go and sell your country away. So you have to have local. Otherwise, in a way, you're inviting colonization. Actually, if you just everybody come in, do whatever. You know,
You are the one that says zero tax. You said zero tax. So what do you think? You said zero tax.
No, my point, I hear what you're saying there. You have to have a local person, and you have to also put rules in place that everybody will enjoy the environment, because they too, because now you're not just offering them the ability to come and invest and build their businesses. You're also offering them the opportunity to even sell it on a continent that has a lot of capacity for consumption, that haven't even started doing that much consumption yet. So you can see that there's a potential there. You have to have a visionary leader that can make not all these half-hearted calls that they keep making and governing us into oblivion constantly.
Okay, so now back to security. Now I know because it ties into what you were saying earlier, that which one is we should prioritize. Are you surprised that we have enough governors that are pushing back on the idea of state police or regional police? Did that surprise you?
I'm sorry, repeat that again.
That we have governors now pushing against the idea of having a state police or some form of regional police. They don't.
It doesn't surprise me.
Which governors are pushing against it?
No, the not primarily.
I think that is dangerous.
There was actually a communique last week, a 6-point communique, asking emphatically for state police, and I believe that communique involved.
They said they prefer. They're only some of. I'm not saying all of them, but some of them are actually pushing for some form of regional security fund that will be headed by their cultural leaders, not political leaders, but national leaders.
I think they asked for state police, but I think the security fund would be towards something like Amoteco. So,
if you're going to do security fund, it has to be the political class monitoring it, not some emir somewhere. Why are you involving him?
I think state police can be quite dangerous, because while there was a week during this Trump threat to Nigeria that Nigerians started exploring state police, it became part of this in the news, airways, and people were discussing this, and the way they were discussing it quickly devolved into what I feared it was going to devolve into. They were already thinking about using their state police to defend themselves against other Nigerians. They're already thinking about that. And this is what happened in the DRC. They will organize the country.
But don't you have laws, like to your point, you must always put in the fight bread what they can, for example, now, we call it two fighting. It's a local matter. It shouldn't be a federal issue. So you must put what they can actually do. Their function has to be clearly stated. Not just
as long as they have guns and they have military training, some kind of training, what is going to happen is that, and we know state governors sometimes they don't pay salaries. They are very notorious for that.
So you are training armed robbers. Really?
You could get it. No, it was an armed robber. You are training warlords. This is how this is DRC got fragmented. We have to be careful when we ask people. People are very sectional.
I said so much earlier before in the past, and I was castigated by Mr. Ola and other individuals.
That is why
even BTU called me, accused me of being,
No. I was saying that because that time I was for regional government, because there are more leaders that can safeguard. If you just have one governor controlling one thing, it will be to your point. But if you have 6 governors, then they can check it. There'll be some kind of check and balance, right? So I was more for a regional security force as opposed to having just one state controlling everything in it. So so I wasn't too far off. I'll get back. Come on, be fair to me now.
How is regional government going to be more accountable than a state government?
No, I mean in terms of you not have that kind of warlord in one state controlling everything, where you have some kind of structure that is regional. So if the other 5 governors disagree with him, then they cannot move the forces around because they can actually.
So in other words, they lose control. The governors lose power. They will not agree to that. They will not agree to.
They will still have power now, but in terms of going rogue, you cannot do that because you have other five governors that can actually.
As long as they have guns, except the region is the one that have the guns. Except as long as they have guns, you have a problem. And for me, when you look at Nigeria, you begin to wonder why even bother with that. We already know what the solution is. We should just bolster our security forces. And if you want a representative kind of system, you create a presidential council system where all the 6 regions produce a leader and they go and sit in the presidential council and make decisions on behalf of the nation, which I actually think it's almost like a government of national unity at all times.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. Like that, you have 6. But to your point, you have some form of regional security force. Of course, you will have some control in your own state, but in terms of mobilizing to count for some special operations, or then the is going to have to agree on it. But the idea of just having one, to your point, Arogidigba, and then to your concerns, I see that. So I want to see what the framework is. To your point, they have put up their proposals. Right.
Before I would support the state police in Nigeria, the Nigerian military needs to be at least 1 million to be able to contain.
I worry more. I worry more about forget the north when it comes to people going rogue. I worry more about your region, south when it comes to
there's a lot of south states that want to leave Nigeria.
Those ones there, I'm telling you.
People don't know that. And it was some people that were already talking about using the police to defend themselves. See, there's a lot of Southern people that don't. The other day I was talking about how the Oba of Benin was talking about how his throne, where he used to sit, the way palace extended of his father's, extended from there to the governor's this building. That is how large the Benin Empire was. They became a shadow of themselves because of Nigeria. There's a lot of Southern states that are unhappy. People think it's only in the southeast. There's a lot of Southern states that are unhappy. The Rivers people, the Job people, all those people, they have problems too. And people will think it's only one side that is unhappy in Nigeria. But that said, this is why I think it's a bad idea. You have to have a very, very powerful center to maintain that kind of state police. If you want to do it, but you have to have a strong center to ensure that in case they want to step out of line, you're able to bring them back in line. Otherwise,
we're not doing that. We're not doing
trouble.
That. Tinubu is saying he's threatening to recruit 50,000 new individuals in the Nigerian police force. 50,000, such an insignificant number compared to where we need to be.
And they know. That's what annoys me the most. They know.
That's 50,000 over what? Over 4 years? Because
and they will use NYSC. They will use NYSC to recruit NYSC premises. They don't even have facilities to train security forces.
No,
oh my God!
You said what? 50,000 for what?
50,000. I think that's the number they want to recruit, and I'm sure that's not over the next 4 years or whatever.
What happens to recruit 1 million youths? Agbado and cassava. What happens to that?
Once they get into office, they shut up their mouth. Kwankwaso, Atiku, Tinubu, and P2B, all of them shut up their mouth when they. You see, it shows you our leaders. They know the problem because when they were running for office, all of them said they were recruiting to the security forces. But when one of them wins, all of them shut up their mouth. You don't say anything about it anymore.
Did you see my message?
Yes. I saw your message. Don't worry. I saw your message. Why are you doing that, though?
I'm just making sure that you're not.
Okay.
Stay focused.
So, but the thing is, I really feel bad for our people because when you see the way Bwala is talking and some of the discourse we have is so on a low level, you don't hear high level discussions. And I was telling one man, I just watched a documentary about Switzerland. I was like, wow, this country, if Nigeria wants to study governance, because of how diverse we are, we need to go watch Switzerland, watch it closely. And if you like democracy, watch Switzerland closely. If you like security, watch Switzerland closely. These people understand how to govern a diverse state. And they've done it, they have mastered it. And I've never seen a country that secure. They are stupid secure. If you look at their train lines, I don't know how they did it. They built so much train line underground. Nigeria barely has any bunker at all. These guys built train lines all over the country underground. On top mountains and everything.
And when Nigeria, a few months ago, talked about building an underwater line to connect the Amadu Bello way, to Coastal Road, to the Badagry Sokoto Highway, what was the response?
Imagine people will just say, "Oh, because it's a
No, see
tribalism."
that water don't kill us. So if it happens now,
Hey,
what kind of
God,
people are
our
they?
people, our people. You
Well,
see, one of the things.
why are you saying our people? You are one of them as well.
One of the things I will do, I will use the military too. If I say I want to recruit up to 2 million into the security military force, it's not only about securing the gun, it's also about construction. Military is very, very efficient at constructing stuff. So, and this documentary I saw, they were talking about how a few generations of Swiss they suffered for it. When they were building all those their underground facilities. These are people that build more underground bunkers than we have military soldiers. And then they go and build underground train lines too. Do you know how their trains work? They said their trains work like clockwork. To the point whereby, because one of the trains was not arriving on time, they had to make that train slightly faster so that it matches with the other ones, the clockwork, the way it's supposed to be. Like every hour, they call it like a heartbeat.
But the train system has to be like that, because if you don't have your trains like that, you risk a derailment or you risk a major accident.
No, the reason why is because they want it so that when you arrive at the station, the passengers this is elope from that this is alight from that train and join the next one, because they are all arriving almost at the same time.
Train management is a very delicate matter,
and also
which is more efficient. You don't want people just standing around waiting at the station.
In my own belief, though, you must be able to reach all major cities in Nigeria through rail line. Or if you cannot, there's no way you're going to develop if you cannot do that. You must connect your cities with rail network. I should be able to go from
that's very, very important.
You have
that's very important,
because you can then move people and goods at the same time.
Yeah,
like all these roads that you are building, when you build good rail network, you will grow.
We need a generation of builders. You see, if I was
live in that way, nobody would. That way, I can live. The need to live in the coastal city will reduce drastically, because you can live in like let's say Sokoto, or you can live in.
I want to buy land.
I know that, but I'm saying that if you are, because no, Aro.
After I buy my own land,
if you own a business in the middle of Nigeria, if I can get my goods to the port through a rail line, there's no need for me to move to Lagos or to have business over there.
No, I want to buy land
anywhere. Exactly. See, and they said that's partly, there was a video I saw too that said that's partly why Africa is so poor. We lack connectivity in many, even within our countries, not to mention the interstate connectivity. And that's something like, I feel like we have to have a generation or two of builders. Like if you want the areas you want to really be good at, tunneling, dredging, our waterways, so that we can be able to navigate it. Egypt was able to build a canal for crying out loud to be able to cut through Europe, and something that wasn't done normally, naturally. They have to build it to do that. Why can't we dredge River Niger so that they can be able to go almost to the heart of the nation?
Why are the governors of the South, especially Rivers Delta, and all the governors of the Southeast not insistent, almost to the point of vex, that like you said, that the Delta is not dredged? Because if you dredge, because I don't know, and I still see this flippant ignorance, that why don't we have a port in the Southeast, as though the Southeast is a coastal region. However, by being so ignorant and chasing the dream that is impossible, they are ignoring the fact that if you dredge the Delta, you can actually bring a lot of big barges up the river.
Exactly. Almost to the heart of Nigeria.
You can bring and this is very popular across the world right now. Look at Amsterdam, for instance. They bring barges up the river.
You see that?
So you have your major port, then you have barges across where you can just move it in.
Okay. Yeah. The undersea port will become more viable if they could actually bring, because one of the reasons on a seaport and other ports apart from the Tin Can and the ports around Lagos are not as viable and they don't see enough traffic is because it doesn't make sense for a ship.
Also, the argument is that those are calling for ports don't know the difference between a seaport and a river
and a
port.
river port.
So river port. So you want more river port, not more river port in that area makes more sense.
There'll be lots of river ports right along. Just river ports. Barges will come up the river, bring stuff from the seaports, and they'll return as well to the seaport, fully laden with barges.
But isn't that why our sectional behavior is very damaging? Because if anybody was looking at it on a nationalistic level, they would have looked at Nigeria and said, you know what, that Y shape you see in Nigeria is not there for a reason. It's not there for nothing. That's why Nigeria is the most populated region.
But the people
and they were supposed to develop that Y this thing so that the trade will be flowing through, because water navigation and transportation is the most efficient form of transportation.
Yeah. Look at this. Why are the governors of the Southeast, the Southeast Senatorial Caucus, and the Southeast Legislative Caucus, and the leaders of thought and the leaders of business in the Southeast, they're having businesses meetings with all this? I think they still have a business with the Tinubu administration in Lagos just last month. The Southeast, they have some Lagos business.
Yeah, your mistake is that calling it Southeast. I think the middle belt, the middle belt, Southeast, they should come together and make that this
all of the
push for that. But that is very, very important. If they can do that, Nigeria will see a lot of growth.
They should make the push for that. When they go to the meeting with the president, again, not even with Tinubu, with any president, with anybody in federal government, when they go into those meetings, when they discuss what they think they need, those are the things you should put to the front, not this other nonsense. They are so busy right now.
I saw a video, Aro.
They are busy trying to get Nnamdi Kanu a pardon. That the things that they should be pushing for, they are not pushing for it.
Aro, I saw a video years ago of the former vice president, Osibajo. I think it was commissioning the Onitsha river port. Like there was some kind of construction on that part where it was supposed to link to the main port where they can bring things in. So I think what is happening is that when people from that part of the country come on the national stage and start campaigning for seaports, to many does not make any sense. So I think it's the way they are advocating for what they want that is. So if they speak more of river port, I think they will get the help or the support that they need. But I think them calling it a seaport is what is the problem.
Nigerians are too sectional. That's a behavior. Because if you look at when President Tinubu is talking about Lagos-Calabar highway, you will notice that some people in the other regions will be like, oh no, it's not important, it's not. Because the current situation is that you have Lagos, Benin, all the way to Onitsha instead of going through the south, and which is something quite strange because most other nations in West Africa always goes through the southern region, just like the Calabar, the Lagos Calabar highway. Because this is what the African Union devised, because they feel like that's the way they need to be able to trade amongst each other within nations. But Nigeria, because of their tribalism and their nonsense, they have to go inland just to make sure they bypass the riverine areas.
So basically, it's only good if it's in my own region.
Which is not like that, and it's damaging Nigeria a lot because Nigeria has the most efficient path to use water is in the middle of Nigeria. From the south.
Somebody reminded
the middle belt.
Somebody reminded the Atiku's son. He had no comeback. He was complaining of the Lagos Calabar. Say, why are they spending that billion? Like, okay, they're also spending money to build the Badagry Sokoto Road. Why are you not speaking of that one? The guy said nothing. He could not reply.
Yeah, so because that's the thing. They always support the one that is for them. They don't support anyone that is for the nation. They don't look at the nation. And I have to say too, this so-called seaport that they keep building in the southwest, it doesn't help too. They just keep because they are in office.
The federal government is not normal.
They just keep mangling the country and putting everything in the southwest.
Yeah, I
did the same thing. Yeah, I did the same thing now.
No, because it is true. Because it's not efficient to put seaports in the areas that they are putting it right now in Nigeria.
But they are moving it forward.
The federal government is no more developing the seaport in the southwest. All the seaport developments in the southwest are private initiatives by the state governments themselves.
Either way, the constitution is too much. They are the ones issuing the licenses. They are the ones issuing the licenses. Why are you not encouraging people to go and build in other regions of the country?
True, Nigeria, I will kick you out too.
I bring my money. I say I want to bring to Lagos.
No, guys.
You want to kick me out?
You can't force a private investor or where to invest now.
Actually, you can.
No, you can, but now your money, not be your money now. I thought I was.
And then you keep your money now.
So
and you keep your money where you keep.
Why do you think the bomb seaport failed? Do you know
See,
why?
The way I look at it is that I'll tell you.
Wait now. Go and look at the court case. They picked a place with an investor. They got the funds. The guy showed up and they said, no, you must move it to this side. And they said, no, this is not what I agreed to. And they backed out.
Yes.
That's why they can't build.
They don't build. They don't build. If you don't want to build, don't build. See, my point is that
you can't force.
My point is that if you keep mangling the nation to operate inefficiently, that is not going to benefit it's not for the national interest.
How is that? Because see, sometimes
you want me to give it to you. You want me to tell you how it's inefficient, so that you know.
You'll be talking.
You ask the question now.
I listen to you. You've been bullying everybody since you are not going to bully me. Let me tell you.
Okay. Go
now,
ahead.
the thing is this. You just said something now, the way we behave in Nigeria. And Babati just gave an example of Atiku's son. You understand? The question is this. When you just keep saying decongest, the question is this. You cannot force investors that will spend billions of dollars to make an investment, and you say, okay, because before you invest anywhere, you have to do your feasibility. You have to look at risk analysis, everything, and the cost. You understand, and the spending power within that region. So a lot of things are connected. So investors, sometimes maybe you are coming to a risky environment like Nigeria. So as an investor, you want to say, okay, if I can get my money back within 5 years, okay, I can go with that with that kind of risk. But if it's going to take me 20 years to get my money back, no, I don't want to get into that risk. Right? So a lot goes into that. So it's not just.
So is it by coincidence that Nigeria seems to be? Hold on, now you've been talking. How long do you want to give a sermon?
After I will talk.
Is it by coincidence that to show you that Nigerians play sectional policies? Is it by coincidence that the section of the country that has ruled the country the most in this democratic dispensation seems to have gotten a lot of the big share of the investments? This is, and even if it's not, doesn't make sense.
What are you talking about?
Okay, let me give you an example. You asked a question, I can list them for you.
You will give example. Hold on. IBB forced all the major headquarters of businesses to move to Abuja. What happened? Those businesses, you understand, gradually they trace a step back to Lagos. You understand? What do you think is happening? So everybody follows the money. Follows the money. So
somehow they trace their way back to Lagos. By accident, they trace their way back to Lagos.
No, IBB forced them. Hold on. IBB forced them, and IBB and Abaya, they forced them to Abuja. And this guy, they found their way back in Lagos.
See, let me put it this way.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not saying that Lagos doesn't have inherent advantages. Lagos has inherent advantages.
Tunaja, let me say this. Tunaja, let me say this. Let me say this, because you guys have been talking about Southeast having their river port or something like that. And I look at the purchasing power and also the population of the Southeasterners. And most of what they do is import-driven business. So you understand? So if they have a river port and they have a nearest port to them, which is the one in Warri and also the one in Port Harcourt, all those things they are talking about, they are just wasting their time. To be frank with you, if I was them, if I was Southeast, if they want to move some of their finished product, because you also have to look at the business is not just only one way, importation. What are they going to be exporting outside of their domain? I think the best thing for them is to have a very effective train system that can go to the nearest port if they still want to remain in that country. If you have a very fast and efficient train system, it will take whatever they want to export and whatever they want to import back to their place. When you dig a river, can it contain a large barge or a big ship? It cannot go there. It's just a pure waste of money. So it's no need. Mr. Remy, I can tell you from a logistical perspective that a barge, like a barge ship, not a ship, but a barge boat, okay, big barge boat, will be able to transport more volume than.
But what about the
most
purchasing
trains.
power? The purchasing power of the people
So
living in
let me
Southeast.
tell you the locations where a system of river ports would function. You'll be able to bring a river port from Apiaji, okay, right through Kaba, Lokoja, okay. It will service some extremities, some extreme parts towards Ekiti. The likes of Asaba will be serviced by this river port. So it's not just the Southeast. This river port infrastructure is not. In fact, all the Southeast states that you get serviced by a river port, from where then you can then disperse the volume of containers or goods around.
But don't you look at the possibility
it's not
of
for the Southeast? It's actually for most of what you call from the Middle Belt right through most of.
See, no, Arogidigba, all it. You understand the logistic thing you are saying. You look at Nigeria now. You will see that Lagos is not holding airport for oil and gas because you have to look at what is happening in the region. So they have to put that one in on it, right? In Rivers State. So Rivers State is where you have that your hub. Then when you even look at industrialization, people who keep saying, oh, you think the southeastern part of the country are more industrialized than the southwest. Those are the fabrication that people are pushed too far. You understand? They put that in too far. Let me tell you one thing today. Assuming that, let's say, 50% of manufacturing in Nigeria is in the southeast today, by default, investor will move there. They will look at the kind of seaport. They will decide, okay, is it going to be like a dry ports, or maybe they are going to cross through the rivers or whatever. But it is today, the justification is not there. The consumption is not there. So you have to look at it. Now, it won't make sense now if you put oil and gas airport in Lagos. You understand? But it made more sense if you put oil and gas airport in, let's say, area in Okitipupa, because that one is closer to that south than Lagos. So a lot of things we go into all this and all the kind of sentiment.
Yeah, but there's a Port Harcourt, there's a Rivers Port as well. The Port Harcourt.
That's what I'm saying. Oil and gas.
There's this thing now that they want to move our operations from Lagos to Warri, the Port Authority.
Operation Lagos be like.
No. I read that they want to move operations to Warri now. That would be
see my point. See, let me add to it. Ola, you've been talking now. You've been talking. Come on, let me say something.
You have been talking
now.
Let
me talk, Jerry. Don't start now. Don't start with me. Hold on. Both of you have been talking for the last 5 minutes. I've not said anything. So let me say my piece. So regarding the south, where you have Port Harcourt and all the rest of it, I really, you see, you shouldn't be looking at this from the point of view of sectional stuff. We are looking at it from the point of view which part of Nigeria is most efficient. That's going to be a bigger bang for our buck if we had developed these areas like that. If we are not being so sectional, like most nations are not, that area that you see in the south and into the inland, listen, should have been developed a long time ago. That Y shape you see in Nigeria.
I don't totally agree.
Let me finish what I'm saying. I know, but that Y shape you see in Nigeria is there for a reason. In our crest, national crest, there is ways through Nigeria that cuts through the country. But yeah, we didn't tap into that to enable commerce.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you what. Do you know what some country did? Like they have a big river like River Niger in Nigeria. They now turned that place to an electric power hub. You harvesting wind power from that area.
You can create canals.
No. Listen. They have a wind. They harvest through the high volute. The place is like a River Niger or something. So they convert it to use their wind power for their central state. If you look at majority of those countries, even if you are using America, listen. If you look at America, for example, you will see that concentration of industries are.
Why you are standing patronizing?
Not.
Why don't you say they should use Lagos for wind power?
Let me finish. You will not let me finish. Allow you to talk.
Let someone speak now. You don't know sometimes.
Let me finish.
We are so biased.
Let me finish first. If you look at some of those countries, for example, look at America and China. you will see that majority of the industries are concentrated where they have a lot of ocean in the south, in the southeast and the southwest, and also in the southern part of the country. The same thing that happened in America, the same that happened in China. And if you go to Singapore, they also concentrated their seaport along the ocean. So what I
Yes.
said that
No,
what they do,
Remy, let me even
yeah.
respond to him. Sorry, I beg of
Why
you.
don't they
Okay,
do it
go
in
ahead.
the south or where there's more water?
No, Tunaja, hold on now. Hold on. That we are not going to allow this information to go. Hold on. Now, let me tell you something. Now, they say necessity is the mother of what? Invention. Now, Bwala is building a refinery in Akwa Ibom. What is it doing along with this refinery? A seaport, a port. Now, when you say there's going to be a free trade center and a refinery in Ondo State, what is going to go along with that? Seaport.
Seaport.
You understand? Now, this guy is extending to Ogun State, Dangote. What's going to happen in Ogun State? Seaport. So
Seaport.
because I want to pacify some people now. So Dangote, Bwala will build a refinery in Akwa Ibom. Hold on. I will go to Enugu. Hold on now. I will go to Enugu and go and build seaport just because he has to pacify. Come on, guy.
No, it's not about pacifying. It's about the if you want me to show you the map of Nigeria. Okay, let me bring up the map of Nigeria.
Map of Nigeria.
You guys see what I mean? Our people can't think straight. Once it comes to tribalism, they can't think straight.
I've given you an example now. I see they do.
Need to suit your own narrative, not to
I
be
think
objective
to
truth.
me, it will be more cost effective. It will be more cost effective.
Ekiti does not have seaport, but they have to build cargo port for agro.
Allow.
You are getting into suit your narrative. You're not just being objective.
Hold on now, please. Allow. First of all, let me congratulate you and
yes. So congratulations, Ola.
On your first flight. I saw the video today.
Yes, it's true now.
Ola can fly into Ekiti now without getting kidnapped on the road. So
if we see you flying into Lagos, we see you flying into Ibadan, you'll be arrested.
So that was good. That was a good.
Thank you, Babati Arogidba. Let me tell you something. You understand? Forget about my Ekiti accent. I only grew in Ekiti for my primary school. So I was born in Lagos. Let me tell you that.
It doesn't matter. If you stray, we will arrest you. We will detain you.
Okay, let's not start describing our villages now. We all have villages.
I know, my parents pay their
do you have one? Your own village is Nigeria now.
Let's not start now.
It does not. It's stateless. It does not have a state.
No.
Hold on. Let me show you
something.
something.
From Edo, don't mind him. It's from Edo.
Talking to Joro people that like to be Joro and educated to play Joro with everybody. See, look at the map of Nigeria. Do you see the major waterways in Nigeria? Do you see that those areas are not
we're not talking about water. We are talking about port. It's just a waste of money.
Associated with water. Can you hold on? You see, port is associated with water.
Why are we not talking about port in Benue? Why are we not talking about port in Taraba?
Exactly. So that's my point. That is my point.
That one is even better than
Nigeria is so messed up that look at what Nigeria did. Nigeria had all these areas here to build ports and run it all through the country, so that you can even get almost straight to a big house. Hold on.
Let me say this.
Do you know how rich Nigeria would have been if that was the case? Instead, what they did was they want to put the seaport somewhere here.
No, they should take it to Kano
and travels all the way to Nigeria with the same goods. That is too inefficient.
To Nigeria,
objectively, it's inefficient.
You are failing to pass the message because you are attacking the individuals or something there. So look at the difference. It's not just because of the transportation business needs. I think from a security perspective, a serious nation should look to actually have multiple means by which they can actually transport logistical, even community logistics. having river ports
but
and opening. Look at it. The river port will not just have something. In fact, the Southeast would actually not get service from river ports.
You are talking about river ports.
And coal would get service.
Ahead those places because they have huge population around there.
Yeah.
But when you are talking about side, where is the population? You are just wasting your money. And what are they bringing forth?
Is it not about population alone?
What are they bringing for? What are they exporting from those areas?
Okay, let me ask you a question. What's the entire GDP of southeastern Nigeria? To start
That's
with.
what we are talking about.
I think the river port might increase that as well.
It's not only southeast. I don't know why they use to talk as if southeast is only one people.
That is what you have been talking about before.
There is south, there is middle belt. What I'm talking about involves. Look at. Hold on. See, what I'm saying here involves. Hold on. Sorry. We are all Democrats here. We like to be represented. We don't want one person's vote to be more than the other. So
where are you from? You cannot just be represented from here.
Look at that. South.
It's from
South.
He's from Edoja, Ayo Mario-Ese.
You don't understand.
We will never say it. He's from Edoja.
I'm from Ibadan. He keeps saying that.
Yeah, which Ibadan?
You'll be shocked now. You'll be shocked when you find out.
Guys, hold on. Catch people. Now, the question is this: Bolokoyin Ibadan. Bolokoyin, where?
Yo, because I don't know how to speak, I don't mean I'm not from there. Okay, let's carry on. Okay, see.
To me, Niger, there's no justification for river port in the southeast. But if you are talking about area like Niger State or Kogi and all those Niger that pass through River Benue and River Niger, then you have a very good cause.
My point is that these areas are being flooded every year, damaged because we don't take care of them. We are losing resources. We invest and get damaged because of
the reason why that thing occurs is because they opened the dam in Chad.
Yes, but they were supposed to open that dam was meant to be open, but if the areas were addressed as they were supposed to, it wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have flooded.
But at the same time, unfortunately, what is the economic activity that's going on in Taraba?
Let me present what I'm presenting.
Nothing. Nothing is going on in those areas.
Let me just try to present. I'm not going to take long. 1 minute at most. Time me, please. So I don't take.
I already timing you. It's 7:12. 5.
Okay, fine. Now. So you see the south here is made up of millions of people. It's one geopolitical zone. You have the south is another geopolitical zone, and you have the north central, which is another geopolitical zone that this stuff affects. But instead, the nation decides that it's only going to be here because this is a commercial capital, a massive commercial capital nonetheless.
1 minute is up. Sorry.
This is where the major investment should have gone because it would have benefited Nigeria far more.
Yeah.
Okay. Tonight, let me ask you a question. Why is Dangote refinery not using kind of a Papa port? Why is he using why did he have to build
because now they cannot process what they needed to process. I think he said that they needed to import a lot of things.
When you are talking about
another follow up. Hold on. No, let me follow up. This same question. It's the same question I'm asking. Why is Bwala not using why is he not locating around there or there? Why is he staying in Akwa Ibom and why is he building a new port?
It's probably because he too needs a new seaport because they don't have the capacity to process whatever.
No, do you know what we call
localization? Let me answer the question. Because Tinker cannot add. He needs a deep sea to handle it. One needs a deep sea to handle. So it's a matter of necessity, not just because you like. You don't do because of liking.
It's not because I like it. This is economically very viable.
Let me come in here quickly.
It's far more efficient for us than even worse.
You are going against your own point, though.
Tunaga, let me tell you something.
You said that people are sectional, and you are doing that right now.
I'm not being sectional. I'm saying that the South is to gain from it. The Middle Central will gain from it. The entire Nigeria will gain from it.
Hold on. You said that earlier that people will celebrate it if you're not. But I'm saying that. Why can't we all win? If you want it in your own side, let's get more. Don't stop one area from growing. They can grow.
I'm not saying we should stop. I never said anything about stopping what Lagos has now. I'm just saying that because of
You
our
said it's too
sectional
much.
team.
Why are they
It's not too much.
concentrating?
It's
They
not
should
too much
stop.
now.
Because it's wrong. It's wrong. Because
It's
of our
not
sectional.
wrong. You
You can
cannot
go
say that
down.
is
Hold on, you're
wrong.
not listening. You're not listening.
Babati, let me say this.
I'm
Let
saying
me
if
say
you
this.
are being objective, that should not be the
True
area
Niger, your
most of
1
that
minute is
investment
up
should
now.
have
Let us
gone.
talk now.
Go ahead.
If you are thinking about investing in an industry, you have two factors: location and localization of industry. You can the reason why Dangote located his refinery at the end of the day, he first pick Ondo because Ondo also close to the ocean. So he can now export his finished product. Look at where he can maximize his profit and minimize his cost. So it's very easy for him to bring in crude from any part of the world, and he can refine for there and put it on the ship immediately. Voila, and they move. Now let's consider that because it's from Kano. You now say, okay, oh, I want to develop my city or something like that. You now locate that refinery in Kano, at the heart of in the northern part of the country. But of course, the crude is coming from the south. Look at how many thousands of kilometers it has to travel before Kano. When you are developing a country, it's not all about you have to say, okay, because the South, you should put there. No, they have their own advantage. They have coal and they have other things. What are they going to be exporting out? I repeat, the most effective way for them is to have a very good train system for their export so that they can quickly ship it to through Port Harcourt online or through Warrior or
Can I
whatever.
ask you a question?
It's so easy.
Are you
All
saying
these
that
things you are
Lagos is the
talking
most
about
efficient?
is
No, let
material
me
to be
ask you
frank.
now. Are you saying that Lagos is the most efficient for Dangote to place that refinery?
Yes. It was even quite lucky. It's number
Gentlemen,
one.
you
Let me
are
tell you why.
welcome.
Let
You
me
are
tell you
welcome to
why.
the truth.
Let me tell you why Lagos State is it. In terms of human resource, in terms of professional, in terms of shipping, is what the ready-made infrastructure is already there. So it's quicker for him to export his finished product. Remember, he's exporting finished product. He's not exporting what do you call it, the crude itself. So I think for him, he was even quite lucky that Ondo rejected him.
No, let
So
me
it's true.
Gentlemen,
Yes,
you
it's
are
true.
seeing, you see how human beings force themselves.
Remy,
Let
can
me
I
tell
engage
you
you
why
for a
it's
minute?
not.
Yeah,
Dangote
you can
literally
go
built
ahead.
a
You can
whole
go ahead. You
village,
can go ahead.
built its own seaport. He doesn't need any society, any community to work. And where the crude oil, if Nigeria was supplying crude oil, where he would get it the closest would have been in the delta areas. But yet he
okay.
chose to go and put it somewhere where they have to
But
pump the oil from the
unfortunately,
delta to that
your
area. And
place
you are
is
saying
not
it's the
known
most
for.
efficient. It shows you how
So
sectional we think with our
that's where
sectional
the
No.
anger
approach.
is.
Okay,
So
let
that
him talk.
no, guys, hold on now. So that's where the anger is that they don't put it in
Okay,
Delta. That's what the
let
problem
me
is there.
chime in like 30 seconds, guys. So I heard what Remy said earlier, and Remy's right. But in America also, um, America, if you have a high internal consumption, right, you don't always want to depend on what goes on the ports or the coastal areas. America had a lot of industries in the interland, in inland, so it wasn't because everything was located around seaports or the coastal areas. No, they had high consumption, and they exported a lot of stuff, but
Yeah,
they
but
have the
Prince, so
population, they have the wealth
Prince,
and other things
Prince,
to consume
but
locally.
Prince,
Oh, one second.
Prince. But they have train lines connecting those areas to the seaports.
Well, that's what I was gonna make. That's what I was gonna say next. The reason why you see, you know, you know, we're so lean and not creative in a lot of ways, and we don't even have to be creative. These are things that pretty much out there. The other models that other countries have used. Yes, America has an extensive what we call cargo train network in that country, and even of course we call it road network. I mean, do you know hundreds of thousands of trucks that go across the country every day? America mainly actually is dependent upon trucking than rail and shipping actually. So regardless, I mean, Southeast is not that far to the coast and other major cities. So if we had a great road network and freaking rail network, this idea about trying to get to the port or building the port, it's almost to me it's ridiculous because all those two modalities would take care of any import or export that Southeasterners needs to do. And you make a great point, by the way, Remy. I don't think there's so much economic activities going on in the Southeast that we want to give them a dedicated port or they do a lot of imports but they don't do a lot of export from that place. You know, a lot of containers come in. They can use the you know, if you have a good road network or road network. Hold on tonight, guys. Is it not true? I mean, are you the only one that? Are you the only one that knows differently?
Hold on. Prince Daddy, you are giving my credit to Remy, so I think I need to sue you for that.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I
no,
heard
what do you
Remy.
mean? It's me that
I
made
didn't
the
hear you.
analysis
I didn't hear.
now.
I heard Remy.
Don't mind Dollar is jealous of me. That's it. Thank you, Prince Daddy, for giving me the credit.
That's plagiarism. See, Remy, you see what happened?
Not plagiarism.
Dangote?
Laugh. Come again. Okay, continue.
So what happened to Dangote was just because, number one, why on those same people they could not get their act together, and Lagos State had a place for them. So actually, Dangote was ready to build the refinery they are going to build in Ondo State now. It was Dangote that was supposed to build that refinery and even put port there. You understand? They lost while they were battling, but fortunately for them, the government and the private investor, they are able to come together to get something. So they are going to build port. Why governments are bringing investors to their states to come and do everything, including support for them? Some people are still blaming the federal government for not citing port there. Is this thing adding up? Look at the airport in Lagos. Who is building the airport in Lagos, for example? I'm not talking about Murtala Mohammed Airport. Who is building who build the Lekki Deep Sea? Guys, see, you can be creative in your way. You understand? If you add Donald Duke in the southeast, you understand? The creativity will be different, even though they are not using Obudu Ranch the way they are supposed to be using it now. But at least it brought that initiative. It is left for whosoever that is there now to drive it and drive it aggressively. People are shouting of what do we call it? Ranches now. Obudu Ranch is a place people can use instead of trying to grab land across the line. So what I'm saying to Nigeria is this: let's stop this attitude of blackmailing. Oh, you are giving an excuse. Oh, they are putting everything in Southwest. Do you know the population of the population of Lagos alone is more than, you know how many countries the population of Lagos is more than the population of Lagos only, and the entire southeast is not even up to half of Lagos population. Well, is up to half of Lagos population. So when you want to do something, sometimes you understand what you are accusing others of is exactly what you are doing. You are tribally, emotionally attached to where you think is your ancestral lineage. You understand?
Okay.
So you are not really behaving like a true Nigerian.
Let me give you the facts. You look at the United Kingdom major seaport. You see how it's dotted all around the country. And if you go to America, you probably see the same pattern again. But if you come to Nigeria, especially if the UK one, where you will see the critical part is when you talk about activity in terms of where the major activities are happening. But in the case of Nigeria, the activities are all happening in one area. The major activities are always happening in one area. And the idea that because Lagos has a lot of population, you forget that it's a feedback loop. If you put one major infrastructure in one area, business activity is going to increase in that area. It's going to invite more people, attract more people to come there. That is what you are seeing. You are seeing a feedback loop that they keep putting resources in that area, when in reality, it could have been done far more efficiently and scaled up far more better by putting it somewhere else. I've showed you on the map how clearly the waterways of Nigeria cities.
We are not being realistic. We are not being realistic. You just cited United.
This is the waterway of Nigeria. Hold on, let me finish what I'm saying.
Hold on.
This is the water. No, you finished talking. You've just finished your own sermon. I'm not finished saying what I'm saying.
No.
I've not gone through the points you've made. Let me go through the points you've made. Let me continue the points you made.
United Kingdom is basically
okay. We are seeing Nigeria right now.
No.
Hold on, we are seeing Nigeria right now. So you just said that
United Kingdom is surrounded by water 360 degrees.
Okay, fine. It's surrounded by water. But Nigeria is also surrounded by water. No. You finish talking. Let me finish. Let me have my say. You can't just interrupt me the moment I open my mouth. So if you look at this thing, Nigeria right now. There are the major groups became even bigger because Nigeria existed. This Edo Kingdom here was the major power in Nigeria. But because of the British came and then they suppressed other people and started taking advantage of it, including the Southeast, by the way, because it annoys me when all of them just keep complaining, oh, look at us, we are being marginalized and all the rest of it. When in reality, Nigeria has given them a lot of power over other groups or people. So look at the structure of the country here. If you see a structure of the country like this, the natural thing to do is use the part like the way Egypt did. They went and dredged the Nile River and created a canal that is making them billions upon billions of dollars. Nigerians see this one. What did they do? They go and develop only one area because they want to be tribal. And the other countries in West Africa, they develop their riverine roads to the point where Nigeria, instead of them to do that, oh, they cut through here and come through this side and go down here. Instead of them to go straight through here and along the coastal regions and then end up in Cameroon so that trade can flow through the entire country smoothly. But no, why would they do that? Because they are too wicked. They have to be so tribal about everything that they even own self in the teeth just to make sure that they get more advantage over their fellow Nigerians.
I think
when
your
in reality,
analysis is upside down most times.
Hold on. Let me finish.
I'm not holding on. Let me say my own.
I'm
not holding on. You have been talking for more than 4 hours.
I'm going to stop. I'm going to be done in 1 minute. I promise you.
Okay.
So my point is very simple. When you say because there's a lot of resources in the Southwest, the reason why that is, one, the Southwest was the capital, which is fine. You can't blame it for that. It was the capital. You have to enjoy the benefits of that. But when you start investing so much in that area in a lopsided manner, that's why you have more people there. It's not because if you put these resources in the middle belt, south, and the southeast, you're going to see people flow to that area.
Okay, your analysis.
Hold on. Let me quickly address a bandit. No, I want to address a bandit. See, think so 776. Next time you tell me to shut up, I'm going to place a curse on you. You understand?
Who told you to shut up? Who told you to shut up?
This one bandit call himself Think so 776. See, learn how to talk. If you want to and don't hide with that place, you understand? Next time you try that one, I'm going to place curse on you. And just stop that rubbish.
I want to say what
we have freedom of right. You can disagree with someone. You can say you agree. Someone is telling me to shut up. That's don't tell me that.
That's rude. That's insulting.
That's rude. Don't tell me.
So I take to Nigeria, you are wrong your analysis, and I will tell you from the independent era when this continent and regional government, all of them develop at their own pace. And you know that the Southeast by that time, including the rivers and the rest, and look at it this way. Leave Lagos out of Lagos Southwest. Think about Oyo, Ogundo. Those are the 3 states that time before Ekiti and Osun. You will discover that there is Ibadan, especially is highly industrialized. See today, it's not about being a capital of Nigeria at all. And the northern part of your state are mechanized farming. I'm not saying the majority of people there are farmers. And when you look at the previous Ondo, they are known for banana and red oil. And when you talk about Oguns from time immemorial are also highly industrialized. So it's not about me, Lagos is the capital of Nigeria before. Forget about that. The point is that Lagos is located in a very good area. I mean, through by the side of the ocean, including, and before, even when I grew up, I remember Warri was quite good. But the advent of militant the unrest over there, of course, if I'm an investor, I will shift my company away from that place.
How is Ibadan industrialized when their GDP is less than you?
I'm telling you, but are you kidding me? You don't know nothing about it.
GDP is far less than many states in Nigeria. How are they industrialized?
I will start rolling out the name of the company. You will be surprised.
Am I mistaken?
Hold on. In the South, it was that conducive, anyways. Over this decades, there would have been clusters of industries in the Southeast whereby it would have driven down the cost of shipping and other costs of
supply and demand. Supply and demand. That's it.
No.
People are attracted to Lagos. Come on, you know that.
Let me line. If they build industries in a certain part of that country, it will attract workforce and other factors also. So, but you always talking on the after effect of what happened after that, I guess, independence. Just like Remy said, these other places, originally each region developed according to their own pace. The East Southeast had kept up, and they had a lot of clusters of industries and other things. It wouldn't matter if Lagos or any other coastal city is there. It will naturally attract labor and other capital and other stuff. And in so doing, like, Silicon Valley and other places, it will drive down cost of doing business. See, but you talk, you always talk about like work in progress. You're saying when you talk, you're not always hiring out. You just talk really based on emotion. You're not offering any
No, I'm actually being quite objective. No, let me say, I use figures and I use data. Are you going to tell me? I'm glad you are here now, because I'm not sure you were here when I shared this information earlier on. If you look at the waterways and you are in a country and they tell you devise this is a route for seaporting and efficient way of using the maritime environment in Nigeria, what would you do if you look at this map in Nigeria?
Nothing special about the map. Even if you look at developed countries,
the map is very obvious. You can see
the most developed.
Listen, all the way from here.
Listen, I will give you a very good example. I will give you a very good example.
How does that make sense? Putting everything here.
No. What you are saying is not because what I'm trying to say. Look at everywhere in the world, even in Europe, most of the developed cities are along the coast, along the coastline of Europe.
This is also the coast. Remember, this is also coastal too. Just in case you didn't know that.
They are not coast now. These are not coast. These are
not coast. You see what we are talking about. You see what we are talking about here.
How can you call a river a coast? You don't understand what you are talking about.
No, let me hold on, Remy. Let me ask
coast when they never developed it.
Let me ask to Nigeria a question. How many seaports do you even think we have in Nigeria, to be honest with yourself? How many?
We have at least, in terms of seaports, technical seaports, at least 5. At least.
No, we have 6. We have major. I'm not going to talk of the one that pioneer or driven by the private people.
How many are in Lagos?
Hold on now. You talk of Tinker Island and Apapa Port. That's the major 2 in Lagos.
No.
Hold
on. Tinker is a river port. Technically, it's not a seaport.
Tinker is an international seaport. Come on, let's not do that.
One is sea, one is river. They are not
okay.
Tinker, I've been to Tinker before, and they have all kinds of.
They are not both seaports. One a river, one is sea.
Tinker is seaport, is not a seaport.
Okay. The question is this.
The ships don't come on.
Let me ask my question. Finish. I beg you.
Don't mind
Rivers. There are 2 in Rivers State, right? So technically, we have Onne Port. We have this other one in Rivers Port. We have Onne Port, right? Both in Rivers State. Then we have one in Cross River, Calabar. Then we have one in Delta. So now the question I want to ask is this: there are just 2 in Lagos. There are 2 in Rivers. There's one in Delta. There's one in Cross River. So what are we talking about now? Is now the question I want to ask Kuna is this: are you talking of the port in terms of volume of trade, or you are just talking in terms of technicality? Because when you look at all these seaports we are talking about, some of them they are being underutilized. They are being underutilized. Now
I agree with you on that. That's exactly my point.
Hold on. Then when you are now talking of the one now that is being a big pioneer or being driven by private people, you now see Lekki Deep Seaport, you now see Ibom Deep Seaport, then you now see Badagry Deep Seaport is still approved, not under construction. No, you have Ondo Deep Seaport is approved. Then we have Bonny Deep Seaport, River State. So what we are talking about, it's not as if these ports are not spread over. They are spread over. Even as a matter of fact, when you look at the entire, when you look at those things, they are spread over. So, but
see, most of those things. Let me remind you. Most of those things. Okay.
Hold on. You cannot force people to go to where it's not profitable for them. That's what I'm telling you.
Somebody made it not profitable for them. See, most of those areas that you are saying is spreading to. Let me finish. Most of those areas they said is spreading to. Let me finish now. Let me finish my point. You can't tell me what to talk about now. Come on, you are trying. I know you are asking a question. Ask a question, then I can explain what I want to explain.
Somebody did not make them profitable. Who did not make them profitable?
The Nigerian state itself. They can sabotage it because they have more power to do whatever they want to do. See, under the military regime,
that's a wrong assumption.
Let me finish the point I'm making, please. Under the military regimes in Nigeria, because military people tend to think more strategically. They don't think the way most individual politicians or civilians think in tribal terms. Most of those seaports you are describing, their initial construction tend to be done under military regimes. That's what they tend to do, and they tend to spread it out. That's how military regimes think. So, when politicians come in, You can see that, you can see the pattern already. Like during the time military regime were in Nigeria, development was more spread out. But when politicians come in,
so what happened to what happened to the central plain?
You know,
And what happened? Why did you not have river port?
tonight,
Why are you
guys,
talking this way?
They built. Look at the train lines that they built in Nigeria. Most of the things that
Who
they
built
do,
the train
they
line?
tend to do them. The military built train lines too, and the British also did some of them. But when they build it,
the
they build
military
it
did not
everywhere.
build nothing. He didn't build nothing. Is it Babangida that built the train line?
Was it not Babangida that built
It's
it?
Buhari now, second time that didn't make it
your
better.
nostalgia for the military rule
No,
is
it's not
amazing.
I'm saying that they are dispassionate. I'm not saying I want military regime. I'm just saying they are more dispassionate. They are not
They didn't
sentimental.
do jack. They didn't do jack. If you really want to look at it critically, the development of that place is from the first 6 years before the coup. Before the first coup. That's it.
Okay,
after
now
that
let's touch online now. Who is the most
Obasanjo did a lot too. IBB did a lot.
Obasanjo.
Hold on now. No, we are fighting. No.
Don't let us go to
no,
that.
This is not like Jason. Let's just face the fact.
I might agree with two Niger on the Abacha and Buhari during
IBB did a lot.
See, listen now. You people.
No, I think Abacha and Buhari did even more.
Yakubu Gowon built a lot. He's the number one actually.
Yes. Yakubu Gowon.
Yes,
So and this in Babangida next. How many of them are civilians?
Babangida. I beg you.
How many of these police now you see here are civilians? It's only Jonathan that even showed up on the list.
Now, to Niger, this is a question for you now. We are now going because I saw.
Talk now before two Niger every time.
Look at this one.
Now,
you know, you can't give all the credit to the military when we freaking had only military.
No,
not all the credit. Like that too.
Hold on. Now, military built all those things, but in an ineffective way, and that's what we are trying to move away from. Because I was listening to you and Arugiriba discussing that United issue the other time. See, the model we are using now should have been what we should have used from the beginning. Allow the private people to build. Don't build anything because anything you build as government that start using a federal character, or you understand, it doesn't work. Just imagine Dangote refinery as a Nigerian entity. I put federal character. It's not.
It will never finish itself.
You understand? That is why we don't have electricity today. That is why we lost about 200 trillion that disappeared that we cannot account for with NNPC. Just imagine 210 trillion.
And the money,
trillion in our economy.
And the money on that's 16 billion.
16 billion. We could not find it also.
Anyway, you are not dragging me to that anyway. Because
let's bring AY in. Let's leave Simba out of this. Like we try to ignore some people today. AY, where are you?
AY and Simba, let them say something.
Please give me 2 minutes. Simba can go on.
Simba, why would we allow Simba to talk?
Simba network is unstable.
He has a farm business that he has to take care of. I don't know what he's doing here.
Simba, I want to speak. Let him
Simba say something.
Why?
Okay. Yeah. Good evening from here, everybody. Yeah, what I wanted to contribute. Trump daddy, he don't come again.
Trump daddy they speak so. Now wow, kilo go.
Ola dakuma binujo. Okoyami.
Okay. That's good. You know, you can go.
I don't go alive.
I will pay Farugo.
Wow.
You know, I can understood the angle where to Nigeria is coming from by talking about port. You know, if you are living with a group of people that you hear the same thing every day, you try and be like them. You understand? He has adapted to the group of people who he associated with himself with, and that is the same chorus. What he hears about them talking about every time, and is actually imbibe that same notion. You know, where so many governments, so many regimes have tried to dredge River Niger, and we don't even look at what are the problems that is actually hindering our internal waterways. The way River Niger is not a kind of river like the one that Trump daddy is talking about in US, where they used to at least take for their inland waterway in US. River Niger is very shallow, and it's a seasonal river that fluctuates. The level varies according to the season. During the dry season, it can go, in fact, it can lose like 3 to 4 meters in depth. When it comes, where it comes from, because it comes from up, down, it carries a lot of debris along with it. So if you dredge it today, just give it 2 or 3 years, it's going to refill all those areas that you dredge. Then another thing that is actually affecting River Niger is that if you dredge it, it's going to cause a lot of on either ways. It's going to cause a lot of a kind of gully erosion. I mean, so, and it will affect a lot of, so those are the limitations that we have with River Niger. And mind you, don't forget that River Niger has also been dammed in various places along its course. So what will now happen if you say that they should dredge it? What is going to happen to those dams that we have along the coast? So you can't, it is something that is not practicable, and that was why the government abandoned it. So people talking about having port in the middle, in the southeast and all those things, they should just forget about it. It's not something. And then
you see
well,
that.
let me
Hold on.
finish now.
Thank
So
you,
the one that said
Professor
that
Finish now. Let the man
He's been talking now. How many points does he want to
He
make?
just came.
just came.
He don't want me to plug him, eh? Okay.
He's still
Carry
Niger.
on.
He
Eh?
wants to win every time.
Because
and then
he
if you
just
look
told the
at it,
fallacy now.
wait now, if you look at River Niger, when it enters into the ocean, it form a delta. And I know that you don't have brain to know what a delta means, because you didn't study geography. So
Look at this
the
one.
thing branches. You can imagine in the whole course of it, if you look at where it has not even divided, it is very shallow. So now looking at where it now divided into estuaries, small channels, so it's actually very difficult to actually say that you want to put inland waterway along River Niger. Then you said something earlier on which is not true, that they create a canal along River Nile in Egypt is not true. Where they dredge, where ship pass in Egypt is not along River Nile. Is the what's it called,
Red Sea.
this thing is along Red Sea. It's not River Nile. So
Okay.
don't come
Red
and
Sea.
give us
Okay,
what
good,
is not
good.
true.
Okay, you see how I take correction. Are you going to take correction now?
But why did you lie in the first instance? If he did not come now, everybody will believe you. Liar,
You
liar.
guys,
Remy, Oshiremi.
you see how they
But
handle this.
to
I
Niger,
just
may I
made
ask you one? Can I ask you one
made
question?
a mistake. Listen.
To Niger, let me ask you one question. I beg. It's very direct. Why not for here your prick they always had? Why they go down that side where your prick they always lambast for that side?
Then go kill him. Then go kill him.
Oh my
Then
God.
go beat am.
I always see how they always give you for that side. That's both. One guy
Ah,
talk
then
say no,
you know,
one guy
you
talk
know.
say no sabi anything the other time for that
What?
side.
Then
But
go
you
beat
come here,
him.
I
your
always
prick they
say,
hard for here.
I always feel bad
Ah.
for you know
No,
what.
Arogidigba, you are not a nice person at all. You are
Allow.
not a nice person.
Allow. I always feel bad for Nigeria on the other panel. The way they destroy him every week, I'm like, guy, why you keep showing up there?
Nigerians are
Now only
awful
this
people, man.
Now only
Look at this now.
lion
Look at
they show
he
muscle.
talked about dredging, that because of dredging we should not do it anymore. The Swiss Canal is dredged continuously. This is what people do. Why do you think these things are supposed to be just straightforward? You do it.
So
And you
tell us which place that resembles Swiss Canal in Nigeria, so that they continue to dredge it.
that is
Look
it
at the
here. That is
volume
it
of
right
trade
here.
they are
That is
doing
it
there.
right here.
What
That
are
is
you
it right
talking
here.
about, Jare?
Remy,
The trade
do you
through
know
Nigeria
why?
massive.
Do you know why I have problem with two Nigeria proposition is this? You understand? It's more of a dictatorial. You understand? You are not allowed people that
Yes.
want to do business to think for themselves. So that's where I have problem.
No,
And
no,
you
I
see
don't have any problem with that.
Okay. When you look at the people that are doing business like all those ExxonMobil, like all those they have their own personal terminal, LNG in Bonny, have personal private terminal, all those stuff. We are not looking at if any business needs the seaports that is critical to his business in southeastern part today, they will do it. Because if it's part of their thing, you understand? When I mentioned Ekiti again, knows that a dry port is what they need. They were not complaining that, okay, they should have gone and dredged river Ogbese to Ado Ekiti so that they can be put in the, you understand? They built the airport.
Hey,
Ethiopia has no sea. It's a landlocked. And so the question is this: are they not bringing goods into their country?
I'm here now.
Calgary here, if you know the type of cargo they move away from Calgary here, you understand? They will have to use train to move the thing from Calgary to British Columbia or to Winnipeg, or when it's needed to Ontario. So you have to look for what works for you, because all this kind of excuse that you are saying, you are just excusing in a lack of innovation and creativity. There are better ways of doing things without fighting for nothing. All you are doing now, you are fighting for nothing.
See, I think we are just making an excuse for a country that refuses to do the things the right way. Everything we do, we have to be inefficient about it. From security
one of
to power generation. Do you know Nigeria generates a lot of electricity in Nigeria, but we generate it using generators. We generate water, we generate it using borehole. Everything we do it inefficiently. That's why Africa is poor.
Father, is not correct. We don't generate a lot of electricity.
Oh no, we do actually. We generate us.
Let's say why talk. You know why you don't know how to shout.
So the key topic, if I understand correctly, is the seaport show in the southeast. I heard you guys discussing that.
No, in the southeast, and not central. You know, that was cutting the
why are you bringing other one in just to support your
argument? In southeast, because it's the truth.
The other people there.
Oh my God! Let me show him the map again. He doesn't want to see the map. Look at the waterway here. The waterway runs through Nigeria almost to Abuja.
We are telling you what are the problems.
What
comparing? Sorry, AY. Why are you comparing Suez Canal with River Niger?
Why not again?
No, quick
they
question.
They are not comparable now. You are talking about sea.
Simba has explained it, and you are seeing
you are a Mediterranean Sea and Red Sea connection. You are not comparing with River Niger. What kind of person are you?
River Niger. Oh my God.
Wait. Okay, what is the Niger argument though?
You want me to tell you?
You want federal character. You want federal character in port. So all this geopolitical region must have port.
Sure, have port.
That is not true. That's not what I said. Let me say what I said.
I don't know what you are talking about.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. Hold on. What I said was that for the national interest, if you look at the way Nigeria has been developed, it tends to be along political. Can you let me finish? It tends to be along political lines instead of and tribal lines instead of for the national interest. Because if you look at waterway development, the way it was done in Nigeria, it was concentrated only in one region here, when in reality, the region where it should be, they should have tapped into their waterway is through the one that cuts through the middle of the country. It's very efficient, and then you can go any direction from that point of the country. It's super efficient. If you want to plan for long-term growth of that nation, that is what you are supposed to do. But what did they do instead? They decided that, okay, they built one here. That was a military regime and maybe a few other regimes. Dot them here. Then they concentrated most of the activities in this region, which is not efficient like everything else we do. And I said, if not because of the political situation in Nigeria, where people are so tribal and territorial, this is the area they should have built. Objectively,
okay, you've explained that. You've explained to him now.
Thank you.
Hold on, AY, you will continue, sir. And Simba replied you that the type of soil we have in Nigeria, you understand, even if you dredge River Niger today, within 24 months, it's going to feed up, and you have to.
But that's not an excuse. No, it's not going to fill up within 24 months.
Okay, well, maybe you can.
Yes, what he said is true. I know in terms of the depth, it depends on how you dredge. In terms of the depth, you can. The seasonal stuff will not affect it as much if you dredge it. It depends on how you dredge it.
Okay. Please respond to him.
You can even put a dam there, whatever you need to do to keep the water there.
Good morning. Yeah, I will just address some of the issue I heard you guys talking about. Yeah, the first the actually the person, I don't know what Tunaja is even denying that. The person that said the 6 geopolitical zones supposed to have seaport, I agree with that person. If there is nobody that is saying that, I'm saying that right now. But when you look at Nigeria, right, so we basically have 2 regions that kind of like along the coastline, which is the southwest and south-south. These are the original regions that are along the coastline. But like the southeast, they are not directly, they don't have access to coastline, right? Although I think they have waters that flow to the coastline. But however, I don't think a seaport can be situated there. But why I'm saying the whole region, if you want to develop Nigeria in the true sense of it, so we can have inland dry ports in other regions that don't have direct access to the coastline. In doing that, is more like like in the south, I think we have about 3-4 seaport over there, right? So we have some in Lagos. So if we have seaport, we are supposed to develop the country in everybody will be close to the port, it kind of, even if it's dry port. This will improve business across the country. I think the what Nigeria said as regard the development of Nigeria, I think it was very tribal, to be honest. It was very tribal. All of us are kind of suffering it today, but we think it's a joke because even the issue of electricity, when you look at it, we only generate electricity, I think, in the. So when you look at it, how do you even
That's
do it?
not true. No, it's not. It's not only in the north that we generate electricity. It's not true.
Where else do we generate electricity for long time?
All our thermal stations are down here in the south, and we generate thermal more than even the hydro. So don't say that.
So this is a recent development for
It's not a
long
recent.
time.
It's not a recent thing.
So where do you have how many power stations do we have in the south?
I know we have in the Niger Delta, we have in Lagos, in Egbin. We have, I think
We have
we have
Lagos.
in the, eh?
Yeah, we have in Lagos. I know.
Yes, we have in Delta also.
We have in data. Don't forget those stuff here not working. I think
They are working. Don't say that.
hold
Just
on.
Google it. I think we have to be talking with. Don't
Okay,
let us
no
be
problem.
talking based on
But the one,
assumption.
yeah, the
Talk
one
based
in,
on knowledge and what you know.
hold on, Simba. I know what I'm talking about. The one in the south in Ugele. I think Elumelu acquired that one, right? So I know now we are doing better because I know Adeleke built one in Ondo. Femi Otedola is building some. I think one in Kogi. I don't know. He's building another one. So we are doing better in that way now. But what we've been producing, why I said to Nigeria, why I was telling it's not true. It's not sufficient. But it's just that we don't have ability to distribute the what we were producing for a long time. I don't think we have ever produced more than 10,000 megawatts of electricity in that country, to be honest. For a country like Nigeria, that's nothing. That's really, really nothing. And we should be at least 100,000 megawatts of electricity to even stand a chance of be anything.
I think what I was trying to say was that we generate more than 10 megawatts of electricity, 10 and this thing, I mean 10 gigawatts of electricity. Yeah, the reason why it doesn't show that it's not good is because it's inefficiently generated because we are using generators to generate them. That is the problem. It's not that we don't generate power. We generate it not from the national grid, not from in the efficient sources that most nations do. And we do that in almost every sector from water, power, security, on and on. Even seaport, we are trying to replicate the same thing again. When everybody just does it in a very haphazard, we don't want to operate efficiently. Our country is not linked together the way it's supposed to be linked. That's why we are poor.
Yeah, I agree with your point. I think it's also good that they've actually allowed private sectors to come in. But what the government needs to do still is very strong with regulation. I think that's where the government are also failing. Very strong with regulations. The government should not hard off completely, because this is kind of like national security concern. Even in America, they don't hard off utility completely to private sectors. Private sector play a big part of it.
You see now, 70 to 80% of our power generation are actually from Tama, and they are from the
Okay,
south.
that's great. That's great. So, but the point to Nigeria is saying we need to pay attention to the inefficiency in the part of the government. So that's one thing we should pay attention to.
Along what way? Which one are you talking about inefficiency?
That is why we don't have the electricity, because if you look at
forget about it. That's a different discussion.
No, hold on. Let me speak now. Hold on, please. So you see, our problem sincerely is not from production. If we distribute what we are producing, our electricity would be way much better. Our biggest problem in Nigeria is actually distribution. That's the biggest problem we have. So what he is saying, or at least what we are producing, let's have it. Let's have it first. Then we will not improve our generation.
He was not even talking about electricity. We're talking about seaports. We're talking about electricity.
He's talking in general. He's talking.
Simba, are you seeing all your arguments fall apart? Swiss Canal also has higher and lower levels to, like, you are ascribing that Nigeria will have, and we shouldn't do it.
What do you say?
That you are arguing that the River Niger and our waterways, because of the seasons, sometimes the water is high, sometimes the water is low. And I'm just showing you now that the Swiss Canal also has the same thing. And remember, this Swiss Canal, they built it through land. They created land. They created it themselves. This one,
let me tell you what Swiss Canal means. It is a dredging between two seas.
Yes.
Yeah, that's correct.
Through land. They cut through land to get to another sea. Isn't it? There was land between the two seas, isn't it? They cut through land to get there. Not we don't have to cut through land only. We literally have the waterways cut through the middle of our country. We have it cut through our country. We can't even use it because we are so sectional with our way of thinking all the time. That's my point. That is the inefficiency in everything that we do that's ended up.
What is the inefficiency in what you are talking about now?
Because I just saw Bwala talk about how MBS or Saudi Arabia went to America to sign a $600 billion deal. When he was saying it from his mouth, I felt like his mouth should fall out of his head, because he can't even tie the word, because that's not the word you can hear from a Nigerian mouth for Nigeria. We don't talk like that for our country.
Do you know? Let me tell you, if you know the history of Suez Canal, you discover that even Egypt is not the one financing Suez Canal. I hope you know that.
Simba, let me even address to Niger. You see one thing to Niger. Sometimes political correctness is not the same thing as efficiency. Now, Simba just explained to you what will cost Nigeria, and as a matter of fact, it was the one that triggered me to just go and look at the technicality and why Nigeria has not even been moving on with that project. Now, the feasibility study says that even if you dredge it now, because of the debris and the sand that because of the type of soil of Nigeria, you are going to need to dredge it in the next 12 to 24 months. Now, that is a cost. Now, whenever government have such kind of cost, you understand, they pass this out to the citizen. And when you start doing that, number one, they can pass it to the whatever ship that begs there, or whatever whether you want to use badge or whatever. Now you will pass the cost to the citizen. When you pass the cost to the citizen, then it make the cost of living to be more expensive. So when you look at all those factors, you have to deal with that you want to appeal to regional sentiments or tribal sentiment or reasonable cost. So why will you go for a more expensive alternative when you have one that is not giving you a problem? If you will need average of, let's say, 10 billion, let's average of $4 billion to be redredging every 2 years, and you see one that you don't even have to dredge again, that you don't have to clear, that you don't have to spend extra $4 billion to do, why will you go for the expensive just because you want to appeal to regional sentiment? Why would you want to do that? So I think we are unfair to ourselves and even to our co-Nigerian fellow Nigerians sometimes because the way some of us mislead.
Hold on. That is not accurate. If that was the case, what you are saying, I will understand that. And you have not even done the feasibility study to know what the economic benefit would be versus not doing it. What if the economic benefit was $10 billion every 2 years, while the dredging cost is about, let's say, $3 billion? Have you bothered to do that? Just like we don't do for security.
Okay. If the economic benefit is 10 billion and you are spending that 3 billion for that dredging, right? And
Yes.
somewhere else, and when you move it somewhere else, the economic benefit is still 10 billion, but you are not spending 3 billion to dredge.
So because that is your calculation is that you're not calculating that.
No, let me tell you something.
Let me finish.
Hold on. Just hold on. Boeing is bringing a maintenance facility now to Nigeria.
You see now you want to add another point to it. See, no. Don't do that. Let me reply to what you just said.
Just hold on. Let someone talk.
See, if you say no, don't do that. Ola, don't do that. Let me talk
now.
Let me talk. See, the point I'm making is that
let me land my point.
When you said this thing,
let me land my point.
You're not going to land. Hold on for a second.
You don't have power.
So hold on. Let me. No. You just made your point, and you don't want me to reply to it.
Let me land.
What kind of a Joro is this one? You make a point, and you don't want me to reply to it.
Even muting me. No,
you are changing the point. You are changing the whole point. You want to change it to a very different topic.
I'm not.
Okay, make your point, and let's hear it.
You understand? Now they are bringing that a Boeing to a Nigerian facility. That alone will instantly save $200 million. That cost of saving $200 million in an economy of like Nigeria is huge. $3 billion maintenance in the Nigerian economy is huge.
For
That's
what
what
again?
I'm trying to say.
For Boeing.
Yeah, Boeing. Yeah.
What does that got to do with seaport?
I'm just giving an example how big.
Okay, now regarding the seaport, you said if you are going to save yourself that $3 billion in dredging and you take it to only one section of Nigeria, the calculation it didn't do is the inefficiency cost that will arise from putting it in an inefficient location. Because now goods now have to be driven and carried with plane and maybe even with rail too, that is also very expensive throughout the country to other locations. If you do that calculation in GDP, it probably will cost you more than that $3 billion. That is the calculation that
it's not better to spend money on a rail. If you are discussing rail along the whole geopolitical zone Nigeria, I think nobody will say we have an argument against it. But when you are talking about something that is not visible, I don't understand your argument.
If you can agree with rail, why are you having issues
I
with
think rail is probably the cheapest mode of transportation to Nigeria.
Actually, the shipping is the most efficient route. This is why the British conquered the whole world. Shipping is the most efficient. Shipping is the most efficient. Actually, it's the most efficient. You don't know.
No. He said rail was more expensive, and I said I think rail is the cheapest mode of transportation.
Shipping is the most efficient route of transportation because one, you don't have to maintain the water on its own again. You know, water.
We are talking about the one that you show now that you have to be maintaining, dredging every now and then.
Dredging cost is minimal compared to
listen. You're not making sense.
I know that.
Listen. You talk. Hold on.
You can't keep stopping me from talking. Everybody keep telling me, hold on. You won't let me make my own point. You make your own point, and you won't let me make my own point, so that you all crowd one point out. The point is that this is the waterway is the most efficient way of transportation. And what people are arguing here, it just shows you are not so dissimilar from Jagaban that is in office, because you just care about your own region, getting the benefits. When with other people being disregarded, you would rather do that than actually see the reality on the ground. You make all kinds of fake arguments saying it's because of the water level rises, sedimentation. Suez Canal does that too, and many countries go through this. There are many countries that built all kinds of systems to manage water, and you keep making excuses for why we shouldn't do it because
This
you want
canal
to
is an
gain from it.
international rule. It's just like
okay.
Panama Canal. It's an international rule. And Ola, let me
Okay,
say this. Sorry,
let me
Ola.
respond now.
Okay,
So,
I will look for large water projects that have been done around the world by other nations. So let's see your excuse then.
to Nigeria, so I'm guessing you have a waterways or a sea behind your father's house or your family house, right? That's why ship is the least expensive. You're not making any sense.
Of course, shipping is the most efficient. You want me to check it? Okay, let me check between shipping and rail, which
If
is
we
the
are
most
talking
efficient
about
means of
ship,
transportation.
large ship, no, we are not talking about inland waterways.
I'm talking about large
Right.
ships.
I mean, to Nigeria, train and truck or road transportation is the closest to consumers and
Exactly.
people's. So that's what we're talking about here. We're not talking. Of course, you can carry a whole bunch of stuff on a large, cargo ship on the sea, but you still have to transport all these goods on rail or truck
Okay, I agree
transportation.
with you on that, but look at it now. If you put the system inside the middle of the country, guess what? You just cut the distances by half for most people. You just cut the distance
So
by
the
half
people that put
for
it
most people.
along the sea, why do you think that most nations put out on waterways?
Because they don't have waterways necessarily.
To Niger, I've shared the cost. You understand? For Niger, for that your River Niger project to be ocean going, to have ocean going ships on them, is going to cost Nigeria average of 18. But if you want to dredge it for barge, you understand, for just a shallow one, because River Niger can be as shallow as 0.5 meters and as deep as 1 meter during some parts during the dry season. So, but for you now to make it prepare it for like at least 10 meters deep, you understand? So, and to make it prepare for ocean going ships, you understand, you need the average of 18 billion. And that is not going to be one-off cost. You have to have continuous maintenance. So I think at the best, what you can do for River Niger is for barge. And that means that you have to dip it to you have to dip it and keep spending average of 1.3 billion. So initially it's going to be average of 1.3 billion initially. Then you spend $100 million every year for maintenance.
$100 million, and then that's very good. The fact that you say $100 million every year shows you how manageable it is.
I say for badge,
to get your argument,
okay, let's say for badge, but we don't even have it for badge now. That's part of it. We
make
make sure that area
argument.
is dysfunctional.
Hold on, to get your argument. Are you saying if you guys have a port in the eastern part of Nigeria, you're gonna create more jobs or more industries or more economic activities? Is that the reason why you want the ports, or because already exists the business that needs the ports for better better transportation and export?
For boats.
Why are you so keen about having a port so close to the
because
people?
It's more efficient.
We all, huh?
Because it's more efficient way to do something.
The goods, let me ask you, the goods that, because one of the arguments people used to put is that, oh, the Igbos are the one importing are this. So the goods that they are importing, where are they selling it? Is it in the southeast or they are selling to the whole part of Nigeria?
They are selling to the whole part of Nigeria now.
So why the fixation that it was actually landed where they are not? They don't even have market.
It just shows your bias that you are focusing on the southeast.
No, it's
I
you.
keep telling you that
It's you because you want to turn everything to federal character.
You are the one that no. Actually, the map is telling you, not me. The map.
Okay, let me ask you. Wait, you said okay, all geopolitical zones should have a port. How will you get port to this northwest?
See, I'm not even saying the southeast necessarily needs to have a port, but Onitsha needs a port because there's a lot of commercial activity going on there, and River State needs a port. There's a lot of commercial activity going on there.
There are ports in River State now.
There's a lot of commercial activity going on there. No, let me finish that. Then the more innovative one, and the one that is even going to further transform the country, all the way to Kogi. You take the port all the way to Kogi. It means that people from Abuja, the distance they need to travel to get their goods, very, very short. And even the people in the north, they don't have to travel that far to get their goods again. So you can see how beneficial it is for the entire nation. And maybe all this stuff we are seeing, people coming to the south will reduce.
I think we should stop this argument. I think the best thing that we can have that will serve that country very well is a good rail network. That's it. Forget about all this.
I support rail network too, all over the country.
Now, to Nigeria, you see, you can't blame Nigeria. Let me tell you one thing. In fairness to Buhari and Shagari regime, he constructed Onitsha Port. But the question you ask yourself is this: why is it not functional? It's part of the technicality we are talking about. But Rivers State, that you are saying they don't have port, they have ports because that's what the oil and gas people use. In Warri, they have ports.
I know they have a seaport in Port Harcourt. I know I've been to that seaport. We've used it before for items that they've
Let's
shipped.
just call it
But
port.
over time, it has become moribund. And
let's just call
democratic.
it port.
Eh?
As for now, the oil and gas people,
let's just call it what?
Let's just call it port. Don't let it just call. Don't let's even separate between sea and river port, whatever.
No, it's actually seaport.
You understand?
That's what you call
so
it.
The thing you should be fighting for is this. Then, for example, now maybe they can build a very big dry port in the southeast, so that it can be like a Lagos can be a transit point to it, or from those port in Calabar area or River State area can be. But again, you need to ask yourself one question. Now, the cost of even taking ship to River State commercially is even far more than even. So a lot of things you have to put because you are looking at ship. You understand? You forgot that those things they consume energy too.
So you are saying that taking a ship to River State is more costly?
Yes, you don't know. It's even
what are you talking about?
Longer route.
If a ship was coming from outside Africa and they want to come in, they will meet the part of Port Harcourt first before they can even get to Lagos.
From where?
If you are crossing the Atlantic Ocean and you are coming towards West Africa, except you are going through the coast of Ghana. But if you are coming, let's say from
where
America,
is the ship coming from? Where is the ship coming from?
What direction you are coming from? You can land in Port Harcourt just fine. Maybe first, River State first before you even reach Lagos, because Lagos is further inland when you look at with the base of Nigeria. Nigeria is further south. River State is further south of Nigeria, isn't it?
So Nigeria, what do you have a decent understanding of what influences the cost of shipping?
What influences the cost of shipping?
Yes.
I think part of it is economic activity and the utility of that port, whether they can scale up delivery of goods to that area. Because the more goods you can deliver to a port, the more viable it is to ship. Isn't it?
Let me give you some major things that actually influence some of the prices that we see in Nigeria. One of the first things is demurrage, okay, and that's a reality for a shipper. The next thing that you need to understand is also insurance.
Yeah.
Apart from the economics of scale that you already spoke about.
Yes.
Insurance and demurrage are some of the major costs that can really.
Demurrage should be the same for all of them now, or maybe even higher in Lagos. In PH. So insurance, it may be higher for PH because the route is not well traveled, because scale is not there. So it may be more expensive for River State. Those are the kind of areas the government can cover. My original point was that it's not even only about
the MPA to Nigeria. The seaport has taken the three largest ships that ever ported in the history of Nigeria came to a seaport over the last 4 years or thereabouts. When the MPA under Buhari, the MPA actually puts a lot of money into Port Harcourt and Warri Seaport. And in fact, at the time, they also reduced the amount of money they charge for clearance services and all that stuff. They actually made it cheaper. So the federal government actually made it cheaper for people to go to on air. And on air less, because on air was actually under Intel's for a long time, and Intel's failed to invest and put infrastructure there. They were happy to just make money off the oil and gas boys, and they didn't have any interest in any other commercial activity there beyond that. But the federal government actually tried to incentivize people to go and use those other seaports, because under Buhari, the federal government put a lot of money into those other seaports, but the fact on the other terminals. But the reality of it is, people just were still shipping a lot of volume and taking a lot of volume out of the 2 Lagos ports.
Yes,
And that was just
because
the reality of it.
that is true, of course. See, my point is that this is not only reflective of seaports, it's almost in everything in Nigeria. You see people playing sectional games. Like if you look at the way headquarters of institutions have shifted to certain regions in the country, either it's to Abuja or to Lagos, and where most of the wealth is generated, that's not where the most of the institutions rely. Are situated. So you can see that, especially during this political dispensation, and politics in Africa is so toxic. They are really awful people, politicians. They are so sectional. They are not like, I actually think military is far more rational than they are, because they play this stupid game that the country has become even more politically.
Okay, hold on. There you go again. I said it earlier. Your nostalgia for military rule and command and control is what you care about.
I'm not saying I want them back.
You want them back. You as much as you mention and talk about it, you absolutely want them back. You seem to do a better job. I know you know.
You are distracting me from my point, and it's not fair. See, the original point I'm making is that because of politics, Nigeria has even become more sectional in the way things have been developed. It has become drifted to one side. When I went to Nigeria in 2020 or I think 2016, I actually traveled by road. I went to Lagos. There was a bit of development, not that significant, I must say. There was a bit of development. The Island Avenue area, I didn't see much of a change there. Ikeja, I was quite disappointed with the development. But when I landed at the airport, I saw more lights. I can see that on the ground something was heaving. There was a change going on the ground. That's it. I drove from there by road. We went to Benin, Edo State. They were a shadow of what they represented, even when I was in Nigeria before. Then I went from there to Onitsha. Onitsha, I saw a lot of improvement in Onitsha. I saw a lot of movement in Delta State too, in terms of, let's say, the Agbo area, all those so-called Anioma. There was some, especially Asaba area, you can see development, and barely anything changed in the River State. I didn't see much of a development in River State. If anything, they regress backward compared to the rest of the country. And so you can see that in democracy, the other groups suffer quite a lot of reverses. Yes, apart from Delta State, where you see some of glimmers of hope there, but most by and large is the bigger groups that gain from this in Nigeria, especially they don't think rationally. They always want to put things in one area. Everybody wants. Look at the conversation we're having now. Every time everybody keeps talking about the Southeast. When talk about the Southeast.
See, you see all this thing. Don't let us discuss it as a business person. Don't let us bring sentiment. Now I hear you. Len, I retract my word. Yeah, River State, building Rivers, Port Harcourt airport and seaport in River may look closer to many geographical location than Lagos. Yeah, I hear you. But now let us talk about the feasibility. Now, 70% of Nigeria business, industry, is in Lagos and Ogun State. Then if I had your state to reach, you understand, it will be look as if I want to be biased. We may be tending toward 80% of Nigeria industries in Southwest. In Southwest, generally, I heard or tell where you put it, about 80% of the Nigerian industries are in Southwest.
So is this supposed to be like that? Why is it like that?
It's not a government thing now.
Hold on.
If you look at it has started even before independence.
No, I will even address that. You see, Lagos and Ogun State and Ibadan, they didn't just develop. Many places you see as Lagos today was part of Western region. So you can give that credit to Obafemi Awolowo. You understand? So the northern part too, they were developing at their own pace, but now them know what make them destroy their own industry, right?
Lagos was developed by Nigeria, by the way. Let's not conflate it, and that's why we gain from it. Let's not conflate that.
I hear you.
Lagos, what do you mean Obafemi Awolowo? To be honest, Lagos was developed by the federal government.
If you separate Lagos from the Southwest can compete with the Southwest. You don't know that.
let us tell you people what
Well,
you don't know.
that's true. That's not true.
Lagos,
In fact, the
Lagos.
governor was a burden on Lagos.
I
It's
can
the
give.
other way
Okay, let me
around.
share this.
Let me tell them this. Let me
We
tell
are even
them
talking
this.
of industries now. We are not even talking of
But
other
listen to
Lagos
GDP
was
per
part
state.
of Western region.
Take Lagos out, other
The
states
only
in Nigeria can
place
compete
that was
just
the
fine with
seat of
any southeastern
government,
state.
which was the capital, was the
Any
Lagos
southeastern
Island.
state, I mean. Go ahead.
So
guy.
Lagos was developed by the Western region.
And I'll be asking them now. We've moved capital
Lagos
to
was developed by
Abuja.
Nigeria, not by the Western region. Don't do that.
Ali, hold on now. Why are we not having the mass industry we are having in Abuja now? Because after all,
Lagos was
all
developed by
our
Nigeria.
money.
Where did the money and the resources come from? What part of the country did it come from to Nigeria?
There's not even
Mostly
Trump that
from
don't
the entire
even go
country.
to that
And
one with
if
them.
you want to go there, then you are even looking at the
You
south
know,
south.
the problem with somebody like Nigeria is that if he
But it's
doesn't
a
know
fact
something,
now. It's a fact. You don't want to face
it's
the
not
fact.
a fact.
I
It's
don't
not
let
a
you get away
fact.
with it.
Let me
That's
tell
why
you.
you have
Let
to
me
come
ask you
here.
this.
Simba, please, why will you argue that Lagos was not developed by the federal government?
It's
This
not.
kind of stuff
Let
that they
me
do,
tell
this
you,
kind of stuff that they
most
do
of
that is
the
just so annoying.
industry. Wait.
Sorry, let me say this.
Most of the industry in Ilupeju, in
To be honest,
Ikeja, in Lagos.
hold on,
Wait
hold
now.
on. To be
Oh, God.
honest, if you remove Lagos from Southwest is like every other region. If you
Not
remove
true.
Lagos,
Not true.
AY, I don't buy that sentiment because that's
Why?
that's a very convenient
Okay,
argument.
Look at the GDP per capita. Look at the
Hold on,
right
AY.
there.
Don't say
What are you talking
AY,
about?
AY, hold on, please. Don't
Okay.
say.
I got you.
Hold on now,
Uh-huh.
guy. Hold on. We've just told you that Lagos you are talking of is Lagos of Ikoyi, Lagos of Surulere. Is it even Surulere? And all
No.
those that were Apapa rather, and all those areas that were part of Federal Capital Territory. Ilupeju, Ikeja, you understand? Oba, they were never part of Lagos Federal Capital Territory.
Federal capital.
And that I can't exactly. Those were the industrial hub. Hold on. Those were the industrial hub of Southwest. Now later, when they started coming, you understand, we started moving to Agbara. Now, even if you still take Lagos out of this thing, you understand, the most industrialized state in Nigeria today is still Ogun State. If you take Lagos out, and you combine the economy of Lagos and Ogun State and Osun State, you understand, we still beat
and
other
Oyo
regions.
State.
Oyo State, that's what I'm saying, Ogun State and Oyo State. We still beat other regions. So the thing is this: don't let us go for this argument of convenience. You have to look at what the founding father of Western region did. You understand? Now, Western region was borrowing federal government money. After all, you were saying, you guys were saying now, the federal government discovered. Why were you not saying that the time that Western region was borrowing federal government money, was lending them money?
Nigeria, did you know
never
that?
heard of that?
Who was borrowing who money?
When it's convenient to say,
who was borrowing who money? What are you talking about?
Western region was borrowing federal government money. Western region was borrowing federal
obviously, you didn't know that, Nigeria.
Hold on. Well, let's say Western region was borrowing federal government money. You know, the Nigerian government is still borrowing money from different parts of that's what they call local lending. And secondly, hold on. Let me
don't come with this argument for convenience. Don't come with this argument for convenience.
You have a circular argument. The point is that the Lagos or Western Nigeria, they had enough revenue, to take care of themselves, to the point that their contribution to the national purse is actually benefiting the other parts of the damn country. You don't get that. See, again, the federal government was more like a burden, so to speak, on Lagos rather the other way around. So this notion that Lagos was developed by the country is not true.
Lagos
even up to now, the percentage of revenue coming from the southeast or other parts of the country is minuscule compared to the southwest. But it keeps still talking about the Lagos was developed by the federal government.
Look at the dates. Don't talk out of your feelings. Look at the dates. Even before Nigeria got independence, Lagos, as we know it today, became the capital of Nigeria as we know it today.
Look at what you
Hold on. Did you listen to the nuances? Hey, hold on. Did you listen to what Bwala said
I can't just make one statement and you just jump
hold
into my
on.
mouth.
Did you listen to what they said about the different parts of Lagos
Let me
belonging
land.
to?
See, now you are sorry forcing me to say let me land too, because that's the only thing people respond to. So let me land. So the point is that in terms of the development that you see in Lagos today, if you compare it to the resources that have been generated by the South, it's minuscule to the income that the country is getting from the other parts of the nation. And when the people tell you that that wealth is being brought by all Nigerians from other parts of Nigeria to Lagos to develop it, and you argue with it, okay, fine, you want to argue with that, then separate Lagos from the Southwest, and you see that other states compete with Lagos, the other Southwest states just fine, maybe even more.
To Nigeria, this argument of convenience is so funny. You understand? Let me tell you one thing. Nigerian house in London today and United Kingdom, you understand? Who built it? I assume the federal government built that one. So Cocoa House, who built it? That nobody. Then look at Western House on Broad Street. You understand? But we see you need to travel
by that
back.
standard. Then the South
Hold on. You need to travel back. Ask yourself a question. You said the federal government developed Lagos. We are now asking you how come that they were developing the Southwest to the point that Western regions started borrowing Nigeria government. As a matter of fact, the federal government whether they pay back tomorrow. I will tell you
because that was the Confederate system where the federal government was very weak.
Oh my God. Let me go back to the fallacy that the South region is feeding the country. Guys, you are misrepresenting forest generation. You understand? Because of the
it is an import dependent economy. What do you think?
What
do you think?
Nigeria is not totally import the economy. Imported.
Okay.
Let me tell you one thing. You have to put this.
Are you trying to say that if you grow mango, we are not importing it? Is okay.
You have to put. You have to put this in a context.
Okay. Now I want you to answer this question precisely. What is it that is? Hold on. Let me ask you precisely. What is it that is generated in the Southwest? No, I want to ask you a straight question now. I will give you a chance to answer the question. I will give you a chance to answer the question. What is it that is generated in the Southwest that other parts of Nigeria cannot do?
That's not the question. What I'm telling you is this. Now, when you see a lot of things is happening in the Southwest today.
But there are things that can be generated in other parts of Nigeria that the Southwest cannot do.
Hey, guy, hold on. You understand? Don't misrepresent forest generation from the entire economy of that country. Oil and gas we are talking about is less than 10% of the total GDP of that country. When they say total GDP, so both agriculture and manufacturing, they are still far ahead of your oil.
There was a time it was a lot higher.
Hold on, guy.
Hold on.
Then we have service industry. We have telecom. We have banking and finance. You understand? We have entertainment industry. And you have a lot. When you look at entertainment industry now, who dominates? West. When you want to talk of Nollywood or music, this is
Lagos, not the West. Lagos.
Will you just stop that? Will you just
Lagos is not the West.
Is that video from Lagos? Is that video from Lagos?
Are you trying to say that
are you
saying that the musicians now that are actually Southwesterners?
I'm just asking. No,
a lot of musicians are not Southwesterners.
No. The way.
Burna Boy is not from the Southwest.
No, guys.
So
let me tell one thing.
Sorry,
when
the question is, do you need to be from Lagos before you can generate, be part of the entertainment industry? What do you mean Davido is from Lagos? Davido live in Lagos, so it's Lagos. It's Lagosian.
Burna Boy is not.
Burna Boy is from Lagos.
It's not from Lagos.
The only
I don't think Remy is from Lagos.
Lagos, there is Wizkid, right? Maybe or Olamide. It's not that they are really like.
No. I'm just citing an example. No,
they are just the same as Agbado themselves.
I will answer you now. Hold on now. Argument of convenience is what I'm fighting against. Okay, the legend of entertainment today, King Sunny Ade, is from Ondo Township. Ebenezer Obey is from Egba land. You understand? All those people are still legend. That
Chief
was
Peter.
hold on, guy. Hold on.
Is that what you're
I'm just
trying
telling
to
you generally that
brag about now?
Let me just say this. Our argument is kind of light, right? The reason why everybody that Dangote left Kano moved to Lagos, the reason why Burna Boy left Rivers moved to Lagos, the reason why every big politician, every big businessman, every big entertainer they are in Lagos is because it's Lagos. It was developed. So the idea of it's just like the idea of Lagos is no man's land does not originate from land ownership. It originates from the composure of the people
the
all over the country.
nation of
Our
Lagos.
argument is really
It's a capital.
Again, I want to say this clearly. Lagos was developed by the country. If you remove Lagos from Southwest is not
How
as
can
free as
we
it is.
remove Lagos?
And one last thing,
part of Lagos.
the idea of Lagos in Southwest, we're burying Nigeria money. Don't forget, at the inception of Nigeria, our major source of revenue was from the cocoa and agriculture. Then we did have oil and gas. So let's be factual with all these numbers.
I think if Ola wants to argue that, Ola, let me grant you one thing.
Oh, no. Let me answer you why. No, okay, George, please. Let me answer you why. See, now, you see the sentiment you are saying now. A person like me from Ondo State, now, I can now stand and say, okay, if you want to go by cocoa, then Ekiti and Ondo, we now develop entire Southwest because we knew some people protested when they started Obafemi Awolowo University in OAU, and that protest in Ife, even Awolowo himself and Akintola, they never took that into their hometown. You understand? So those people that you are too far from your microphone. I can't hear you.
I said you can come and carry OAU if you want.
No. I'm just telling how weak AY
accept. We don't accept. We don't give you people consensus candidates. We have given you consensus candidates. Mr. Ola, back to you. We can come and carry your OAU to Ekiti if you want.
No. I know. I'm just telling to Nigeria the way to Nigeria was saying it. You understand? There was a time we were using cocoa. You understand? That cocoa was the basis of Obafemi Awolowo building Western region. And that area you see today that you can't be living in Ikeja today now, and you are claiming that federal government developed Lagos. You can't be living in Agbado Jaye, for example, and you are saying Lagos federal government built Lagos. You can't be living in
Oshomolu or Ilupeju.
You have to drop this conversation, man. But Tunaja is not going to agree, and he doesn't know. You don't know Tunaja, he's not going to agree. So I think you just drop this
agree. It's not factually true. Okay, should I ask ChatGPT? Should I ask ChatGPT or Google? I can ask Google so Google can settle this.
Okay, let me ask
you. You are telling you what we know. You are asking ChatGPT.
So let me land my point. Let me land my point, please. Let me land my point.
We were you not continue. Let me ask you a question. You not continue to just comment on it. Why do you think people are moving to Abuja today? Where was Abuja 30 years ago? Why do you think so? This area when did we move to? The area you are talking about in Lagos,
I didn't see the answer now. I hope they don't argue with the AI. No, so sorry, AY about that. AI, so because these people they don't want to see sense. They're not authentic at all. Now I just asked a straight question. I asked a straight question. Was Lagos developed? So why you want to argue with AI too? Who are you not going to argue? You argue with God at this rate because you are so section you can't even see it.
You know how AI pick information. Let me tell you one thing. You see all those obedient lies, if they lie over time without being challenged, AI will just take statistical history of those things. I will process it for you.
Wow.
Okay, hold on. Obedient keeps saying. No. Hold on now. If obedient keeps saying for the next 10 years that Obi won that 2023, nobody shall end them. You understand? by the time AI go
Oh
into
my God,
yeah,
Jesus
You can
Christ!
Ola, you
Even
cannot
AI is
even
calling
you
Lagos
cannot
no man's
even
land, and you're here talking about
you
it being
cannot
only
underrate
Yoruba.
to Naija, let me say this. You cannot underrate the behavioral pattern of people for the attraction of a group of people, the hospitality of a group of people. You can't underrate it to their development. We all knew what actually made Rivers State and Delta State the way they were when all the multinationals that are there, because of insecurity. You cannot you can't just say because people are moving to Lagos, they are moving to the southwest because of security, because of hospitality of the people.
If you are talking about insecurity, that is that's a valid argument to make. But to say Lagos doesn't have input from all Nigerians is a fallacy. This is why I say remove Lagos from the equation, because no other part of Nigeria has
okay.
Nigeria.
Let me even play along your line. Okay, do you want to tell us that Lagos federal government developed River State? Deal? Do you agree?
Federal government had a hand in developing River State by the refineries and all those things. But apart from that,
it's a simple question.
Apart from that, it's mostly River State.
Let me ask you whether you know this.
River State was never capital of Nigeria.
Are you aware that Port Harcourt and Enugu were not ancient cities?
Port Harcourt and Enugu were not ancient cities?
Yes.
When you say ancient, how far back are you referring to?
I'm talking about something less than 100 years ago.
Oh no, they were around more than 100 years ago.
They were not.
Enugu, I don't know about Enugu. I know about Anambra.
Anambra was around.
Enugu is ancient, actually. Enugu is ancient
they were built from the scratch. They were not in existence. They were not like like Benin, like Ibadan, and all those.
No. They were around for a long time.
They were not.
Years they've been there.
You are not. Don't
I've checked because they couldn't even arrive in that region.
Can somebody contribute, please?
They arrived in that region. It wasn't this developed.
Kaduna, Calabar, and Enugu are a consequence of the Northern Protectorate and the British, even the royal British government, whatever they call it.
You can argue that Lagos is the same too, by that standard, because
I wouldn't say Lagos. It's only you can only say that of Lagos Island, Marina, never Lagos Island, Marina. You can only say that of Marina.
The other areas were not that developed before.
You can only say that of Marina. Do you even know the history of Lagos? Do you understand
the history of Lagos is right here. It's telling you.
Do you know there be conflict between
can somebody contribute, please?
Yeah, we know about all that already.
About the Dutch bombardment and British bombardment of Lagos.
We know about that.
So why are you telling me?
Nigeria for a long time.
You can only say that of Marina now.
Let us hear from comparable facts. Let him speak. He hasn't said it.
The comparable facts will just come here with all his fallacies.
You mean like all of you two? He's just going to be like everyone else.
Can you give me my time, please? Remy or whatever, Simba, can you just be quiet, please? Let me talk.
There's nothing factual about comparable facts.
So, Oriela, can you just be quiet? You're not in British, okay? This is an international forum. So, this is the problem I have with Nigeria. Speaking of mundane things, this is the same problem we have. We have issue with some of you from the Southwest. When you come here, you bring an illusion. This is the same illusion we are living on that Tinubu built Lagos. When it's not factually correct, you don't give credit, to other governors like Jack and some other people. It's all about Tinubu. This is the same fallacy. Hold on, it's my turn. This is the same fallacy you are bringing up. Particular people like Remy. Lagos was not developed by the Southwest. Be quiet. Lagos was not developed.
You are just talking rubbish, garbage.
Lagos was not developed.
Nobody mentioned Tinubu here.
I'm just telling about the fallacy you're attempting to.
Which fallacy? We give you understand what you are talking about.
I'm going somewhere.
Where are you going when you started on the wrong road?
I'm making a connection. If you just shut up your mouth. If you just shut your damn mouth up a little bit, please. Let me make my submission. Keep your mouth quiet. Just zip it. Okay? Or you want to put a tape on it, you put a tape on it. That'll be
You
better.
know, you can go and put super glue on that your dirty mouth.
Okay, so let me begin. Like I said, I already made my opening statement. Lagos is not solely developed by the southwestern region. So let's call it what it is. You know, it is a product of the Yoruba origin, the British colonial planning, the federal government, and the migration and investment from all part of the country. And Ola, you made some statement that is that is completely wrong. And you have all those you have all those charlatans here backing you up that 80% of the industry is located in the southwest. That cannot be further by the
You are
truth.
an
It's only
idiot.
51.
You are an idiot. Who are
It's
you
only
calling charlatan?
51. Hold on, people need to Tunaja, Ewa, you need to fact check them. You don't let these people deceive people here, come here, and bring an illusion that doesn't even make sense. It's only 51, and it does a lot. They have the most, but don't give us fabricated figure. I don't know where you got 80%. There's difference between 80% of 50 or 51. That's a long. You're talking about 29 or 39%.
Okay, hold on. Let me tell you how I said it. You understand? Ogun State and Lagos State.
I'm talking about Southwest, the whole Southwest.
Uncle, hold on now. Uncle, hold on. Ogun State and Lagos State alone, they dominate 70% of Nigeria.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You are giving a wrong figure.
Okay.
Let me give you the right data. You need to go with the fact. When you talk about Ogu or your Osu, Ekiti, and on those states.
You use more than your ChatGPT?
Forget about what I'm using. I'm giving you the fact. I'm just saying when people come here, you're deceiving people.
Let's hear your fact. Say it. What are you talking about?
Okay, if you shut up and let me land, please. So the point I'm trying to make is the number that Ola painted here. It's not
number on what?
That 80% of the 80% of the industry, which what we call MS.
Hold on,
MSME.
No. I don't want to
MSMES. Only 51% are located in the southwestern region, and Lagos State only has about 19% of all MSME in Nigeria. So, but if you combine them all together, it's about 50 to 51%, which is bigger than any other region. That's about half of the half of the industry located in the southwest, which is big. Give fallacy. Stop calling that nonsense you are making.
Before you get to energy finish, hold on. Let me tell you one thing. You did more than ChatGPT. You understand? Latest news. You understand? ChatGPT is not the only LLM that is.
Do you know what? You don't even know what I use. You don't even know what I use. How are you going to say you don't even know where I live? You don't know what I use. So don't tell me what I'm using.
I said, hold on now. I said, hold on. Now, the question is this. When you want to verify, the verification goes beyond the data you pull out. You look at income and everything together to whether the income and what is coming and the taxation, whether it matches whatever you are pulling out. Don't just go out and put something on ChatGPT only because it's giving you a figure and you put it
What
there.
Did you just say? You said industry and business location. That's what you said specifically. It didn't say anything about word.
Hold on. The major refinery in Nigeria today is in Lagos State. The telecommunication headquarters, they are all in Lagos State. The finance hub of entire country is in Lagos. Even the fintech is all the fintech, you find them in Lagos. The Nollywood, you find them in Lagos. The major thing you want to talk about,
you are making it sound like it was developed by only Yoruba people. That's the point.
Jesus Christ of Nazareth.
Just because of their geographical location, give those areas the advantage.
Just hold on. When you are not talking of industry, manufacturing, and all those stuff, we now start moving from Agbala, where we normally call it Keja West. Then you understand that.
Okay, how about the hold on? How about the informal trade and business? How about the informal retail and trade business?
Let me tell you one thing. When you are talking of all these small scale, all those things, yes, I recognize all those imports, buying and selling that your people do there. Yeah, it's part of the economy.
It's not about my people. We are talking about Nigeria, so don't make it about Southeast. You're the one that makes it Southwest.
Hold on. See, Southwest, I know that Nigerians live in Southwest. It doesn't matter. The question that, Simba says something here that is very critical. If you came to my home, if I do not accommodate you, Why would you stay? Why are people not starting the industry
Is
in
Southwest not part of Nigeria? This is the problem. Are you not in Canada? You are making your living in Canada. You're a problem.
Asan is saying now, why are people not citing factories in Borno today? Why are people not saying breweries to Kano? You understand? Well, so you have to look at a lot of things. You understand? You have to look at a lot of things. You must be accommodating before people can come to you. You understand? And Southwest, when you talk of being accommodating, you understand? Southwest has that history. You may not agree. You understand? You can argue with data. You can argue with reality and results. I don't care about that. But as I speak today, when we are talking of the backbone of economy, oil and gas economy of that country today, even though Lagos now is now oil and gas hub to, you understand? Southwest still lead. There's no way you want to do it that the worst case scenario, Southwest will still cover 60% of the entire thing.
No. Let's have a genuine conversation. Is the figure that you gave that I'm not saying that Southwest doesn't have the dominant money in terms of economic region. I'm not disputing that fact. My analysis I'm making, I'm using my MSME, to make my analysis that your figure is factually incorrect. So whether it's 80 or 90 or whatever you want, it doesn't make any difference to me. But when we come to an international platform, we need to be very factual. Don't obliviate, I'm just balloon the number, that is not factual. That's my point.
You are not factual now. Tell me.
I'm factual.
Okay. But then I will present my own. Do you want us to go and argue with the Nigeria Bureau of Statistics? You understand? Should we start it? Should we pick data from the Bureau of Statistics and feed it into your LLM model and let us see? The question is this: where is who generates? Because you can even see from income, the largest income, not oil and gas income. Where is it coming from? Where's it coming from? Because oil and gas is just less than 10% of the total GDP of the country. So the question is this: the remaining 90, where are they coming from? And you want to tell me the kind of business? Is it the automobile assembly you have in that you want to talk? You have there that is more than the banking we have in Lagos. You understand? We can say Nigerians, they came. Let's say Nigeria, they moved to the other part of the country to go and contribute. You ask yourself a simple question: why are Nigeria moving into a particular place? Do you think if there's a banditry in Lagos, do you think people want to stay in Lagos? If you think in the olden days, if they were buying people in Ibadan, you think people want to move to Ibadan? People run for their life. You understand? It is beyond investment. You must accommodate people. You must let people run their business. It because the level of accommodation, you understand, of Lagos State, it is why some people just come in to be arguing with Lagos. Oh, Lagos is so man's life.
I think if you make the argument about security, that is true. But the question you have to also ask yourself is, why is that the case? Because it's the capital of the country. There was the capital of the country, a major city in the country, and they had to protect it. Many of the Nigerian resources is used to protect Lagos.
Let me even say this. Sorry. Let me say this. Even when we are in during regional government, you still see that majority of our people were still in the western region. Even the like of Zik and everybody, they were in the western region.
I even want to give them one thing.
Because Lagos is the capital. Stop giving that nonsense narrative.
Comparable facts.
The Southwest was just fortunate because of their geographical location. Everything is centralized in Lagos. Come on now.
Comparable facts. Wait, let me ask you a question. Do you know an individual called Chinua Achebe?
What?
Do you know of an individual called Chinua Achebe?
Where am I from then? If I don't know about Chinua Achebe, what kind of nonsensical question is that?
Yes or no question. Yes or no. Don't tell me where you're from.
That's a very redundant question to ask because
do you know of an individual called? Okay, so I take it that you know Chinua Achebe is. What was his job?
He's a writer. Can we move on?
Okay. I don't know why you're asking me this.
Prior 1966, where was Chinua Achebe stationed, and where did he do some of his most literary works? Where
I
did
know that's why you're going. That's why I didn't want to answer that nonsense question.
Hold on, let me address this point. See, Lagos was the capital of Nigeria when the British arrived. They made it the capital of Nigeria from the beginning. Even when you have Southern and Northern Protectorate, it was always the capital. Do you know London today was the major capital of the Romans when they were in the UK? Till today, London enjoys that privilege.
Okay, Chinua Achebe was in Ibadan, not Lagos. Chinua Achebe was in Ibadan. He functioned out of Ibadan, not Lagos.
Yeah. Either way, my point is that
so how does Lagos come to this?
No, it doesn't matter.
What Ola is trying to
because he went to the southwest that makes all the difference.
What Ola is trying to put to you is that there's something special in the water that people drink in the southwest. Okay.
What is so special? What is so special about you?
Apart from
because you drink Ogu water. Because you drink Ogu water, does that make you better than me? Does that make you better?
Let me just share some facts. See, do you know before Nigeria, most of the time the Southwest was at war? And it's funny because when you look at Nigeria, since Nigeria formed, it was the war transferred to other regions. The Southeast, by and large, they have been known to be relatively peaceful. Historically, they are not a warlike group. It was the Yorubas that were the warlike. You know that in the Southwest, you were fighting the Lome Kingdom. As a matter of fact, when the British arrived, they were fighting themselves. They were fighting each other for years. That's why the British were found it easy to defeat the Ijebu people. If the Yorubas were united, maybe the British wouldn't have taken Nigeria. They were divided because they were fighting each other. So the idea that, because there's something special in the Southwest. No, when the British arrived, they made Lagos the capital. It's been the capital for a very long time. Even when people say, Calabar was the capital, Calabar was just like the regional capital. But their main capital had always been Lagos. And that development advantage that they have, you can also argue that it's spilled into the south, the other states in the southwestern region. And okay, are you going to say the southwestern region don't have anything to offer? Of course, they have something to offer. They may have education, they may have something that they're offering. But to say that in terms of Lagos, it's because of the Southwest alone that did it, it's false. That's the only point people are making. Nigeria contributed to the Southwest.
Can we end this conversation? This is going to be too long.
I don't get it, but please hold on. Comparable fact, are you still there? You understand? You know people they call a manufacturer association of Nigeria.
I'm still here. Go ahead.
Okay. Lagos Ogun account for 3.2 trillion of Nigeria 3.7 trillion production output in 2021. You understand? Now read so that it's not me making it up. You understand? With a combined manufacturing production value.
Go back up. Scroll up. What did you say? This in production output.
Lagos Ogun account for 3.2 trillion of Nigeria 3.7 trillion production.
Which year was this?
Hold on. You see here, there.
I just asked you. I can't see clearly now. Zoom in then so I can see clearly. I can't see too clearly.
Sorry about that. Yeah, you tell me you can't see so that I can help you.
That's why I asked. So it's 2022. Okay, Lagos.
I'm just coming from. It's even worse now. You understand? I'm coming now. When you read, I want to see those people that said it. You understand?
What production are we talking about?
Oh, don't go there. Don't divert. Let's just.
We need to know what production it is.
Guy, just hold on. I said about 70% of Nigerian industry. You understand? In the industry, the Lagos State and Ogun State are responsible for them.
Okay.
Hold on. Don't just expand my scope on it.
Wow.
Let us pinpoint. Then after I will discuss this scope, you can go to whatever you want to go to.
Okay,
now,
go ahead.
With combined manufacturing, with combined manufacturing production value at 3 point. You understand? Now, who are the ones selling it? Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. I don't know if they're not credible enough for you to know. You understand? Because you just go charge ChatGPT now. And I told you, the danger of ChatGPT is that if you feed lies on Google online over time, maybe you create your website, and you start putting lies there. Maybe you have comparablefile.com. You now create your own virtual data. You put it there. ChatGPT will go there and pick and start comparing.
Okay.
Hold on. Now, this is manufacturing only. Then, when you now want to go to banking, when you want to go to fintech, where you want to go to so many, even trade and commerce, where you want to go to a lot of things, there is no way you are going to beat Ogun. You understand? There's no way you are going to beat Ogun and Lagos. So what we are saying here is this thing has been on ground, not now. We've known this thing even before 1999.
You see that you will talk and talk and talk just to buttress a false narrative. Now, that amount you are looking at there, let's all hear what he just said so that we don't confuse ourselves. He's saying that the 4.something trillion is equivalent to about, in dollars, is barely $4 billion. If we go by today's currency, it is even less than that. But during that time, it was probably more than $4-5 billion. In a country with a GDP of, going to $500 billion during that time. So what you are describing is not necessarily reflective of reality on the ground, because you are not taking oil production into account, are you? You are just taking only, because if you took oil production into account, by those figures that you're seeing there, you yourself know those figures are less.
I don't know. I don't know.
Headline is stupid.
I don't know why English confuses you, because you speak English. You
okay,
understand?
You said manufacturing.
I told you that 70% of industries are in Lagos and Ogun.
Oh, 70% of industries. Okay, so in other words, okay, hold on. You are basically saying if you put it like that, you are basically saying industries in terms of manufacturing companies that produce stuff, isn't it? That's what you are trying to say. So in other words, if somebody counts the people that make baskets, they are in Ogun State and all those things. Factually, do you truly believe that too? If I go by your own current, this is not the figures in trillions we are talking about now. If I go by the number of companies, do you truly believe that is true in Nigeria?
Okay, go and argue with Manufacturing Association of
Nigeria. Because they are using certain metrics to judge these things. Whatever metrics they are using, let them give us the metrics they are using, then we can debate it.
At least this is what they can account for. We are not talking of your Okada people. We are not talking of your. We are not talking of Okada people. We are not talking of Danfo. Let me tell you one thing. Even if you now want to add Okada and Danfo, of course you cannot match Lagos. Of course, you know for Danfo for sure. You can't match Lagos. Now,
we are really scraping the bottom
hold
of the
on now.
here.
Okay, when you want to talk of the number of abattoir alone you understand, you cannot measure Lagos, because you will see the number of cow slaughter in Lagos daily only. You understand? You want to know, okay, the concentration of
that number seems like a propaganda number. We don't know what kind of metrics they are using to describe these things.
You were using ChatGPT for me, and I brought the data from Manufacturing Association of Nigeria.
No, I agree with you on that. I agree with you that the man are the one that are doing it. But what you have to ask yourself is, what metrics are they using? Maybe it's the people that registered with them. It's like trade union telling you that they are defending. Hold on. Let me tell you what I'm trying to. Let me tell you what I'm trying to get to. 30 seconds at most. I'm going to shut up my mouth. It's like trade unions telling you that they are representing Nigerian workers. And they at the same time they open their mouth and tell you that the workers that they are representing is about 10 million or 20 million. Knowing who you should know, there is another 100 million out there that they are not representing.
Okay, guy, Manufacturer Association of Nigeria represent those people that are manufacturing. We are not even talking of the banking now. We are not talking of telecom now. We are talking of manufacturer. Then there's no way you want to talk of telecom that you will tell me that.
Does that include the pure water manufacturers?
60%.
Does that include pure water manufacturers?
All you want.
We don't know.
Hold on. Let me say this. To Nigeria, this is solution to the matter. If you need to see properly, ask Allah. If you need to think, ask me. Okay.
Okay. So, do you know what metrics they use to create that data that they are using to describe Lagos? Because it sounds like a propaganda. This thing.
They told you the total value. They told you the total value. They said the total value was about 3.6 trillion, and
that is minuscule.
Guy, hold on now. Maybe Manufacturing Association of Nigeria just mentioned. Then we can go to the banking industry too to go and see.
Let me find the matrix, since you don't know the matrix that they're using, because it's worth checking the underlying data.
Actually, I heard you. What you did, actually, you did a good analysis. You extrapolated. By the time there are a lot of industries that are not well captured in that data. by the time you actually add like Nollywood and the fintech and this other stuff, I can totally agree with you that the Southwest is probably 80% or so of the freaking economy in that country. There's no doubt about that. It's well concentrated in the Southwest.
I don't know why they don't want to agree.
So no, but this guy, our guy, Prestige, he does chat GPT and he comes with his data that doesn't hold water. Okay, it doesn't have any analysis behind it.
Hold on. Let me ask something, Priest Daddy. Okay, if you want to go with 80% or whatever you want to claim, is it owned by Yoruba people? Is the 80% owned by Yoruba people?
Now,
Is it owned by Nigerians?
You don't have to always go tribal. You don't always have to listen. Prestige. You don't always have to go tribal. But I didn't care who owned it actually. Dangote.
No, that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. That's what you're not allowed doing. You didn't say it, but that's what you imply.
No. See, that's your problem. That's your implication right there. Dangote owns the largest, the best refinery in that country. Is not a Yoruba person, okay? But we were talking more about the region and the benefit of the region to the country. We're not saying what tribe owns this and that.
You can't make that analysis just because you are geographical, your location. So does it mean like a place like New York, a place like San Francisco, which is the two, financial hub of this economy-wise in this country? So does it mean that the origin of that people created it? It's matter of location.
I did not mention Yoruba here.
Can I say something?
You don't want to make the argument.
It's not matter of what you mentioned. This is what you insinuation. This is what you imply. That's why you're bragging about nonsense.
So sorry, let me just mention something. We know that the headquarters of the fintech financial service like banks, insurance, and telecom are in Lagos. What we must understand is that the headquarters being in Lagos does not mean that Lagos is one contributing that money. Calls being made in Port Harcourt, in Edo State, in Ibadan, and in other parts are accounted for by MTN in Lagos. The fact that the bank headquarters are in Lagos, but we have banking transactions taking place in Kano, in Borno, in everything, but the headquarters account for it in Lagos. And that's where we created the issue of VAT sharing came in. That okay, if we have that, Lagos will be the one only sharing the VAT of the banks, because most of those VAT also come from transactions by people that are outside Lagos. So I think we should be careful. The point is that
I hope you're not making the case that there are more transactions, individual transactions going on in other parts of the country than Lagos. I hope you're not making that
I'll give you another example. Look at Dangote refineries. Dangote is refining crude in Lagos, but the crudes are coming from Niger Delta, from Ondo State, from Akwa Ibom, and the petrol are being sold to Lagos, Ogun, Kano, Akwa Ibom, even Benin Republic. So you can see that you cannot really say that Lagos is the one contributing everything that comes from Dangote. You understand? But the point is that
no, Patoski.
Do you know where the confusion is coming from? Let me address where the confusion is coming from. I just found the information.
Hold on, Tunaja.
You can respond to this issue, otherwise your response will not be accurate.
Sorry, please, let me finish it. So what we are saying is that we cannot say it's just Lagos. Thank God, Lagos contributed the platform for Dangote to thrive and everything. But you could see that every part of the country contributing a quota to that thing, to that refinery. If Akwa Ibom, Rivers, Bayelsa say no, we are not taking our crude today.
Patoski, the pure water is selling in hold on. The pure water is selling in Imo State. I'm not sure how much.
My point.
I want to add a critical point so that you guys know what the data is all about.
No. Hold on.
The data is referencing. Hold on. Hold on. The data is referencing industrial zones, which they have only 14 in Nigeria. This data is based on industrial zones. This is what makes this false. And this is why you have to look at the underlying data. When people give you these statistics, you have to look at the underlying data. The amount alone tells you, is a clue. The amount is not that high. just under $2 billion in Nigeria. That's nothing in terms of what the Nigeria produces. Industrial zones, not the real world we live in.
When Hollywood makes a movie, you know, the entire country enjoys the movie in the rural areas in America or the villages, whatever. Okay, everyone enjoys the movie, but all the economic activities that brings about the movie, okay, at least in the past, we're talking about a decade ago, they all contributed to the economy of California. That's why Hollywood is like $1 trillion economy. So yeah, I'm not sure your argument, Petoskey. Yes, and whatever comes out of Lagos, Dangote, or whatnot, the entire country would benefit. But let's not pretend that the majority of the other transactions that goes on in that country don't occur in the western part of the country. And yeah, so let's make that distinction. And to prestige, nobody's mentioning tribe Yoruba or this and that. No, nobody's saying that, and it's quite pertinent to know that. Look, at the end of the day, it's about a part of the country that's hospitable to pretty much everyone. It's a conducive place for people to do business. That's why a lot of people from the southeast come there. And I mean, there's some. I mean, when Arose said there's something in the water, I know, not literally, but we have to put that into account. Why the Southwest is a magnet for a lot of people to come there. It's not the only region in the damn country. We all know that. So that lazy ass argument about Lagos was during the British in 3,000 years ago when the British came to Lagos. That's why Lagos is there today. That lazy argument, it falls flat on its face. And people that make such an argument, they don't have any alternative. That's why they make such silly argument. Listen, if Lagos had turned out to be a really a terroristic state with pine left and right, and nobody's going to be in damn Lagos. It's the leadership over time that has accumulated to the position that Lagos enjoy and the Southwest in general to make it a conducive place for economy. I know you guys want to argue. You're not going to accept that. Especially to Nigeria. You're not going to accept that. You know, it's about the people. It's not about the damn place. It's always about the people. It's about the leadership of the people in the region that has made that place sustainable.
You're making a Monday argument. Why would people accept technology? You expect us to agree on your own sentimental narrative. And that's all. So the status quo, stop on your own narrative.
Hold on. Prestige, why don't you break down my submission? Break it down. Yeah, you got the mic. Go ahead.
Let Azan speak. Azan, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Alhaji Azan.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Today's topic now. Wow.
Bakatu.
Yeah, I've been entertained really. Like I was like, oh my God, Nigerians, Africans, us. We are a special breed, I swear. This is something that is quite easy, quite simple, but we cannot help ourselves, can we? To make things ethnic, tribal, and things like that. Yeah. All right now. But to say the truth, really, see, we can argue about statistics and all that. But make I begin by saying we must give the Yoruba people their flowers. Yeah, there is something inherent in that culture that is of tolerance. I admire, in Southern Borno, like the Babur, the Margi, the people of bordering Borno and Adamawa, especially the people in Michika, things like that. They are like the Yorubas in the sense that you find families that have Muslims, Christians, brothers, cousins, wife, husband. That is so beautiful. It's a beautiful now. And the family unit is actually the basis of a society. Everything begins with the family. That is at a cultural, moral level. And then it can then be extrapolated into the economic institution, the political institution, whatever. But then that family, that's where everything starts. And if that family's culture is tolerant, then you can logically make the argument and extrapolate that, of course, the culture will be tolerant and conducive. Now, that said, it is also important, not to just attribute that to only, the fact that the people there are welcome. Of course, it's not only the Yorubas that have a hospitable culture. The Baburs too have it, but they don't have the luck of geography. Therefore, now look at where Lagos is situated in the African continent. I'm not even talking about the African continent. Okay, so let me just bring one point before I give my own explanation, because I'm going to go off this ethnic thing and then explain it with other factors that I see, not necessarily that. So I was at a conference regarding air safety regulation and opportunities for investment. And there is this conglomerate that is looking at coming to Nigeria, but they have a 12-year plan, and they want to establish the next largest, airport and air fleet that is going to actually dominate the world. They are planning to outcompete Ethiopian Airlines, Egypt Airways, and Kenyan Airlines, because you see that Lagos airport, it's so strategic. Like, if you take Lagos and just draw a ruler, say from Lagos to Johannesburg, from Lagos to Cairo, from Lagos to Caracas, from Lagos to Tripoli, from Lagos to Europe, from Lagos to New York, you see it's a kind of a central position. If you apply that logic, that why Abuja was situated in central Nigeria, Lagos is it's lucky, it's gifted, it's God's geographical gift to the people who actually live in that geographical location. Not to say that Yorubas have always occupied that place. Of course, we know the Yoruba that you guys are now speaking now is actually an evolution of what, if you go back hundreds of years, probably a lot of you will not understand what the guys are even saying. So let's just leave that aside. But it is true, the potential, the gift that nature has given that place, and it's a natural harbor. So a lot access to the sea, strategic location. That's just one thing. Good. Now, what I want to pivot into is that you see, by that definition, that means a lot of money will naturally go there. A lot of opportunities are there, and Lagos is open to doing business. And that is what you must respect with the Lagos people. Of course, what happened with Dangote, if the people of Ogun or Osun that sent him away, if they had been receptive like the Lagos people, it would have been a different story for Dangote. And whether a lot of us liked it or not, we must admit that the reason why Naira is gaining a lot of value today and the inflation is going down, part of it is because Dangote is operating in a place where it's free zone in Lagos, and he's tax less, so the environment is business friendly. A lot of northerners have become multi-billionaires in Lagos. They cannot be that. Like, I have cousins who are Shua Arab. They have a history of sending cows to Lagos for over 100 years. Like, this is a generational thing. A father, the grandfather. So my cousins are like the 4th generation now of actually doing that business, and they don't do anything here in Maiduguri. They don't have anything of significance except for the family house, and then coming and going. But their mainstay is Lagos. Like, you see. So that's it. But also, all the people where they here, where they talk of, say, now only because say now Yoruba people did there, now make the thing. No, but that is not the truth. Because the truth is small. Yeah, that is a very important aspect, but that's not the whole story. The whole story is a little bit more nuanced. It's a little bit more, yeah. So, of course, the colonial thing is not a lie. It's true. Okay, and okay, that there is this advantage that if you start something early, naturally, you'll be ahead. Okay, so the people in that area of Nigeria went to school early, became professionals. Like, people talk about the Southeasterners as being professionals, but I see the Southeasterners outside Nigeria, I see them more as academicians rather than actual professionals who are doing R&D, who are in the edges, the the edge of their professions. But if you look at a lot of the people of the Southwest, they're actually practicing in different fields, STEM, whatever it is. But that too matters. Now, Lagos ports and
this is how they've not interrupted you once. All this psychophantic. Let me open my mouth and any of you interrupt me. Go ahead.
Okay, let me finish, please. Do Niger. So there's the logistics, that you get in Lagos that you won't get anywhere else in Nigeria, and that is the fact. Now, who are the workforce there? It's not only Yorubas, it's all of Nigeria. It's a place that draws talent. Okay, so you can't just attribute that only to the Yorubas. And yes, that is very important too. So a lot of people come in and they give their own quota. Now, finance, capital, money is in Lagos. If I want to get money and I know, for example, I sell a product that only the middle class can afford, and I need to sell that product in high quantities, I'll either go to Abuja or Lagos. And nowhere else would I go and do that business, because that's the only place where you find significant number of middle class people.
I think you're just describing everything Lagos has. You are not even touching the fundamentals. The fundamental aspect that people are discussing here is that Lagos enjoys. Hold on. You've had your say. You've been talking for.
I've not had my say.
How long have you been talking for? 30 minutes. This is not a prayer session. Let somebody else respond.
See, hold
on. Can you let me talk? Can you allow me to talk?
Okay.
Can you allow me to talk? Okay, I'll give you 1 minute to summarize. Go ahead, summarize your point.
All right. Aha. Thank you very much for giving me the few minutes to finish what I'm saying.
1 minute.
Okay, Farabale.
1 minute, strictly 1 minute.
Those old frustrated professors in school, you sound like them. Calm down. All right.
1 minute, nonetheless.
Maybe to Nigeria, you need to pray more. You need to pray more to Nigeria.
Finish talking, Jare.
I beg you, wait now, Oga.
You see your 1 minute. You've been talking for more than 10 minutes already.
Where was I? You interrupted my thinking process myself.
I think you were talking about money or something. I don't know.
I was talking about money. Okay. Yeah. So about okay, you were not even talking about the fundamentals. Blah 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 blah. That was your criticism, right? So and I said you didn't let me finish. Therefore, all right. So the model that and the leadership, yes, leadership. I want to talk about leadership. Now, if you talk about leadership that Lagos have had, a lot of it is not even like Yoruba leadership. If you look at it in the history, most of the time it is not Yoruba leadership. So if you take the time, from the pre-colonial, yes. Because the real owners of Lagos are not actually the Yoruba-speaking people of today. They are different, and it has changed hands. So that aside, when the colonialists came, they were the power behind, and all the kings that were ruling actually were, vassals of those Europeans. And then after independence, of course, the federal military government is situated there. Even when it was a regional government, yes, in principle, the regional government, had sway, but because the federal government is situated there, then we can actually point to of actual indigenous Yoruba leadership of Lagos is Tinubu's tenure. Okay, say since he became the godfather from 1999 till now. Now that is so minuscule and insignificant. Now, if you then want to use that to extrapolate, then you see why it doesn't make sense to just say it's just because solely Lagos is successful because of the Yoruba culture. Yes, it's part of it, but it's not the complete story. So thank you very much for listening to my ramblings.
You can continue.
Thank you. Most of the stuff you said, I'm not
can
sure.
I come in now, or somebody wants to speak before me?
I
Who is
want to
speaking?
respond to him. I wanted to respond to him.
It's clear that what Asana said.
Let me respond to him.
No, because everybody respect him and nobody interrupted. But when somebody's saying what you don't want to hear,
because
some of you interrupt.
Hold on, let me just respond to him. See,
he's a respectable gentleman. That's why.
He said what he said. See, I don't think most people disagree in terms of culture and all the other stuff that you described. The point of the discussion was that the fact that Lagos enjoys the patronage of the Nigerian state because it was a major capital for the country. And the point of my own these assertions earlier on from the very beginning was that Nigeria, because of this political and ethnic sectional divide that they have, and that drives their narratives, they don't understand, they don't see the most efficient paths to doing things. Like the way the industries are separated in the country is done to favor a certain group instead of for it to be balanced in a way that is most efficient for the nation to generate wealth. If you look at the oil sector now, many of the companies are shifting to the southwest. You can argue that because there's a little bit of instability there, but it shouldn't have been, that instability shouldn't have been there if the nation was doing what they were supposed to do. Why is it that one section of the nation is more stable than the other section of the nation? And somehow those sections of the nations are the ones that are running it. This didn't used to happen. This didn't used to happen when we had this military regime. Is due to the fact that you have a political structure that seems to have ganged up against others to keep themselves, perpetuate themselves this in office, and people pretend as if they cannot see it. And if you cannot see it, this is the kind of stuff that leads to instability, because the other side are seeing it, they are not stupid. They are watching it happen over and over again. I'm seeing it, Southeasterners are seeing it, North Central, they are seeing it, and sooner or later, if you don't correct it, because you are gaining from it, because while you are gaining from it, because you think you are gaining from it, the country is poorer for it. In other words, you two are poorer for it. Because this conversation started from when I heard Bwala talk about $600 billion that Saudi MBS went and invested in this in America. That's where this whole conversation started. I said, look at how the kind of money these people are spending when Nigeria could be generating that. And it got me to the point whereby, because I've had this conversation before, that Nigeria is so inefficiently run because of this our sectional behavior. You can see it in the pattern, the way even the roads are laid. You can see it. That coastal road that should have been laid a long time ago, it wasn't laid because people prefer to go to the south instead of the south. Today, when you want to lay it in the south, they say, don't do it, don't do it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't affect you. You should just leave it as it is in the southeast. That is how we think. It's so sad. The way we think about the way we found the name. We do it based on our politics and where our people are. Not what is good for the nation.
Hold on, Hassan. You already finished speaking. After 2 Nigerians, me, please.
Comparable fact. Sorry, I just want to buttress some of his points. Then you can come in. Sorry, I didn't know that was the the premise of the argument. I actually came back from work and just joined. I didn't really know, but I haven't said that. Are we seriously comparing Nigeria with Saudi Arabia?
Why not?
We shouldn't really. We shouldn't.
Why not?
Well, okay. First of all, Saudi Arabia produces 10.4 million barrels. We do 2 million. And compare their population of a core 30 million, less than 30 million people on that oil, and then Nigeria of 240 million on a few billion or a couple of millions of barrels. Come on, we can't compare ourselves.
So the way you judge wealth is based on barrel of oil. Singapore doesn't have one drop of oil. Yeah, they do. Hold on. Hear me out first before you carry on. Singapore, can you just hold on for a second? I will let you talk. Singapore is made up of about 5 million people, and they do more export than the entire African continent put together, including Egypt and all those North African countries. I don't know what Saudi Arabia does, but if you check it, Singapore competes comparably with them. Why? And Singapore doesn't have natural resources.
That's fairer. That's a fairer comparison than Saudi. Really, in reality. And to Nigeria, you do this a lot. That sometimes I think you focus so much of the what ifs and what would have happened. But at some point, we have to face our reality now and deal with our reality the way they are.
The situation is bad. Is it bad as it is?
Your
We can
reality
lament all we
is saying
want,
that you should
but
settle for what you have now, or what you. The reason why I'm highlighting it is to change the trajectory. That's the whole point I'm highlighting it.
So,
we have to change our trajectory because the trajectory we are on now it will lead us to an existential crisis before long.
I can, in you, the frustration. That was the reason why I said. And don't get me wrong. I get that you are frustrated. Things are moving, but how you convey your message actually matters. Sometimes people feel as if you are confronting them, and that confrontational, that make people dismiss your argument outright because it feels like you just come out with your sword.
Why do they feel that? Why do they feel that way? When they should be worrying about the fact. If you said something that I agree with, I don't care how you come across, I'll agree with you.
Okay. If you don't hear, then I don't think there's any reason. Well, compare it for me to even say what I want to say next. So compare.
Why would I agree with you? If you say something that is right, why
Okay.
would I?
Can I go ahead? Okay. Let me make my own point, please, people.
Compare, why would you give me 1 minute? I wanted you to give me 30 seconds,
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, let me just go ahead. So I want to hit on what Fofada is saying. You see, we have discussed this issue on every platform. It seems Nigeria don't understand the issues. What Tunaja is saying, if you want Nigeria to develop, which we are all struggling today because of lack of foresight, this officer is talking about is, for example, if you are supposed to have, say, for example, a manufacturing industry in Onitsha, where you have the raw materials, you go to Maiduguri to put it there. It's inefficiency, but people don't understand it. If you are so what he's basically saying, look at the country as a leader. Look at the interest, what will benefit Nigerians, like the whole country, not because you feel you are from a region, you go, even when it is not going to work there, The other thing is move some of this investment you are concentrated in Lagos, move them across to other regions in such a way that they purchase Lagos so that every part of the country will be, it will be effective, In that way, it's going to benefit all of us. It's not talking from greed, from personal
private investment or public investments.
That is it is a major problem we've had for forever. So people just think of my own people. People just think of my own. People just think of my people, my Nigeria are your people. If every part of Nigeria is strongly, it's just like the whole body. If every part of your body is having problem, is the whole body that is suffering it. That is just what a country is. That is the mindset we should use to look at the country. I think that's the big problem we are having. That is actually like all of us are paying for it today. Thank you, Comparable Fact.
Is that Ewa?
Nice one.
Yes, it's me.
Look at Mike. Where did you come out from? Where did you come out from, Mike?
I'm not saying much.
Let me say something. I'm gonna give. I mean, when I come here, I always have conversation with Hassan, and he has spoken very well. To my own opinion, he's probably the person that has spoken.
Comparative fact say, I beg you, let Mike talk, otherwise he will hold the grudge for the next 3 years.
No, I'm not talking. Now, let comparative I go. I just want to ask this guy: are you saying private investment or public?
You said up to 90-something%. It's not like people like Prince Daddy, that is so sentimental and biased in their narrative. So, having said that, I mean, nobody's disputing that, that Lagos State, right now, you don't need to give credit where credit is due. If you look in the early 70s, when there was oil boom, the oil and gas contribute about 45% of Nigerian GDP. We know right now it's less than 25%. Maybe about 25%, or I call it less than 30%, just say 25% of GDP. So that's not what is contributed to Nigerian GDP anymore. It's clear, but it's still the most in terms of sectional wise. But originally, the oil and gas, from the south, they are the beginning of where we are right now. They contribute a lot of what we have. What? What did you say?
I said the sector is agriculture, services, agriculture, then oil and gas.
Yeah, but I'm talking about before in the early 70s where they contribute about 45% because some people here are not giving the South region.
Okay,
Yeah, that's the point I'm trying to make. You don't need to give a credit where credit is due. So everything is not about financial or everything that is pretty much located in Lagos. So the point I'm trying to make, yeah, Lagos is welcoming and all that kind of things, but they are part of Nigeria. So we shouldn't separate them for being part of Nigeria because of the location. The reason why Lagos, is the hub of Nigeria because of their strategic location. They have the largest seaport, the Apapa and the Tea Canal land. They have they have international shipping route. Look at the lagoon and the coastal highway. They are like the gateway to our import and export just because of the location. When it comes to economical, the economical capital of Nigeria, they are just because of the location. Everything is
Sorry, let me
centralized
dismiss that point.
in
The
Lagos.
point of our
Because
location
of
is
Lagos used
inaccurate.
to be the capital.
Sorry, let me deal
and
with
it's
this.
the headquarters of Nigerian
I think
business.
you can't hear me. You can't hear me. The location is not a good point. They built it there because the British landed there. The location could have been anywhere. It could have been in Warri. It could have been anywhere that has a coastal region. It would have
The
been. The
British also
location is
landed
not.
in Warri.
What is strategic? Tell me what is strategic about the location in Lagos? Is it because we are close to Benin Republic? No, it's not. It has nothing to do with that. It's just that they were there.
Sunanja, it has to do with
come here, they lie.
Sunanja, can I talk? Can I say something? The British also landed in South. They landed in Warri, Calabar, everywhere.
But they made Lagos their capital.
But wait now. Yes, thank you. It has to do with how they related with the people there. Because
exactly, my point is strategic. When they say strategic, I don't think it's strategic in any way. It's just a location that the British preferred.
But the wider point I'm making is the way people relate to you will determine how how you can benefit or unbenefit from that people. The way the Southwesterners relate to foreigners or visitors is completely other part of Nigeria relate to foreigners or visitors. For example, Dangote, for example, when he wants to build his refinery, he felt safer to build that $14 billion in the Yoruba land than in Ijo land or in Igbo land, because the way the Yorubas relate to him is similar to when the British came. There's an investment they're going to put in this place called Nigeria. They felt it was safer to put it in Yoruba land than to put it in other South area or anywhere else. So if Yorubas are benefiting from anything, it has to do with their own culture, their own ways of negotiating or relating with people. So you can't say, oh, there are some kind of people that someone is favoring.
Okay, let me ask you, when did all this happen? Did it not happen in the last 25 years? All this happened during politics period. What we are describing is what here.
What Mike is saying, what Mike is saying is that he should
they would not have built the refineries in the south.
Mike is saying you blame your barbaric culture. Mike is saying you blame your barbaric culture.
I think you can argue about that. Maybe there's a point there. But what I'm saying is that they wouldn't have built the refineries in River State or in Delta State before now if Lagos was so strategic. It's politics and the instability in the south that led to all this moving to Lagos.
Sunanja, you mentioned something earlier about the oil companies moving all their headquarters to Lagos, right? Most of them, their headquarters used to be in the south. But when the workers were being kidnapped, remember, by the job people, all those militants, they were kidnapping them. A lot of them had to move to Lagos. You understand?
Yeah, who created the environment that led to that situation to occur? Who created the environment? Was it not a Southwestern president and northern leaders that were in there? They see the people that gain from the people that gain from politics in Nigeria seems to be sectional, and maybe I'm beginning to see the argument other people are making in Nigeria. Even Afenifere acknowledged this. Even Afenifere acknowledged it to show you how bad it is in Nigeria. To the point where Afenifere leader is saying that a Southwesterner ran Nigeria for 8 years. Another one ran Nigeria for about this thing. Hold on. Another one was a vice president for about 8 years. Then another one wants to be president. That they have to think about giving it to other parts of the country. Even Afenifere leader are seeing it. And people are pretending as if we cannot see it.
Sunaja, can I come?
Go ahead.
Sunaja, can I come? Sunaja, when it comes to Nigeria, there's no one group of people that own Nigeria. We all own Nigeria together. We don't play our politics. We don't play politics wins. In area, you can play. Yoruba people play their politics in the Nigerian states. They negotiate. If you don't know, that's why.
So you see, you play politics to suit your side against the national interest.
Let me land. Let me. Sunanja, let me land, please. Let me land. When you present your case, you always look at it as if Yorubas and other people own Nigeria and they dictate whatever. No, or in the politics area, they just come to power by their own might. I'm sorry. Let me give you history. With Yorubas never became president. I will not try to become president. It was denied by the rest of the country. Abiola trying to become president. It was never the rest of the country. Obasanjo, luckily, if it was assassination of Muntana Mohammed, would have became president the first time. The second time, they saw the whole situation with Abiola, whatever. He played, he came in. Now, Tinubu coming in is not because of Yoruba own Nigeria. That's why he came in. He played his politics to get there. So if Yorubas are playing a game in Nigeria and they are winning, you can't look at it as if we are oppressing you. I'm sorry. You got to go play your own game too.
Nobody's saying anything about oppression. Nobody's saying anything about oppression. I'm saying that. See, I'm telling you that for the national interest, you find out soon. See, let me say this. Let me say this. Do you know politics? Do you know politics swings round? This is what some Southeasterners did when they had advantage in Nigeria and it backfired. When you keep behaving like this, you are doing Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. See, you may not know it now. You may not know it now. See, you may not know it now. Yes. See, I'm somebody that is more connected to the South, and I'm telling you that Southeasterners have some argument. Even a Fenifere that is Southwest is saying the same thing. To pretend as if you cannot see it, the Fenifere leader said, the reason why I will support Peter Obi, because we from the Southeast is because one, first, in democracy, they got somebody from the Southwest for 8 years. We had that one for 8 years. Then we had another person from South. Then we went and had another one, another Southwestern president for 8 years, vice president for 8 years. Which was Osibanjo for 8 years in office. Then now we have another Southwestern leader within a very, very short period of democracy where they have 6 different regions. You can see how that is
I get your point.
If you pretend as if you cannot see, that's a problem.
Sunanja, I get your point. No one is denying that. Now, the question I will ask you is, those Yoruba people that got into those positions, did they put themselves there?
They did not. They put themselves there, of course.
They put that. Are you kidding me? They put themselves there.
You said it yourself. They play the game to put themselves there, whether it suits them or not.
Sunanja, they played. Sunanja, the Yoruba man go run for election the same way South man, Igbo man, another man run for election. If the Yoruba man win, he didn't win by himself. He won by playing the politics, playing with other Nigerians.
There is something more than politics.
It's not enough to get Yoruba man there.
The reason why you are saying what you are saying now is because hold on. Let me just say this. I hear what you are saying, but hear what I'm saying too. I am the same person here, sitting here, telling you that Jonathan made a catastrophic mistake to run for office again, and especially run for a second time in office, because it wasn't his turn to do that. And you have to call your own people out when you are doing something wrong.
No, I'm not calling my people. No. We are not doing anything wrong.
You're not going to call your people out. You see, that's the problem. You're not going to call your people out when they are doing something wrong. There will be consequences. There will be consequences to it. Tomorrow it's going to be a Southeasterner that's going to do the same thing, and the country is going to be poorer for it. People can't even see it.
Can I speak? Can you
allow me to can't even see the bigger picture. You always see narrow point of view all the time.
Can I talk, please? If I'm a Manchester City fan, and Manchester City is winning the Premier League 4 times in a row, I'm not going to call Manchester City out for winning the Premier League 4 times in a row. They're not doing anything illegal. They are playing their game and they are winning. They're not doing anything illegal.
Now,
Yoruba are not playing illegal game politically.
Gentlemen, you have had this answer.
Let me land. Stop cutting me off now. I'm not done my answer. Let me land.
Okay, go ahead now.
Nanja, please stop. When you lose an argument, start to cut me off. Stop it. You can't compare to what the Igbos did in the First Republic. What those ones did was completely different game. These guys were they carry out coup, changing constitution, doing illegal things. You understand? They became they took over power, started arresting other people's leaders, and putting our leaders in jail, and then they put all their people in everything. Meaning, well, it was legal when they did it. No one complained. No one really complained about that. What led to their downfall was the illegal act that they did, doing coup, assassinating other people's leaders. That's what led to their downfall. It wasn't because of them playing game and winning, whatever. You understand? Today, you can't tell me Yoruba people should be calling themselves how they are doing something bad because they are winning. You know, and you mentioned something we don't care. Tell me which other region give a fuck about other people. Tell me, do Igbo people give a fuck about Yoruba people? Or do South people give a fuck about Yoruba people?
Let me add to this.
No, if you can prove to me that you give a fuck about my people, then I can tell you that, yeah, we'll start giving a fuck about you.
I
So don't give me that.
do. I can tell you that I care about the Yoruba people. I do. See, and when
I'm
I say
very supported Obi. Can you tell me where I need to support Yoruba man?
Let me reply to what you said. I hold my own side accountable too, and everybody should be doing the same. And when I say Southwest, I'm not saying the entire Southwest. I'm saying people like you and people that share similar opinion are the ones I'm referring to, because they create that imbalance. If you hear your own analogy, it tells you everything that is wrong. Let me finish what I'm saying. If you hear your own analogy, it tells you your mindset. You don't see Nigeria as being part of the same team. You see Nigeria as being playing
Nobody
against
does. No region does. Name a region that does to Nigeria.
That is exactly what I'm saying. We should be against.
The only people that have demonstrated.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
The only people that have demonstrated one team
until now, until this last political dispensation. Let me finish what I'm saying now. Let me finish what I'm saying. Your analogy clearly shows you don't see Nigeria as one. Until we start doing it. Who will follow you? Nobody will follow you until somebody starts leading the way you're saying. This is how we're supposed to be, because
until everybody else starts better for the entire country. Until everybody else starts seeing Nigeria as one, it's when you can start calling Yoruba people out. Do Igbo people see Nigeria as one? Do Sasa people see Nigeria as one? No one else does.
Hold on.
Wait, let me make this last point. The only people that has demonstrated to see Nigeria as one are Yorubas. And very like you mentioned the last time, we're supporting Peter Obi. Name when Oraneze has ever supported a Yoruba candidate. We are the only one that have always demonstrated to support other people. And we still play our politics and we win. And then you still want more from us. Literally, what you're asking for is for us to abandon our strengths and just giving you, holding your hands and giving you some. That's what you're asking for. None of you have ever demonstrated it. You guys on South.
Don't give that. Don't give you. Find out that they will cut that hand off. Let me carry on. Hold on. Because what you are failing to see is that hand will be cut off sooner or later, because that part that you are pretending as if you can't see, like let me finish now. This is exactly that's my point. You stop interrupting. Let me finish what I'm saying. This is my point. Those people that are driven by that spirit have to be sidelined. We can't have people that are just out there being sectional continuously and refusing to see the fact. People that can see it, like people like AY, they can see it clearly. It's not hidden. Maybe Niger is Valhalla might see it, because he came here. He's probably not from the Southwest, and he praises the Southwest this thing eloquently. So some people can see it. Those ones, the spirit that drives them should control the country. People like you guys that see your country as playing one against the other tribe are the ones that create the problems.
No, nobody's playing one against the other tribe.
For it. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. You all make us poorer for it, because you are busy fighting amongst yourself instead of what is good for the entire population.
We are playing politics.
Politics is the same thing. Politics involves everything.
No, it's not the same thing. Tunaja, everywhere in the world, it's when even in the United States, the election comes, you start talking about Tunaja, stop it. Sorry, let me make it back. Tunaja, everywhere in the world. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, to Nigeria. Okay. Yes.
What I was going to say,
I understand where you're coming from. Okay, but I just want to make one point, and maybe that parallel will make him understand something. Okay, now they say, it's common parlance that necessity is the mother of all inventions. Right now, Lagos is so congested it is like the practicality of Lagos has actually almost, it has already reached its peak. All that will happen right now is outward expansion. Okay. Now, the very fact that Abuja was moved from the capital was moved from Lagos to Abuja is out of necessity. Now, there is such a thing as viability of the economics that makes things become practicable. Not because just because you imagine that there is a demand for a product, if I'm making comparison to business, does not actually mean that when you produce that product and put it out there, it's going to succeed. Now, if I want to make one point, like there are so many cities that were built from the ground up, from scratch, the way Abuja was built. Okay, you go to Brasilia, in China, in Mongolia, a lot of places, but they all failed. Right now, they are just ghost towns. Why did they fail? Because the policymakers just imagine that people will just flock out there. So there is such a thing as organic necessity, and to the extent that something is reasonably practicable. And tonight, I want to say something, about the way you talk about these things. Okay, there is no balance. There is so much. I don't know whether it is a frustration of it. Like, you make a good soldier, but not a commander. You make a good infantryman, like somebody that can, go in the front, because you have so much aggression. You can, but if you are a commander or a general, you're going to get your troops killed because there is no balance. There is no actual, weighing the variables. And life essentially is politics. You cannot subtract politics from everyday life. You have to play politics at your workplace, in your house, within your siblings, your spouse, and if you extrapolate every facet of life. So a little bit of diplomacy and balance will go a long way. If you okay, let me just be quiet. I think you will make your point better if you can see the other side a little bit. But you are so stuck in one side of the argument, not to see the other, and that is fundamentally, the problem.
I think where you have a gap is that I think somebody made a correction when I said something about the Suez Canal today. I corrected that the Suez Canal was linked to the Red Sea instead of the Nile. I took the correction immediately. When somebody gives me a fact, I follow a fact. If somebody presents garbage without providing substantiating evidence to it, why should I concede that point when my position is based on evidence? Everything I've said is based on evidence. You might want me to suit your sensibilities as a man. I don't know why men are so sensitive.
I think you are masking your ideology with presenting a facts. And the problem with there is a dogma in you that is, I think, ideological. Probably, maybe it may come from a good place. You want to see change. You want to see good things, but you are too, tied down to the ideology to the point that you are so
because the ideology is superior. Don't you get it? Why should I concede ground to stupid ideology?
What of solutions? Okay, yesterday is gone and gone forever. Today and now is what we have. So why do
the solution?
I've already given. See, if you look at my profile picture and you look at the below, that's your solution there. Let me say this. See, why should anybody, and I said it to all Nigerians, I said it to all Nigerians, don't concede any position when somebody gives you substantiating evidence to for why you should concede it. Because why should you concede that? It's stupid. Just because you have 10 people saying stupid things and one person saying the correct thing, and the 9 people or the 10 people don't provide evidence for what they are saying, while that one provides evidence for what they are saying, and you go and concede to the 10, that is stupid. And many Nigerians, I'm sorry to say, they are often wrong. They are off their feet. Their opinions are based on feelings, not based on evidence, not just facts, evidence.
What is your point?
Well, my point is that the nation, if you look at Nigeria, the way it is structured to perform inefficiently. I've talked about it from the way we drink water, the way we generate electricity, the way we put our wealth, everything in Nigeria. is designed based on politics and the way we govern ourselves, so that we are inefficient. That is the problem I'm highlighting, because most nations are not like that. I just gave you specifics just now. I just gave you specifics of power generation.
Not structure. No,
your audio is shaking. Your audio is shaking.
That's something not being right. Okay.
No,
that is not structure.
Power generation is structure. Power generation is part of the structure of the nation now. They literally call it infrastructure. It's power generation, water, security, name it. And when we put even our seaports and everything, it's only trains that I can say is universal. Trains, they try to do it so that everywhere gets trains, and roads, almost everywhere has roads in Nigeria, by and large.
Okay, tell me how training is universal. Okay, tell me how training is universal and everything is not universal. Explain it.
I think trains, because trains run from north to south, from almost different parts of Nigeria. And even you can see it even in the Delta areas where they even run it through the Anyama areas and everything. But if you look at roads, even to an extent,
it runs through.
Not exactly every state, but almost every region they have train lines running through it. But if you look at the south, you can see that the major roads are not even in the south. No. What do you mean? Say what you want to say, please.
So there's no road leading from south to southwest or to the north, and how you end up in Lagos? I mean,
the road from the south is built through the southeast, by and large. So most nations, they will build it along the coastal region so they can develop the coastal. You know that coastal economies are often richer. They will build the coastal economies so they will grow. But Nigeria, because of politics, they don't build the coastal economy.
So you are saying it was the Nigerian state politics that designed it like that?
Yes.
But it was the British that built all these roads now to Nigeria.
No, it wasn't the British that built. Okay, let's say the British built
all the roads in Nigeria are built by the British. Trust me. The only thing now that
depends on how you look at it.
No, it's a fact. The only road now.
The Romans built the British roads too.
Sunanja, stop it. The only road that will be built that will be non-British road is the one Tinubu is doing right now, which is those coastal road. But everything else in Nigeria were built by the British, all the roads. So this idea of blaming Yoruba man, blaming some politician for
that is not accurate. Actually, what you just said is downright fallacy.
Correction.
The Kayama road was not built by the British. What are you talking about?
Which one?
The Kayama road was not built by the British. There's a lot of roads in Nigeria that were not built by the British. What are you talking?
Well, that road is from where to where?
Mike, sorry, you are not completely right and you're not completely wrong in the sense that the British actually built, the actual it's rail, the rail architecture was actually finished by the British, such that they connected. Now that has been, the blueprint that every successive government has used to expand the road network. So if you talk about it like that, it makes more sense now. That's saying
there was no rail tracks. Hold on. There was no rail tracks in Delta State before, like in all the Anyama areas, so Agbo and all this.
When was Delta State created?
Yeah. Even when the previous state that was there before, Bendel State, there was no rail tracks there. It's recently that they put those rails there. I'm telling you, it's recently that they put the rails there.
So how did the people there get what they produce into?
They use the roads. They use the road network. They use the road network that was built to Onitsha from there. Instead of building to the south, that probably was the British during the British era they built it. But the Nigerian government enhanced it. Let's make no mistake. The Nigerian government has expanded many of the roads.
Inter-region roads, all these roads that connect region to region. Was there anyone that was built by Nigerian government? I'm talking about roads from region to region.
The question is, I think if you look at the initial one, yes, it's the British that laid the backbone of our road networks.
I just want to be educated. Tell me one inter-region road, regional road, or interstate road that was built by Nigerian government.
I just gave you the Kayama one. The Kayama one from River State, Bayelsa, and Warri areas, even almost all the way to Delta.
Any other one?
There must be more. I don't know all of them.
Okay,
There must be a lot more.
The only example of road built from state to state within Nigeria is in your area, and yeah, you are telling me.
No. It's the one I know. I'm telling you, there must be more because
I don't know anyone.
a lot of government build roads. A lot of
I don't
governors
know
build
anyone in
roads.
Southwest. Anyone in Southwest that I know. I don't know by federal government. I don't know. Until
Okay,
recently,
you're not saying your federal government didn't do anything.
Wait. Until recently, they start fixing the Lagos Ibadan Expressway. But I don't know any federal government's interstate road project they've done in Nigeria. Like you're fresh from start. Everything else, remember, was done by region. Everything else that's built within states in Southwest was done by state governments. You understand? So this idea that because Southwest somehow have something is because we are marginalizing you. That's some bullshit, man. Let's stop that.
Yeah, let me share this with you so that you get the facts. It's obvious that it's not all roads that were built by the British in Nigeria. Clearly,
no,
it's not true.
You corrected me. Obviously,
major. I said major roads, not just roads. Major ones.
Interregion roads.
Okay, all major let's do that interstate roads built by the British. No, even that is still no. Because Nigerian government built roads. I don't know why we even think this in the third mainland bridge. It was not Babangida that did that. I don't know why we are saying it's only the British that built all those things.
Yeah, but that's not interstate now, interregion. That's not. Talking about when Lagos was capital.
I don't dispute you that the British built the backbone.
So now there is a deal, man. What the argument I'm trying to make is I don't think the Southwest holds any part of Nigeria, anything, or has done anything to hold any part of Nigeria back. I don't think so. I see like you guys present an argument a lot. And talking about oil, you guys always present this argument about South oil, this and that. There's oil in Lagos, there's oil in those states. And let me tell you something. Wait, let me learn. I know you don't. Somebody want to present the argument that majority of the extraction that's being produced right daily is more from the south. There's only small percentage being pumped from. Wait, let me learn. It's only small percent on those states. But let me bust your bubble. The reserve that's in all those states. And even let me learn. The Gulf of Guinea, thank you. It's the same reserve, the same quantity that's in that south area. The only reason why they are not pumping the same quantity out on a monthly or daily basis is because when they started building the rigs, they built most of the rigs in that south area. So and they already before the time coming warning. No longer. What I'm trying to make is divide all Yoruba people have to do is build more rig in Ondo and Lagos, and they'll be pumping the same quantity that they are pumping in South. You speak Nigeria today, Yoruba people, we have to lose. So stop telling us with this saying we have all this bullshit.
Mike,
we have no Yoruba. Have
Mike, let me address your point.
Hold on, let me say this. I'm sorry. Wait. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Okay, you see the whole of the Gulf of Guinea, right from from the Cameroonian side up till you get to Guinea-Bissau, all that area, there is new Chinese seismic data that there is a lot of hydrocarbon reserves under there. They estimated, but it has not even been made public yet because they are not yet certain. But the reserves are there, so there's a lot of oil. There. There's no
evidence. There's no evidence. Okay, now hold on. No rush. So now this is fact based. You see, this is what I like. Because I don't like suggestion, your feelings and my feelings, how you feel. I ask the question: is there as much crude oil reserve in the southwest of Nigeria as is in the south? The AI system says no. The south region holds. Hold on. Not just holds. Vastly larger. Hold on. Let's not do that. Let me finish reading. They didn't just say hold. It says hold vastly larger proven crude oil reserves and production than the southwest. While the southwest, like Ondo, Lagos, Edo, has oil, especially tar sands and offshore fields, the bulk of Nigeria's reserves and output comes from the south states, Akwa Ibom, and So let's not, this thing that we do is just not right. Let's just pretend as if we don't know what the truth is. Like when I say it, and I don't blame you, you are going to do the same thing. Most people do those things. Most people are tribal in their nature. It blinds them from being objective in many things. And this is why they excuse doctors from operating their family members, because human beings are just like, they can't even help themselves. But I really hope that, we ascend above that, because I try to ascend above that myself. Pardon? You were saying?
I said you're actually checking the facts in real time on a computer or something.
I have to now. I don't want you. Because people say stuff. Before I agree with you, I have to check the facts.
Okay. All right. Let me give me 5 minutes. Let me check something. I'm coming.
Good. So my position is that if some people don't see the danger of what they are doing, and it doesn't help us from doing that. And I always, to be fair, I'm not going to waste my breath on the ones that don't want to see it, but the ones that see it should always come out, like the way Afenifere people came out and said the right things, because that's the way to behave. You know, and I will say the same thing to Southeastern people and South. If you see your brother doing the wrong thing, like the people, they'll come out and start defending Jonathan. Oh, Jonathan should be running. They throw Jonathan out of office. No, they didn't throw him out. He shouldn't have run in the first place.
So, Tunaja, my phone dropped. You were saying something. You said you Googled something. What was that?
Yeah, let me show that to you. So, you know how I roll. I like to give, as they say, show receipts. So I asked, is there as much crude oil reserves in the southwest of Nigeria as in the south-south? He says, no. The south-south region, Niger Delta, holds vastly larger proven crude oil reserves and production than the southwest. While the southwest, like Ondo, Lagos, Edo, has oil, especially tar sands, not the normal crude oil, tar sands and offshore fields. The bulk of Nigeria's reserves and output comes from the south-south states, Akwa Ibom, Delta, River State, Bayelsa. The south-south is the heartland of Nigeria's oil production, home to major fields and deep water assets, dwarfing the southwest's contribution. I don't know whether this guy is part of.
You know, we have inland oil reserve, we have offshore oil reserve, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we talk about inland. Yeah, south, definitely. But
I think he did reference offshore. He said deep water. He also referenced offshore.
Yeah, so he put it together. But if we talking about the region, they're talking about the land. That's what they're telling you. In the inland, yes, of course.
They talk about tar sands. What did they even mean by tar sands? It's not like normal crude that they found on the land. This thing is tar sand. Like, I know that Ondo has the highest amount of tar in the world. I think one of the highest in the world. I think tar, the one they use to make coal tar, is a kind of crude or hydrocarbon.
So what's your argument about all this quota and all this that we are talking about? So
I don't know whether we are going to start leaking quota, and I don't know who is going to be selling quota to Igbo people. They don't have any need for that.
No. Even the okay. Let's assume that all the south of Nigeria are even in the south side. So how does that translate to?
My only argument.
The point we're trying to make is that they're threatening. They're looking as if Yoruba southwest split will break away from Nigeria. We miss something. And so let me even break your bubble. The allocation that the federal government is splitting has coming to each region every month. If you look at the what do you call it? The ratio of distribution. What it takes on the southwest, where we say if you include the internal generation revenue and also the oil revenue from the southwest, if you put it all together, what they give us back is not up to what we give to this country. So when you South people always come to tell us, oh, we are doing for you, so we have a right to come to Lagos and say it's no man's land, though. We are the one giving you, we are not feeding you. It's bullshit, man. You guys go and join Igbos and do Biafra, man, and stop crying
I don't want to bust your bubble. Technically, Lagos was built by Nigeria, not only by Southwest. Okay, now let me share this again. Let me share another facts again that people don't like to hear.
Tunaja, stop this argument.
Let me share it today because Mike didn't see this one. Let me share it. I said, was Lagos developed only by people of the southwest of Nigeria?
Stop
and now
this
look at what he said.
Stop this argument.
Mike, let me show Mike now.
So now stop telling us about people going to build it. Everybody is not every part of Nigeria investing. So don't start telling us because Yoruba people go to other part of Nigeria. I'm not going to say because Yoruba man have something somewhere.
Do you want to ask the same question
Yoruba people
about
now
other
develop
states?
the place. They have rights.
Do you want to ask the same question about other states so you see the difference
hold on.
of the answer?
Hold on. Okay, United Arab Dubai, for example, in United Arab Emirates, there are more immigrants and more than the indigenous people of United Arab Emirates. So what about that? Does that? No. Does that mean that Americans?
They are not part of the same nation. It's not the same thing.
Does that mean? Hold on. What I'm telling you is this: Yoruba has this culture of being accommodative. You understand? Accommodating. You understand?
Wow, you accommodate the Yoruba, the British. Okay.
What are you talking about?
Maybe the cannons help oil the part. Maybe the cannons are the bullets.
If Nigeria split, we replace you guys with Chinese and Portuguese.
Maybe the bullets and the cannons.
If Nigeria split, if you can pack your investment and move, we invite more investors from somewhere else.
You want to bring Chinese?
Even Ashanti people can do better than you.
All this your story you've been telling, you understand? They moved the capital territory to Abuja in 1991, and Lagos was abandoned. Lagos was abandoned totally. Now, as 1999,
no, he wasn't.
Hold on,
he was
abandoned, man.
Tinubu had to fix everything.
Exactly, as an 1999, when Tinubu came, you understand, when Tinubu, Lagos was not even generating. Tinubu make attempt to generate revenue, and it was only realized.
I was in Lagos before Tinubu became president.
Let someone learn now. At least I went away for 1 hour and I was listening to you. And now let me just make my own 2 minutes contribution, please. Now, then the thing was that Tinubu was only getting 600 million. He put a structure in place. Today, Lagos is generating 1.26 trillion. You understand? It's generating 1.26 trillion. Now, the same FCT that they spent all the Nigerian capital on, they are only making 282 billion in internal revenue.
Wow.
So make it make sense.
Exactly.
From 600
million. He won't give the credit to your people. He will say it's them. Why don't you guys do the same for
Abuja now? Yeah.
It's not me. People now. No,
Mike, I just try to be objective. I'm not even Google. Google knows better. Yeah, because Google is not from Nigeria. He doesn't even care about
whatever Southwest,
whatever Southwest is
enjoying. It's from their own freaking work, their own effort. It's not because somebody else. Do the same for your
place. Stop looking at us and saying we are not balanced. Are you trying to say the Southwesterners are the ones that develop Lagos?
Hold on. We are the ones governing our space. It's not you.
Hold on. So you are trying to tell us
it's the governance of the place that developed the place. It's not some idiot that come and sell granuts. Come on, man. Is it not okay?
Just know you are incapable of seeing it.
It's not governance. It's not governance that develop the environment.
Your IQ just dropped just now.
Okay, Tunaja, weakest governance was developing Port Harcourt or Rivers. So that's
Port Harcourt is not the capital of Nigeria.
Tunaja, calm down. When Wike was governor, he started his governance started developing rivers, doing a lot of infrastructure and things like that. And people can look at it and say, "Oh, wow, there's development in rivers." When somebody now start coming to you and start saying because a lot of Yorubas, Igbos live in rivers, they are the one that develop rivers.
They help. You can argue that their resources were also put there. But the question is,
governance that develop a place.
Oh my God! Don't do that. You are just shouting. Shouting is not going to change the reality. You know that.
All these guys are the one developing Lagos, man.
I just gave you example.
Lie to yourself.
I just gave you example. You are still arguing. United Arab Emirates, there are more immigrants there than the indigenous people. It is the indigenous people that develop the place for people to be coming there. You won't be going to Dubai if the indigenous people did not develop that place that accommodates you. What are you talking about?
Yes, the
If Lagos
indigenous
doesn't
people.
develop, you guys have left your place and come
Okay,
there to
okay.
Nigeria.
I'm not going to have this. Mike, you can't be talking after one
Okay,
person
go
talk. The
ahead,
other
go
one
ahead,
talk.
go ahead.
That
You
is
came with
just
petrol
ganging up.
slippers to Lagos, remember?
No, you
Go
can't be
ahead, go
ganging
ahead.
up. So in reality, the Lagos and Dubai is different in the sense that the people that they brought in were foreigners. Their contribution to the nation, they are not contributing their resources to the nation. They are coming there to work. Just that's all they bring into the nation. Nigeria contributed to the building of Lagos, from its natural resources to its human capital and everything is contributed to building Lagos.
Don't buy that argument. Let me
You
tell you
see,
this
now
thing.
this is why I say
Hold on.
tribalism will never let people see
So
the
the rest
truth.
of Nigeria didn't get natural resources to Nigeria.
You know that fully well.
Hold on. I told you that Lagos was making 600 million when Tinubu was there. And Lagos constructed its own railway now, blue and red rail now. You understand? And they're doing a lot of projects.
Wow.
You understand? They are even building airports. Tell me how you were the one, maybe you are from Agbo. Tell me how you are from Agbo contributing that place. What are you using your own money for?
Because most Nigerians operate from there. Most Nigerians operate from Lagos through the seaport, through the airport, everything.
Hold on. The garment industry they are establishing in Ogun State now. Tell me, how did your resources bring that? Someone went from Ogun State to go and collaborate.
The truth is that people like you should not rule. People like you, your spirit should not govern the nation. Because if you get your way, Nigeria will be poorer for it. That's the truth. But if everybody starts to say, okay,
let me correct you. You are right and you are wrong.
If you get your way, Nigeria will be poorer for it.
So Nigeria, if we have our way, our region will be richer. Your place will be poorer.
Your region is not rich.
Exactly.
You see, that's the
What you want us
delusion
to
you are
do
all
is start helping you to develop your own place.
Let me correct this. Mike, your region is not rich. Just know that. The pretense of saying your region is rich is pathetic. The fact that you even shamefully talk about Lagos raising 1 trillion naira, which is equivalent of 500 and something million dollars. Do you know how much California uses for their healthcare alone? $200 billion. You see, this kind of small thinking. Hold on, Mike. Ola, don't keep interrupting me. This is the kind of small thinking that exhausts me. Ola, I'm going to leave the panel for you so that you can manage this, because I am exhausted because you guys are incapable of seeing the truth. You are just incapable. And I just hope the ones that can see the truth are the ones that are brave enough to change our country. Because therefore, you guys, we are not going to go anywhere. You are going to be here complaining about the country. The country will never go anywhere. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I don't know why you guys are arguing all these things every time by time. Every time. But be spoken. Lagos was built by all Nigeria, not only Yoruba. Lagos was built facts by Nigeria resources from the Niger Delta. That is facts. That is fact. I don't know why you are talking about 2024 or 2025.
Nigerman.
The airport in Lagos was built by resources where? The TBS was built by who? National Theatre by who?
Nigerman, I'm sorry. Yeah. Wait. When you say a city was built and when you say something was put there, it's two different things. If you say, like today, if I say I come and put one building in your state now, I can't begin to say I build your state. Now your state was built already. Now, if you say Lagos was built, now what we see it as is Lagos was constructed by Nigerian resources. That's not true. Lagos was there before 1960. Lagos was there before it was discovered. The city was already there. So what are you guys talking about? You built Lagos. It was built by your resources.
Let's go one by one now. Wait. TBS, which year was it constructed? Was it built in Lagos?
But that's not building Lagos. Now, Lagos, the city was already built. That's what we are telling you. If you are saying later on, they put some stuff there with some resources from Nigeria.
But there was no development by then like this now. What are you talking?
No. Wait, listen.
Are you talking about 1900 that there was development in Lagos?
Let me
building something and adding something to it is two different things.
Mike, sorry, let me push this to them that say that if the Nigerian build Lagos. The point is this: I say that people contributed. We have synergy, but is there anything that federal government put in Lagos today that was not put in other states? University of Lagos, federal government. You have invested in other states. International airport, Lagos. You have Kano International Airport. You have international airport in other states. The port is a natural this thing. But despite that, you still have ports in other places. Lagos never had a refinery. whereas federal government put a refinery in Kaduna, in Warri, in Port Harcourt. So
They
if
have
Lagos
seaports in
develop
Warri or Port
today,
Harcourt now and Calabar.
if Lagos develop today, it's because of the way the people governing Lagos have used whatever federal government gave to them.
No. The infrastructure was
Tell
already
me
there. That is what
anything
brought
that
people
they
there.
built in Lagos today that have not also been
Infrastructure now
built
that
in a way in other states.
all those things was not built before 1918.
Now,
That were built
Atosi
in
are
other
talking,
that have
yeah.
not been built in other states. Tell me one that was
Okay,
built in Lagos
Wait,
that was not built in
okay.
other states.
To
National
Naija,
Theatre.
let me tell you
We have
something.
first stack in your state. National
to
Theatre you
Naija,
see today. Hold on, sorry, Joe. National Theatre you see today in Lagos. We have first stack in your state. We have first stack in other places too. Cultural
Where
centers.
do you have first? First 77 was built
We
in
have
Lagos. Where
cultural.
is the other
Hold on.
state?
We have cultural centers in Ilorin built that time. We have cultural center in Ibadan built around that time. We have
But
cultural center.
They are talking about
wait
first stack that
now.
already have dilapidated.
First
That
stack
place
Let's go
already
one
is
by
gone,
77.
sef.
let's
First
go
stack
one by one
Ibadan
now.
was
You say
built.
you have cultural center in Ilori.
First stack Ibadan was built 1977. I'm
First
telling
time was
you.
built 1977. We thought the whole building there. We thought those
Yes,
buildings.
first stack. First stack. I'm
Were
talking
not
of
dilapidated.
National
Why are you?
Theatre.
Why don't be sure? Yes, I'm telling you now. You said
I'm
it's
talking of
another
National
state. Oh,
Theatre.
wait now. National theater. I'm telling you about first stack. Is that not
Tell
oil
me
money?
one thing that was built in Lagos that
Is that
other
not
state
oil
doesn't have
money?
it
That's
in
what
a
brought
way.
development to first stack. So we talking.
Najama,
Lagos was
let
built
me
by oil money. What are you talking?
It wasn't built by money, man.
Najama,
When
let
did
me
Lagos airport was built? Was the airport that was built by Basojo in 1979?
We also have
Commission.
airport in Kano. We also have international
let
airport
me
in Kano.
address you. Patoski Enisuru. Now, see, let me tell you one thing. When that coup of 1960s came, you understand, when the coupists, when they turned Nigeria to unitary system, what do? They hijack the resources of the state. You see, Western region that time, you understand, we had our industry. We keep telling you that Ikeja, up to Ilupeju and Odo, they were not part of Lagos. They were just part of those things that people mistaking all those administrative centers like Abuja for Lagos. Now, because I keep telling you, when you keep saying this thing, you understand. Don't miss Ikoyi. Don't look at Ikoyi as Ogba Industrial Estate. Don't look at Marina as Ilupeju Industrial Estate. You understand? All the major industry, all the major factory in Lagos that time belong to the Western region. So Lagos State is not Lagos Federal Capital Territory. Get that thing right.
No. I totally disagree. Let me tell you.
Thank you.
Wait, now, let me talk my own. I think I just listening to you to talk. Let me talk too. The international airport in Lagos, which year was it built? Was it built during the regional system? No.
International airport has been before we even got independence.
No. There was no. That's another lie. The airport was built during the Second World War. The Second World War was that 1939. There was no airport. It was just a landing for the British helicopter under the ground. It was upgraded in 1977. That was finished in 1979. Was commissioned by Obasanjo. And the sticker is there in the airport. You both had to all this thing.
Okay, hold on. So no. Now, how does that build in the how does that you are talking
How does
about
that
airport
translate to building Lagos?
No. How does that translate to being Lagos?
How does it not translate to building Lagos? Do you know the traffic, the money?
That's not building Lagos. That's adding to
Wait
Lagos.
now. Oh God. What brought development to a city? What brought industry to a place?
Oh my God! There's
Did you not development?
Najama, you are missing it. What we say is this: Nigerian government did not build Ogba Industrial Estate. They didn't build a Lupeju Industrial Estate. You understand? We were having our cocoa, of where they manufacture Ovaltine and all those Agidingbi, all those areas. When you have industry.
That is what I'm asking you. Your capital are there. Ibadan. We have an international airport.
Hold on.
No, answer the question.
People are working people were working in those factories. The federal government didn't build their leventies. So what are you talking about?
Because it was you are still making my point. Hold on. Let somebody talk.
Najama, all the cities in Southwest, Ibadan, Lagos, or Osogbo, all of them were all built by Western region.
Nothing like that.
Hold on. Wait.
The last for 9 years now. What are you talking?
Wait. Are you saying Ibadan, all this Ibadan city, all these things were all built by oil money? Are you kidding me? Ibadan was built by oil money.
You are not. You are. Wait, the problem. What you guys are just the way you guys are missing it. You are looking to 2025. Wait now. Wait, Oga.
What you guys are saying that
Oh
I
my
agree is
God.
that the federal government contributes some things, meaning like maybe they renovate airports,
Dodon
right?
Barak was there. Dodon Barak was
their
Dodon Barak
barracks.
built by
Yeah,
where the power was, where the head of state was living. Dodon Barak.
exactly. So now
So what are you talking? It's all those things that attract
okay,
people
so
to
that's
Lagos.
okay. They built no, the
Well,
number not attract
they were
people. Stop
using
it.
the
Wait
resources
now.
too. When they left, they did
Thank you.
nothing.
Oh, thank you. And Niger man, just like those few things federal government put all those whatever barracks, they put in other part of Nigeria. So can you go to also airports? Can you go there and start telling them that you build their place? Why is it only Lagos you guys always say you built?
Okay, ask me. Okay, Mike. Now,
Did the
wait
federal
now.
government put something in Port Harcourt? Should I
Okay,
go to Port
tomorrow
Harcourt
now.
and be saying we built Port Harcourt?
Okay, wait, tomorrow now, Wait, tomorrow now. See what's the argument? Tomorrow now, you will not say, federal, Abuja, they will say federal government build Abuja with oil money. You will say no, maybe the North will say no, Abuja already did the wait, now let me talk on that.
We all know when Abuja construction started. We all know. It started in the 80s. We know that. Lagos was built way before the 60s.
By who? By 9 years of regional government?
All on treaty between Lagos monarch and the British between Yoruba kingdoms and the British is what built Southwest. Stop this bullshit, man.
Oh
We've
my
had treaty
God.
with the British way
So
before
British
Nigeria.
give you an international airport. British give you a national theater. British give you a national stadium. Oh, but what are you talking? British give you a Dodon Barak. British give you a.
Bro, you're talking about from one few structures that was added. We are talking about the construction of a city. It was not Nigeria
What was those construction? What was those things? What was those things?
Lagos has been constructed. Oh my God, man.
Okay,
if you start putting at 1 and 2 infrastructure, they put it in every part of Nigeria too. So we can't be saying because they put one thing in Benin City, that means the Nigeria built Benin City. Stop it now. Let me tell
you one thing.
Hold on.
Let me talk. You have been talking now.
No. I know. I went for 1 hour. I just came back. Oh, you said I'll be talking again.
No, I've not been yes. I've not said anything since now. Just 2 minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
Don't let me finish this one. You continue. See, let me tell you something. See, you see the problem with you guys are bringing to Lagos. Exactly what happened to Warri. This is exactly what you are bringing. All this company that came to Lagos, all these headquarters, is because of this security. All this way they started in Warri. All this way, this is the way they started all these things. That they turn it to something else, it becoming insecurity in that place. That all these things, that Warri was like small London before. You know, majority of you know. You see all these things you are doing that you are not telling people. And if you think like you are saying, you say okay, they should go back to region. People should leave Lagos. Do you think because Lagos is bringing 1 trillion every month today? Wait now. We need 1 trillion naira every month. Do you think if they say everybody in not part of Lagos should leave? Do you think many of all those companies, all those people, all those tax they pay will not reduce drastically?
Niger man. The company that are paying the best tax are foreign companies and real people like Dangote. You understand?
Mike,
hold on, let me learn.
If 1 naira come up for 1,000, if 1 naira come up for 1,000, it's not 1,000 again.
My brother, my brother, listen. If the small businesses that the South and the Southeast people that are what they are contributing, if those small businesses, whatever you are doing, if you all pack it and leave Lagos, Yoruba people will place those businesses.
No, Mike.
Carlo said he has 3 companies.
Hold on,
he has 3 companies in Ogun State.
Yoruba people will place those businesses.
Hold on, Najama, Mike.
South people and Southeast, we don't need you guys in Lagos. We don't need you, honestly.
No, Mike, hear me. Let me even say something. Corporate tax does not even go to Lagos. It goes to the federal government. It is personal income tax that comes to Lagos. So whatever you are seeing, that 1.something trillion is personal income and some kind of revenue that they generate in Lagos. Corporate tax, that you have head office of banks in Lagos, you have head office of telecom, it goes to the federal government, not Lagos. You understand? So when people are saying because we contribute, most of those money you make in a power pot, you understand? It goes to Lagos. The one I'm even talking personal, because if you give all the money that belong to Lagos, will really be making more than $12 trillion.
Okay, so if what you say is true, why are they not pegging Why are they not pegging the Nigerian budget on Lagos stars?
No,
That they are pegging it on crude oil from the south.
Oh my goodness.
No, answer simple question. If Lagos is really this is what you say it is, why are Nigeria not pegging the budget on tax?
Answer me. Answer me simple question. The simple question I want you to answer me. What is the percentage of oil and gas to GDP of Nigeria? Less than 10%.
No, that is to you. That is what you are saying. Forget all this. Wait, if it is true, wait now, Oga. If it is true, wait. No, this is simple knowledge. If it is true, the federal government should have been pegging their budget on tax, not on oil revenue.
Hold on.
And Najama, you agree with us that if Nigeria speak today, now Yoruba will not miss you guys. There's nothing.
Nobody ever said that. Nobody ever said that. No, the problem we are having that. No. The problem we are having with you guys, you try to bring Lagos that is Yoruba, that bring their money, that do everything in Lagos. Nobody could. No. There's no any ethnic group you will not find in Lagos.
There's nowhere in the world where you don't find other people. There's nowhere in Nigeria or anywhere in the world.
That is where the problem is where they're bringing this.
It doesn't now mean the people from the place are not responsible for their place. You can't go there. I can't say because
nobody is trying to tell you Lagos is not for Yoruba now.
Sorry, there are Yoruba people living in Benin City. They are living in Port Harcourt. They are doing business. They are contributing. They don't come to tell you that you Benin people are not responsible. You are not the one developing your place. They are not the one to tell you that your place is no man's land because they are there doing business, whatever.
Mike, leave all those social media.
No, my brother, that's what we are pushing back.
Yeah, understand. No, if that's what you are talking, I support on that.
That's what it's all about now.
So that's one. Nobody can come and tell you Yoruba is no man's land. Yoruba doesn't belong to Yoruba. No, nobody will say that. Anybody that say that, you have to go and tell them. No, but I thought we are talking about the contribution. Yeah, the contribution. That is what we have from the federal government.
Everybody contributes in every part of Nigeria. There's no argument about that.
That is part.
Yeah. So what if you're gonna say contribute? Let's talk about the whole Nigeria. Let's not focus on Lagos. Everybody's everywhere now doing business, doing everything. So why is it only Lagos? We have to talk about
Lagos has that is why more majority of the people part of the Nigeria in Lagos. Lagos have about 30 million population. Most states have about 5 million, 4 million, 3 million.
It doesn't change anything. In fact, people still live in other states.
Where 30 million there and where 2 million there, at the same thing.
Forget that.
Can I ask you a question?
Like you know that population you make more money now.
Najaman, you are familiar with Ibadan, yes?
Yes, very well.
Okay. Can you now please, because I think one of the big problems, okay, that we have with all this Lagos and Southwest team is the fact that individuals fail to accept that the Yoruba people are very peculiar in Nigeria, that the Yoruba people are very welcoming, that the Yoruba people understand commerce, and that Yoruba people understand peace.
Everybody is welcoming now. No part of Nigeria that is not welcoming.
No. I think the Yoruba people are very peculiar.
No, go and buy land and you go land. So they go sell you land. They go chase you.
You go not sell land for you to do sell land, but you go sell for you.
Go to Yola today. Go to Yola and go and buy land and say you be Yola.
Go buy land for bandits.
They're Christian in Yola now.
I'm asking Najaman that question because Najaman knows Ibadan. He knows Ibadan very well.
Hold on. Let me add one thing to that point that people are failing to discover about Yoruba. And it's currently happening now. The Yoruba people are the people that have the most cooperative set of leaders. If they break that country today, the only region that is ready to survive on its own is Southwest.
That is fast. Nobody dispute that. Nobody ever dispute that.
Look at the way they are working together. Hold on, now let me finish. Look at the way they are working together about their security. Look at the way they are doing global their development. Despite the fact that we have PDP governors in that state, in the region, look at the way they are collectively working together.
But that is possible history now. Not that it has been happening for ages now. What are you talking?
No, they have always been cooperating.
Never be like that.
They can
so why did that Wolowo and Akintola was in lockerhead? It was like that.
It has always been like that. Don't say it has been like that.
When they can have differences in their politics and everything, but when it comes to their regional, something that affects their people, they concur. Look at Obasanjo.
Can Obasanjo be a governor in your state? What are you talking?
Obasanjo be governor now. Akala was a governor now.
Leave all those things. You know what to say about
Uncle,
Akala was
Akala was the
governor. And
governor.
not only was Akala was a governor in your state, Akala was a governor in your state, made a governor by
Akala
an
was the
Ibadan man
governor.
when he was
Where
a
was he
king and
living?
Ibadan man.
Where was he
They
living?
rigged it.
That it's just like Tinubu claiming Lagos
What does
today.
that have to do with
I know
cooperation?
Akala
It's just
personally.
like Tinubu
They
claiming
rigged
Lagos.
it
I
against
then
him.
forget.
No,
You know what is
now
there,
you
my
don't have
brother.
an argument. You
But
don't
not
have
the
an
have
argument
one of
there.
the
And
people
then
what is
people
not there.
rigged it
You
against
guys like
someone that is
to
Against an
cheating
Ibadan
people
man.
now.
argue
An
And
Ibadan
then
man is
people
a
on Ibadan man,
man
he rigged
to
it
support
against Ladoja.
Ogbomoso.
Iman Ladoja. And the people on Ladoja literally cheat. So they come from
I
the
don't
same
even
area
know
in
what
Ibadan.
Niger man is saying. No,
So
They come from
Southwest,
the same area in Ibadan. And they rigged it
Southwest, they
against
are
him and
just
brother
they are just
Akintola was
people.
Western Regional Premier now from Ogbomoso. What are you talking about?
I
no
said
that
no,
is
yes, no. I just but what Patosi says on is I'm
What
telling
I'm
you this
saying
was
is
just
that
by
when it
now.
comes to the interest of their people, in most times they drop their differences. That's the truth. Just observe it. That's the truth. Which other people are like that?
The Northern and I think of every time.
Oh, now that they are saying not a Muslim, when they are not still
Oh,
not
but it's not
central
they
as
are
part of the
dividing now
north.
before they were one now. It's
They
not
are
they are
not still not
dividing now.
central as part of the north. They are talking of not a Muslim. They are talking of South Kaduna. They are talking of. Are we talking of Christian
No, but those
Muslims?
one are dividing now. But right from time, those one have been like that together in one.
Are
They
we
always
talking
come
of
together.
Christian?
Yes, yes, wait, wait,
I'll
not
give
the
you a good.
issue. Wait,
Let me give you one example.
wait. Wait, brother,
Azan,
wait. You
hold on.
don't
You
use
don't
the
hear you
label.
speak. Hold on. Hold on. Don't come here. Hold
No,
on,
it's not
Azan.
exclusively you.
Hold on, please.
Yes, we are fragmented, but it's
Hold
not
on, please.
exclusively Yoruba.
Hold on, please. Azan, please hold on. Don't come here and just jump in things. Just say, can I come in? Then we respect you and you come in. Look at
Don't vex. I
I know
don't mean
verse,
to.
but
I don't mean to
No,
hurt your feeling.
Allah, Sani Abacha doesn't want you to come and shame him now. That's
no
why I don't
be
want anybody to
shame, no
talk.
be shame. I just
No,
want
you
us to
want to
have a
make
balance.
no because you are painting the scenario as if it's only they just started something about 2
It's
years.
not what they
I
just
think you have been
started.
there.
I grew up in the Southwest. It's not what they just started. It's
They
what I
just
wish for
started. It
my
was not
people.
1999. What it was it
It's
then?
what I wish for my people too.
2005. No, if it
Look
was
at.
like
Let
that,
me
why did
give you another
they
example.
okay?
Another
If
example you cited was 1999. The moment Obasanjo came in and 2003, they noticed that look, this is our boy. Let us try and support him. All of them came together. I said Tinubu that say, this thing does not look like cooperation, it looks like DC too. But what I mean is that they are ready to give everything for their people, unlike other regions. If other regions they
nobody
do
can
like
dispute it. They
Yoruba
can't
people,
dispute that
but
now.
that is the
listening like
problem now
that.
because all of you think alike now. People doesn't supposed to think alike. We have
No,
to
they
think
are,
differently
the
now.
interest of
So
their
that we
people.
have ideas.
The interest of their people is supposed to unite them. So when those people cooperate,
It is
when
true, but
Southwest
not
cooperate
entirely
now,
true.
when Southwest cooperate and their people are developing, you are now saying no, it's federal government that they are thinking of building the rail now that will connect the whole of Southwest. Una dey there, una dey talk. Do you know since when Southwest have been calling for state police? Since the beginning of democracy, even before then, Southwest have been calling for state police. Now that the North is waking up, there was no insecurity in Nigeria.
They are calling
When
for state police.
Southwest,
Did they have any state police? Did they find anyone? It's not only
no,
Lagos.
but we were championing for it
When I wait now, guy, they put all
before
this thing wait for
insecurity.
our head with it.
Now Southwest don't they talk
Okay, if
to
they are
tell
be
you how
calling, if wait
visionary they
now wait,
are.
Oga,
To tell you
they are be
since
calling.
before Boko Haram, before any crisis.
Okay, wait. If it was
Them.
true, the time Buhari say okay,
Guy,
anybody who can
somebody
fund.
say guy for very for guy.
Najama, let me tell you something.
Accept
Federal
your
government
boss.
No, let us
federal,
talk. That I think is the
wait,
thing.
no, you will talk. No, I will bring Babati in.
Najama, can South and Southeast cooperate? So that they
Guy
could do
for
the
guy.
Yoruba. And you guys cooperate.
Hold on. Let me speak this thing before I bring Babati in because I want to move myself to the background. Let me tell you something. When federal government hijacked a lot of Western region assets, a Nigerian house in UK built by the Western region, NTA you have today, it was in Western region TV station.
Yes.
So now, if I can come to you, I can list more than 20 assets that belong to Western region that federal government hijacked. Before you come tell me, say this, you understand? This is well documented now. Western Nigeria, federal government of Nigeria hijacked Western government assets. And you are telling me that
okay, that is why the Western region now hijacked a big West assets. and liability. They didn't share anything.
Like
He
what?
was in
You see
Ronsi
them.
now. He was in Ronsi
But
now. I can't get
it's
it.
not, you don't see
He
when
was
I want
talking in Ronsi.
to see.
Your
Let's say
brother,
something.
Niger man.
No,
In
wait.
Ronsi now.
Let
He
me talk.
hijack all our assets.
No, now
Mr. Niger,
don't see. God bless you, my brother.
Mr. Niger, you
Now you
cannot say
let
that.
talk to.
You see the issue we have all this while is about we are the one that build. I don't understand why is it that everybody wants to what to just lay claim to that Lagos. When the capital was in Lagos, it was not as if it was not demarcated. Some part was demarcated for the what for the seat of government, and some part was what was demarcated for the western region. At that time, we all saw the books. We had there several books on how even the founding fathers deliberated about whether they should include Lagos in what as the capital territory or not. At the end of the day, everybody said, okay, they should put it there. Okay, give us our space. And they gave them the space. And Wolowo started developing the space with his own people. And now everybody is saying, is it that the federal government put the money in? There's nothing that they have done in Lagos that is not in other places. I live in Ibadan. Go and see Cultural Center Ibadan. You will see how massive it is. You see how, and it's like that replicated everywhere.
How many terminal bridges in other states?
So if you don't have water,
no, I
if you
didn't
don't
say
have
water.
water, they
say
you
what?
don't have
No,
water
yeah,
for
now.
bridge. They
When
don't
you
have
ask me
bridge
that question,
talking
now
back.
let me talk. I don't want to answer. Now bring us something else.
Go and build
Even in Nigeria,
Kano.
who started building big bridges among the states? I served in Enugu State. I served in Enugu State. The only bridges, most of the bridges that we have in Enugu, they are built by the federal government. They are built by the federal government. It's just now. It was even the Southwest that started building massive bridges.
What of Asaba
All these
Onitsha
massive
big?
bridges that everybody is building right now
What of
in
Asaba Onitsha
Nigeria. I put it to you. Mention the states that started building it. The Southwest is a pace setter, whether you like it or not. The money that Oyo State alone generates in VAT. Maybe you are talking about Lagos. The money that Oyo State generates in VAT is more than the money that the whole of Southeast generates. And you are talking
Because
about
because majority of their company are in the southwest. They generate more in all over Nigeria. You have to look at majority of their company, their shop are all over Nigeria. So don't say because you want to mention with those one in the Aba. No, you can't mention like that.
No. You cannot say that. Oyo State is a city. Ibadan is a city that is. I mean, Oyo State is about 9 million or so, going to 10 million or right thereabouts. They are not.
The population,
I'm not too sure. But I know, yes, the population. So you cannot be telling me that because you want. Let me tell you, hypocrisy is what is killing many of us.
Now let me give you some places in Oyo State now.
Let
me give you some places in Oyo State now. Who dominated?
No. Niger man, you just make a very made a very tactical mistake. See, let me tell you one thing. Most of those VAT you see, they are coming from proper corporate organization, not all those
corporate organizations. What are you talking about?
When last time did you buy market from Alaba that you pay VAT?
Most of those
people in Alaba, they don't they pay to council every month to their local government.
Stop all this rubbish.
When this guy came here, the other come that each store have to they pay to their addition every month.
Those VAT that we are talking about.
To local government. To the local government every month. The local government.
No.
If I have a shop in Enugu, will I not pay?
Darati just mentioned that value-added tax. They are not coming from all those traders. So they are coming from proper corporation. When you talk of MTN, when you talk of banks, when you talk of properly established, not roadside trading. No. If they extend VAT to all those people you are talking about, I'm telling you, Ekene will be coming here now. You will hear it's banging from even right from this. Your screen will be shaking. So they don't share VAT in Alaba and all those social you see. So don't even go to that place. We are talking of
Ola, do you know that
what they are paying to the local government every month. Local government, that one is what?
Osun, that is interland. Even Ekiti, what Ekiti is pulling. That's ministers from Southeastern state that cannot pull it. Tell me that it is Igbo that also went to go and dominate Ekiti. Go and check the
Wait. That this thing, let me tell you, is Igbo now. That they are doing Ekiti. That there's one market. There is Igbo. Is Igbo.
Let me tell you. Don't make mistakes.
You will not delay Molana. Tell me that biggest market is Igbo.
I know.
There's no market in Ekiti that Igbo dominates.
No market.
No.
What are you talking about? You're talking about that.
If Ibadan, I can give you more than 6 markets to dominate in Ibadan.
Which market you go dominate?
Okay, the question is this. Why are they
why you make it sound like they're doing us a favor? Hold on. Why you make it sound like they're doing us a favor?
You are telling me which market is it Alex Lawyer that you dominated or Bodija or Dubai?
Surprisingly,
Which one?
do you know that do you know that there's no market dominated? There's no market dominated.
Even the Bodija it dominate there now.
Let me tell you, Mr. Tunaija, I once lived in Nigeria.
You go to Lebanese street for Dubai. It will dominate. It will not take that belongs to the government.
Consumers are more important than the market itself.
What are you talking about?
The consumers are more important than the market itself.
I'm also
the consumers are more important.
From what you guys are saying, I'm just looking at Abeokuta. Do you know that there's no market in Abeokuta dominated by the Igbos? None.
Exactly. Now I'm
just looking at it now. Even the spare part market in Ijaye is just. I don't think you can even find one Igbo person there.
No, I don't believe that one. No.
I'm telling you, I'm surprised.
I don't believe that one, my brother. No market. I will say spare part. No, all those chemists.
I need somebody.
Boutique.
I don't know. I think Abeokuta.
I'm here with you. I schooled in Abeokuta.
I think Abeokuta.
Come and tell me.
Maybe your word, the word you live on your local government.
No. Abeokuta for years.
No.
Ijaye, those are markets I'm talking to you about.
No, but of course there will be people that are there. People will be everywhere.
You are talking about 40 years ago now.
I'm talking about
9 years ago now. Don't be saying that word. It's just it was.
Major chemists and pharmacy in Ibadan are dominated by, if they are owned by Yorubas. The one beside you, opposite UCH, that big one, that major one, everybody goes to beside opposite UCH. That's the only one that is sell original. Food court, the one favors, the one in beside favors, beside food court.
No, all those markets, see the market you are mentioning, all those are where they sell all those fruits, sell all those. No, those ones, but don't do one.
I'm telling you about pharmacy. I'm telling you about pharmacy.
Spare part market, the gate, Agodi gate.
Agodi,
that's a spare part market. Iwo Road, spare part
Agodi.
Go to Agodi. It's not
it's just Lagos. So
it is only Agodi that you have more.
From that Iwo Road,
you didn't dominate
that place. You are going to money aside. What is the name of this place? After Sacha, all that place is all.
Which area? Wait.
For part, all those are. Oh, no, you are going to after that Sacha now before that. No, not the market. Not the outside market for Pepe. No, I'm talking the part. No, those sides is no. Even me, 20 years ago, it was not like that. You understand?
Now I'm telling you.
All the old roads.
Can I make a point? Can I make a point, guys?
What are my areas? What are you talking about? Is it Shaka you dominated? Money you dominated?
Can I make a point? Hello?
You guys are
can you guys hear me?
Let's
Let me just say one thing, okay? Give me 1 second. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Babaji.
Thank you so much. Let me just thank a proud Egba son on the platform, Patoski, for making us proud with that excellent point he made earlier. And to support his point, guys, go and watch what happened in Ekiti today. Go and watch how all the governors, even though they have different political parties, they disagree, they abuse each other online on TV. But when it came to the Ekiti project, they all came together today as one. And that is the Yoruba way. That's the way we behave as a people. And to Mike's point, if Nigeria breaks up today, the Yoruba will be better off because we will not have any issues. We'll be fine. So thank you guys for making that point, Pato and Mike. Thank you guys so much.
Somebody cannot be coming here to come and lie. You are talking about money here. Where the second mechanized division is. Those are my areas. So
Let me.
I said you are going.
Let me shock you. Let me check you. You know, before destroying the economy.
You guys are reading this. Me, I'm telling you, I'm on ground. You are reading something on
I'm not
newspaper or
Which
no.
social
ground are
media.
you?
Oh,
You
this
are
one
in,
has
you are
nothing
a
to do with
ground.
you
This
on
is
ground.
where we have
Okay,
assets.
Okay,
We
why
have
you
hold
telling
on.
me
what are
Let's
you
on
talking
ground?
about?
Do you know what? I grew up in Ibadan. I know
All
Ibadan
these
very
hold on.
well.
trailer,
I
all these
know.
trailer
Guys,
parks
hold
now.
on now.
All these trailer
Which trailer
parks,
Hold on.
eh?
park?
Who
Hold
are
on.
rich?
Hold on. Naija man, this has nothing
Yeah,
to do with whether you are on ground or not. Yoruba has a way of doing things. We
yeah.
are known for organized industry. Like when you go and see man now, go and look at those people that are manufacturing and social of Nigeria. We do business properly in such a way that we pay VAT. You see all those chemists we are talking about. I'm not saying they are not business, but they don't pay. They don't pay such kind of tax that organized industry like maybe you are talking of a global call,
There's
for
noise in the
example.
background. I'm not hearing you. It's very low.
No, not
It's not noise,
me.
it's at hand. It's very beautiful. I beg, make the person continue.
Okay. So what I'm saying in a sense is that see the Igbo economy you are talking about, you understand, it's actually to some extent
Ola,
a
please,
good.
Ola, please. Sorry, sorry,
It's a
sorry.
peripheral
Let that
economy.
person in
A
the mosque
peripheral
now.
economy.
You
That's it.
boot now.
Who is that? Who is the person now? Let's the person
Somebody
talk.
is in the mosque.
So
Yeah.
the thing is that you understand, it's even injurious because number one, look at when we have Exide battery, all those Munka phone, Vita phone, all those stuff. You know, these are the proper company that okay, the guys working there, they pay their personal income tax, contributing properly, they will pay VAT. There is still VAT paying properly. You cannot say it's the same thing as someone that is selling a pharmaceutical shop there. You understand? They just sell. They don't. You don't even know whether they pay tax or they don't pay. They don't pay VAT. So what we are saying is this: why you don't see the type of revenue they are generating right from the southwest in all those other places? They have this kind of what do you call it, apprenticeship style that go into business, small scale. You understand that you cannot trade VAT to them. You can hardly trace personal income tax to them. But in Yoruba land, in Southwest, you are doing it properly. You pay personal income tax, then you pay corporate tax, then you pay VAT. You understand? So those are
What is properly? All those people selling on the street, Yalata, all those Leron, all those are they not same like what the same thing?
okay.
What are we talking?
Thank you.
What is
I
organized?
agree. I agree with you on that. But now, let us look at our business, our company. Go. Why is it that you are claimed that you have industry in Naba, you have them in Onitsha, but this thing we cannot see this in terms of your taxation, the property that you are paying. You understand? Yes, Aba is an international market. You understand? All those stories. You understand? How come we are not paying, like we are not seeing the impact of taxation like we see in even the market in Lagos?
That is what we are saying now, Mr. Ola. You are seeing from beginning what I said, the real issue that make Lagos to be viable. You guys are still coming back to it. This is what I said, but because you just want to, all of you just want to swallow me, don't want me to talk. You just forget that. Exactly. I said, what makes worry to become worry today? Because of the insecurity. Worry was even the best before than all this Lagos. What causes Southeast problem? The insecurity there. Insecurity will be repeating in the Southeast unless you are just Gen Z. If you look from ages, from about 45 years, insecurity always come to Southeast in every. Maybe sometimes for 5 years, that place is peaceful. You see security rise up. You can remember the time of Okotoko, the time of Bakassi, the time of Okija, all those things. The time of Ota Boys. Those things are already been different insecurity and everything in Southeast. You don't expect that place to become more viable.
Okay.
Mr. Najama, do you know the biggest, the best microfinance bank in Nigeria? He got the award last year. They got it again this year again. Advanced Lafayette. It's a multinational financial institution from France. Their headquarters is in Ibadan, in Dugbe. In Dugbe, Ibadan. The headquarters in Nigeria. They have over 30 branches.
You see that bank road in Ibadan? Wait, Oga. That place have been designated. That place have been there. Even when the Oibo was there, see the way they build that place. Bank road.
I'm not telling
everywhere
you.
is bank.
I'm telling you that
Headquarters have
somebody
been there
brought
before. It's not something of today.
a French company brought
It's not
his
something of
company into
today now.
Nigeria,
To
and
give a
the
state a bank
headquarters
road,
did not.
and
They didn't
everywhere
move the
there is bank.
headquarters to Lagos. Let me give you an
Dugbe
example.
was developed by the Western region. Okay, when they
region,
when they
exactly.
bring
The Western region need to stay.
house.
No,
I
sorry,
know,
sorry.
I
At the
know.
Western, yeah, you're right, you're right. No, that is what I wanted to say. Sorry, mistake. That is what I wanted to say. Sorry, please. But the Western region, you understand? When you go to that, but you see all those places, those bank road, all those things are there. Go to the road, all these
If
things
a
are, you know.
multinational company
So it's not
can
something
bring
of good.
his headquarters to Ibadan, and from there they have 30 branches